Chapter 81. My relationship with Eros is, of course, only a mother-son relationship. As for the god King Uranos, all the gods are very clear. Aphrodite's eyes flickered, as if trying to avoid Apollo's gaze. But no matter how she dodged, that handsome face, full of masculinity, still appeared in front of her calmly. Make her heart pound. Suddenly, a hand gently brushed her flawless cheek, as gentle and light as touching a piece of delicate porcelain. The texture of the rubbing and the temperature of the fingertips made Aphrodite's eyes tremble, and her face couldn't help blushing. What are you going to do?" she asked in a small, trembling voice. "You are the wife I am about to marry, and I am the husband you are about to marry. What do you say I am going to do?" Apollo said lightly. At the same time, his face was full of smiles. It is said that marriage is loyal, love is changeable, and the goddess of love and beauty is the most dissolute among all the goddesses. How can I feel that you are still a young child and have no interest at all?" Aphrodite's beautiful 230 eyes widened. With a flushed face, he looked at the handsome face with dazzling blonde hair and bright eyes in front of him. He wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything. At this time, Apollo sighed lightly. "Look at you. You dare to say that you are a veteran of Huatsong, and you can't deceive people. I really don't know how to fool so many male gods." "Humph, it's not like you male gods. As soon as you see my appearance, you lose your mind." Aphrodite snorted coldly, seeming to be very dissatisfied with Apollo's evaluation of her. In a place like Olympus, standing for many years, using many male gods, but not taking advantage of it, is her most proud deed. She didn't expect that in Apollo's mouth. She looked very unbearable. This is really unbearable. However, hearing that Apollo understood that she was not so dissolute on the surface, she couldn't help feeling warm in her heart. "You still have some eyesight." Suddenly, Apollo's voice turned cold. "Since it's a chick, don't pretend to be a mother. Eros wasn't born from you at all, and you're definitely not born from the blood of Uranus. Tell me, what is your origin?" You don't force me." Aphrodite stood there stiffly, her beautiful cheeks full of pleading. "Forcing you? How can a husband and wife be forced? This is a frank relationship." Apollo smiled and approached her step by step. Aphrodite stepped back. Apollo took a step forward, and she took a step back. In this way, she gradually retreated into the corner of the main hall. The light in the center of the palace was firmly blocked by the blonde figure in front. In the dark corner, she uneasily wrapped her arms around her chest, a pair of clear and bright eyes, staring straight ahead. Finally, the tall and handsome figure finally approached. In the small corner, she could even feel the gentle breath breathed out by the other party. Her cheeks were flushed, and Aphrodite couldn't help but shed crystal tears from the corners of her eyes, sobbing. "Why are you forcing me? I just want to take Eros and live a good life. In the ocean, many gods coveted my beauty, and I had to come to Olympus to seek refuge. When I arrived at Olympus, the gods here coveted me one by one. Fortunately, I was worried about the god king, and no one dared to use force against me. So I used them to gain the position of the main god step by step. I thought that if I became the main god, I should never be bullied again, but Ares and Hermes always tried to meddle with me. When we first met, I thought you were a different god from them, but I didn't expect you to bully me too. I shouldn't look like this, so I'll never be bullied again." Looking at the beautiful figure crying in the corner holding his head, Apollo couldn't help but startled. Stopping in place, he laughed and said, "I'm too domineering. It's not easy for you." "It's not easy. The gods of Olympus are all a big family. Only she is not related by blood to other gods. He has a beautiful appearance that is enough to tempt any male god to commit crimes, but also has a child who is immature, but has the golden arrow of love, an artifact that is particularly easy to cause trouble. This Mount Olympus has never been a peaceful paradise, especially for pretty goddesses. Are you going?" Just as Apollo turned to look outside, a low trembling voice suddenly came from behind him. It was like the cry of a dazed little girl in the dark night. With his back on his back, he whispered, "It doesn't show my ability to persecute my wife who hasn't been through the door, and I'll talk about it later." Looking at the dark night outside, he was about to go out. Suddenly, he felt someone hug him from behind. "What are you doing?" 35, don't go. I was wrong just now. You are still much better than other gods." 35 Aphrodite's head was tightly pressed against his back, tears dripped from the corners of her eyes, and the clothes on Apollo's back were quickly wet. But Aphrodite still refused to let go. Looking at the sparse starlight outside, she hugged and murmured, "During the time when I was just born, I always liked to look at the stars outside like this, with Eros, who was still a ball of light at the time." 35 Lights. Don't you want to ask me about the origins of Eros? He is indeed not my son, but should be regarded as my younger brother or elder brother. 35. He and I were both conceived in the same light group, but then the light group was divided into two pieces, one large and one small. I was the small one. Eros was the big one. Maybe the power was smaller, so I was born before Eros. Later I learned that the light group was transformed by a primordial god after death. It seems that the gods of the primordial rank can be transformed into a light group after death and can be reborn from it. He was discovered by the first god king Uranus. For some purpose, Uranus did not destroy him, but split him into pieces to prevent his rebirth and prepare for future use. Since I was born, I was imprisoned in the depths of the ocean by him and the light group of Eros. It was not until he was deprived of the authority of the king of gods and the seal that he set was automatically lifted that I was able to escape with Eros. Later, Eros was also born in the light group. He actually inherited most of the power of the original god, but he was not complete. In addition, resurrection would lose his memory and even affect his mind, so he completely forgot the past. After listening to her words, Apollo was silent for a long time. Finally, he suddenly said, "When you were imprisoned, it was darker than this night, right?" Aphrodite was stunned, and after a long time, she looked at the sky outside and muttered, "Yes, only the light group of Eros will emit a little light. That was the only motivation for me to live during that time." 35. You will no longer be afraid of the dark in the future, because I am the god of light, and I will guide you in the light ahead. Apollo brushed her hair gently, his golden eyes staring at the distant sky. At this moment, it was still night. Aphrodite saw the light of her life. The rebuilding of Olympus was quickly completed. Then Zeus issued an order to canonize Apollo as the deputy king of the court. This news shook Ocean 4.4 in Hades. In contrast, the subsequent marriage of the god of light and the god of beauty did not have such a big response. But for Aphrodite, it was a new beginning in her life. "I would like to be your wife and accompany you to pursue eternity and immortality. You are the sun in the sky, destined to illuminate every life that needs light. But I will be the only night waiting for you to bring a new dawn." On the wedding night, she tenderly looked at her beautiful and elegant husband with bright golden eyes beside her, and silently made an oath in her heart. She knew that she might not be the only one, and she might not be the first of many. But as the sun shines on every living being, that's not unique to the sun, but for the life that is sown with warmth and light. The sun is the only one. Chapter 82. Come on, open your mouth. Hearing the gentle voice coming from his ear, Apollo opened his mouth slightly. Suddenly a peeled, sweet and smooth grape was put into his mouth. After chewing lightly, he opened his eyes leisurely. Look at the bright sunshine above, and the sweet smile of Aphrodite in the sunshine. The soft spring breeze swept across the vast land, fondling everyone's cheeks like a lover's hand. The newlywed life is always full of sweetness. The life of the deputy king of the court is like the singing of the muse. "Erato, the song you just sang was out of tune. Let's do it again." Apollo's eyes were fixed on a beautiful girl with a golden sash, who was one of the 9 muses. Hearing Apollo's scolding, the girl defended aggrievedly. "You two knew that showing affection in front of us distracted me." 35. Well, what Sister Erato said is right. The other 8 muses on the other side nodded like chickens pecking at rice, looking at the graceful and sweet Aphrodite with bad eyes. Since Apollo became the deputy king of the court of God, Zeus divided the 9 daughters who could sing and dance into Apollo's gods and let him train them well. Apollo's malicious guess was that Zeus wanted to corrupt his will with extravagant life. But since it's all assigned to him, as a god of music and art, he still appreciates these 9 literary and artistic girls. So I called over to teach in my spare time. But these 9 lively girls, obviously performing well in other places, made frequent mistakes in front of him, which made Apollo puzzled. In front of such a handsome and elegant boy like you, brother Apollo, how can we think about other things? I didn't think it before, but now, seeing how gentle you are with Sister Aphrodite, it makes our hearts even more turbulent. God, my inspiration is here. I will write a poem of light and beauty, and sing it on Olympus, on earth and sea. Sing in. While chattering, the muses sang and danced with exaggerated expressions. Aphrodite giggled and said, Apollo, you guys are really interesting. You are all very innocent girls. I think they like you very much. Do you want to invite them together one night? Apollo rolled her eyes at her and motioned for another grape. While peeling the grapes, Aphrodite asked, Where shall we go next? Her beautiful face was full of anticipation. After getting married, she found that Apollo liked to travel everywhere, in the sky, the earth, and the ocean, as if searching for some treasure. During this time, she followed to visit many beautiful places and deeply felt that the previous life was so boring. The world is vast, and it is meaningless to live in the small Olympus all the time. Before, I really didn't know how to live. Fortunately, there is him now. Aphrodite gazed tenderly at the golden figure bathed in the sun. Hearing her question, Apollo silently opened the system map. During this time, he seemed to be traveling everywhere, but he was actually searching for treasure chests scattered all over the world. It was only later that I gradually discovered that Aphrodite liked the life of travel very much, so she took her with him more. In this period of time, a lot of primary and intermediate treasure chests have been opened, but there are only 2 high-level treasure chests, and none of them are particularly good, and my divine power has barely reached the 8th rank of the Lord God. In addition, the first stage of the etheric body is almost completed. I can now kill a main god with one punch, and if I go a little further, the god body will shake the original. I hope to refresh a god-level treasure chest, so that I will be able to reach the original state soon. 55 Thinking like this, Apollo turned his attention to the system map. Suddenly, his face changed. Hey, what's wrong with you? Aphrodite looked at her husband in surprise. Nothing. Apollo blinked. But I was muttering in my heart. I have seen a god-level treasure chest once for so many years. How can I refresh 2 now? Immediately, he pondered. One is in the ocean, the other is in the underworld. The location is not easy to take. Which one should you take first? Apollo, have you heard? Recently, the god king had a good relationship with a mortal princess named Semine, and then the god queen secretly killed her. This is not a rare thing, but when Semine died, pregnant with a child, do you know what happened to that child? Aphrodite said with a funny face. I guess that child didn't die, but was somehow rescued by my father god. Apollo stretched lazily. Aphrodite nodded again and said, Yes, the god king sewed that child into his thigh and used his own blood to keep him alive, and it is said that he will be born soon. 99. Speaking of which, this poor child can be considered a blessing in disguise. Originally, his mother was only a mortal, and he would only be a demigod when he was born. Now, after being nurtured by the blood of the god king, he must be a real god after birth. You need another one. Brother and sister, Aphrodite whispered. His birth experience can be compared with that of Athena, and he may be a god not inferior to Athena in the future. Apollo responded lightly, but his eyes suddenly looked outside. Suddenly, a nymph came in and reported, Lord Apollo, Goddess Amphitrite brought Prince Triton and asked to visit you outside. Goddess Amphitrite, Queen of the Sea? Aphrodite's beautiful eyes flashed a few times. I remember Apollo. You said that you had some friendship with her before. What is she going to do today? Just ask her to come in. Apollo stood up calmly and stood in the middle of the garden, his golden eyes staring into the distance. It didn't take long for the dignified and graceful Amphitrite to walk slowly with her son Triton. Seeing Aphrodite from a distance, she smiled and said, I heard that, Apollo. You married the beautiful Aphrodite, and now I have the opportunity to come over to congratulate you. It's really my rudeness. 5 Aphrodite responded with a sweet smile. The goddess Amphitrite is the queen of the ocean. There are always many things. Thank you for your blessings on our marriage. Having said that, she noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange and took the initiative to go inside. Apollo, I'm going to prepare some tea. You will accompany goddess Amphitrite and Prince Triton first. Watching her leave, Amphitrite smiled gracefully. Aphrodite is such a caring wife. You are very lucky, Apollo. Saying so, her face gradually became serious. Looking at her and Triton, Apollo said silently, "You came to me this time for the ocean. I know the situation there is very tense." Amphitrite's face suddenly became solemn. She took her son's hand and suddenly shouted, "Kneel down." The prince of the ocean, known as the mermaid with a delicate appearance, immediately knelt down in front of Apollo. Amphitrite immediately knelt down. Apollo looked at the two in surprise. Although he had foreseen it, he was still a little surprised when this scene appeared. "Apollo, you are now the deputy monarch of the divine court, and you have the right to intervene in the affairs of the ocean. I hope you can help me." Amphitrite's tone is very solemn and pleading. The golden eyes flashed deeply, and Apollo said solemnly, "Has the situation in the ocean really reached such a point? It's definitely worse than you think." Amphitrite's voice was low, and she pulled her son. "During the last Typhon rebellion, my husband Poseidon tried to take the opportunity to go ashore and seize the throne of the god king, but was stopped by the primitive sea god Pontos. Pontos is one of the oldest gods in the world, the brother of the first god King Uranos, the original master of the ocean. Although his strength is not comparable to Uranos, he is also the closest to the original existence. Even with the authority of the Sea Emperor, my husband couldn't take him either. 99. And after that war, the tension in the ocean was completely detonated. My father Okeanos joined forces with Pontos to fight my husband together. In order to gain the support of Mother Earth and win this war, my husband has decided to re-establish himself and Mother Earth's son Antaeus as the new prince of the sea. Haihu's glamorous face was full of despair, and she hugged her son tightly. "My situation is the most embarrassing right now. No matter who wins this war, I and Triton will be the complete losers. I now have neither the support of my mother's family nor my position in my husband's pantheon, so I can only come to beg you." Behind the sea of graceful temperament, the elegant cheeks are raised high, full of pleading. "Please represent Olympus in the name of the Deputy Lord of the Court of God, participate in this marine war, and become the supporter behind me and Triton." Chapter 83. Under the bright sun, Apollo stood silently. The golden eyes stared at the distant sky lightly, with an incomprehensible depth. In front of him, Amphitrite was kneeling on the ground. Her white cheeks were full of anxiety, and her beautiful eyes almost overflowed with tears. Beside her, Triton lowered his head timidly, not daring to look around. After a long silence, Apollo finally said, "Goddess Amphitrite, although we are allies, our mutual help is by no means free. If I help you, what can you give me?" Seeing that he finally responded, Amphitrite felt a lot more at ease, and Infong bit her lip lightly. "With your current status and my situation, I can't give you much, but as long as you help me get through this difficulty, I can give you more in the future." "Oh, I'd like to hear it." Amphitrite's eyes flickered, and at this moment, she returned from the sad wife who was just abandoned by her husband to the deep ocean of wisdom in the past. Staring at the golden figure in front of her, she slowly said, "Although my current position is very embarrassing, after all, after being a sea queen for many years, half of the gods under Poseidon still have my heart for me and my son. And as long as you help win this war, I can incorporate the gods under my father's command. Those are my brothers and sisters, and they are naturally my faction. In this way, after the unification of the ocean, half of the gods will be the heirs of me and my son, and with the help of you, Athena, and the Lord of the stars outside, I can gradually take up Poseidon and let him become a sea emperor with an empty name, and even replace him." Speaking of which, she stared deeply at Apollo with her bright eyes, and said in a low voice, "I know that sooner or later you and Zeus will have a final confrontation to decide the new king of the gods. At that time, I will lead the entire ocean, the power of being your supporter. And when you become the new god queen, I will lead all the ocean gods and submit to your divine court. The ocean will only be a part of Olympus from now on. Instead of the three kings standing side by side now, you will be the only king." Even Apollo was a little surprised by the conditions Amphitrite offered. This sea queen is quite bold, since the 3 generations of the gods, The ocean has always been independent under the rule of the god king. Especially in the current Olympus temple, Poseidon and Hades are kings, and they are the only gods. No god king has ever truly brought the ocean under his control. And if it is true as Amphitrite said, after he overthrew Zeus, the new divine court will no longer have the marine gods, only the marine gods appointed by the god king. You don't need to worry that I will deceive you and break my promise in the future. Amphitrite stared at his son, who was still cowardly, and bowed his head and sighed. Triton has no ability to become a king at all. He will only be your canonized puppet, and we have no ability to betray you. 5. Betrayal? Apollo smiled lightly. We are just a cooperative relationship. We haven't really become kings and ministers yet. So what about betrayal? Saying so, he slowly looked into the distance and said in a low voice, I will go to the ocean to participate in this battle. You should go back first. Thank you, Apollo. Amphitrite lowered her head abruptly, bowed her head, and hurriedly left with her son. Shortly after they left, Aphrodite came out and asked, Amphitrite, and they're gone? Apollo nodded. What did you talk about? Aphrodite asked curiously. I saw her eyes were full of sadness just now, and she brought Prince Terry with him, talking that she will dedicate all her sisters to me as wives. 35. Apollo chuckled. Aphrodite rolled his eyes at him. She has 3,000 sisters, all of whom are dedicated to you, and you can't even care about her. Yeah, her 3,000 sisters together are not 1/10 as beautiful as you alone. I'd better watch you carefully. Apollo smiled. Aphrodite's cheeks instantly turned red, and she said with an angry smile, I think you and Hecate and the others said the same thing. Huh, I'm going to meet someone now. Apollo told her. Who? Aphrodite asked. A goddess. Is it beautiful? Very beautiful. Am I beautiful? Slightly worse, but smarter than you. 35. You keep saying I'm stupid. Huh. I'm angry. Once again came to the temple of the goddess of wisdom. This time the goddess of victory was greeted by Nikki. But fortunately, this goddess with beautiful wings did not dare to stop Apollo this time. There was even a little fear in his eyes. Looking at the bright and beautiful wings on her back, Apollo realized something. Probably because the picture of him tearing off Hermes' wings was too bloody, scaring the goddess who also had wings. Entering Athena's residence, the goddess of wisdom is sitting quietly at the table reading a book. A pale red dress set off her slender and tall figure. Her bright eyes were demurely focused on books, and her body exuded a faint fragrance. Sensing the footsteps outside, she said lightly, Are you here? You knew I was coming? I also know that you have just met the goddess Amphitrite. Really? The corners of Apollo's mouth twitched, and he walked beside her, with his handsome cheeks close to her eyes. You asked her to look for me like that, and you taught her those words, how to use Poseidon, master the ocean, and the method you said last time against Zeus is exactly the same. I didn't think about hiding it from you. Otherwise, I wouldn't leave such an obvious flaw. Athena quietly closed the book in her hand and raised her pretty cheeks full of brilliance. The faces of the two were very close to the ground. Get close enough to feel each other's breath and see the details of every pore on the other's face. After staring for a while, Athena suddenly smiled and said, I haven't blessed your wedding with Aphrodite yet. With her beauty, it's rare that you still have time to wander around during this time. Of course she is very beautiful, but in terms of wisdom and temperament, she is far worse than you. I still like your connotation. Apollo said lightly. Athena blinked her eyes brightly. It's okay to fool Aphrodite and Hecate with such love words, but it doesn't make sense to me. Then how can we shake the heart of the goddess of wisdom? Apollo asked. In this world, the only thing that can shake the deepest wisdom is the deeper wisdom and the strongest power that can surpass everything. Hearing this sentence, a playful look suddenly flashed across Apollo's face. How do I think you're implying that you like being used? Used strength depends on the target. A beautiful girl, if she is used strength by a bandit, she will struggle vigorously. But if strength is used on her by a handsome prince, maybe she will not struggle, but will actively cater. 35 Athena said with great interest that there was no shyness of ordinary goddesses about these aspects at all, and it seemed that she was just discussing some philosophical issues. The bearing of the goddess of wisdom is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary goddesses. Apollo sighed softly. Immediately he sat down and asked, What do you think of the current situation in the ocean? In the small room, Athena restrained her smile and became serious. In the situation of the ocean, the key point is not actually the three kings of Poseidon, Okeanos, and Pontos, but the mother of the earth, Gaia. Pontos and Okeanos are both sons of Mother Earth. Poseidon and Mother Earth are each other's lovers. But in fact, Mother Earth also gave birth to children for Pontos. Since the three generations of the divine court, it has never been anyone else who has truly mastered the situation of the ocean, but the Mother Earth, the primordial god. With a thoughtful face, okay, she continued. It's just that I don't understand. The most stable shape in this world is the triangle. The three-point ocean power is obviously more suitable for her to control the situation secretly. Now why does she want to detonate the war on the ocean and make the ocean unified? Let's talk about Okeanos. Poseidon and Pontos are not simple characters. They may have various connections with Mother Earth, but when either of them completes the unification of the ocean, they will never be willing to become Mother Earth. Puppet. Actually, Goddess Amphitrite's worries are somewhat unnecessary. Although her situation is embarrassing, even if her husband falls to Mother Earth now, as long as the war is won in the future, he will definitely turn around and eliminate the influence of Mother Earth. 99. Listening to her anatomy of the ocean situation, Apollo said solemnly, "That is to say, my opponents in going to the ocean this time were never Pontos and the others, but the Mother Earth Gaia? Why are you afraid?" Athena stared at him with a smile. Raising his golden eyes, Apollo looked into the distance and said lightly, "I heard that our father god was no weaker than any primordial god when he exercised the authority of the god king. I have fought against him several times. This time I will see what the real primordial god is." Chapter 84. Well, Apollo actually asked to go to the ocean to help Poseidon. In the empty temple of the god king, upon hearing the news, Zeus couldn't help but frown. Hera sat next to him and said calmly, "What's the matter? Since he wants to go, let him go. Anyway, it's better than letting him stay in Olympus and hang out in front of us every day." 39. What do you know? Zeus' face was gloomy. Staring into the distance, he said in a low voice, "Now is the time when the ocean situation is the most tense. Pontos and Okeanos join forces to fight against Poseidon. This battle will determine the unification of the ocean and compete for the real ocean. The master. All along, in the entire divine court, Olympus has the strongest strength. But it does not mean that the ocean and the underworld are weak, but each has its own problems. There are few gods in the underworld, and Hades is unwilling to give birth to a large number of children. But the underworld has countless dead souls as supplementary troops every day, and there are three powerful primordial gods in the depths. Although Hades can't conquer them, but it's absolutely fine to do some shallow cooperation. As for the ocean, the number of gods is not less than that of Olympus at all, but the power is three-pointed. If any party is unified, the condensed power will be enough to shake the earth and the sky. Zeus' face was full of solemnity, and he said to Hera, "If Poseidon completes the unification of the oceans, his next goal must be my throne, which is why I have been reluctant to help him unify the oceans. But this time Pontos and Okeanos have joined forces. If we don't help Poseidon, the divine court will lose its rule over the ocean." Hera said calmly, "Originally, I planned to wait until Poseidon was about to be defeated by Pontos at 230. Then, Pontos and Okeanos must have been consumed a lot, and I could easily make them stop fighting, maintain the balance of the ocean. But now that Apollo has joined the maritime war, my plans have been completely disrupted." Zeus' face was full of anger, and his eyes stared straight ahead. Hera comforted. "The situation in the ocean is not as simple as it seems. Whether it is Pontos, Poseidon, or Okeanos, they are all involved with Mother Earth. This battle is by no means as simple as it seems." "Yeah, Mother Earth." He whispered the name, and Zeus' eyes were full of depth. Among the five primordial gods, this one has the greatest influence on the gods. Today's gods, almost all her descendants. The replacement of the three generations of gods and kings is also controlled by her behind the scenes. Since the age of ignorance, it has always been her age. No one knows the true mind of this Earth Master, grandmother of the gods. Apollo, mixed with the marine situation, are you ready to be crushed into powder by the majestic Earth? On the ice-cold throne, the eyes of the king of the gods showed chills. Little Apollo, you have finally come to the ocean again, speaking of which is where you and Artemis were born. 35, in a flash, you have become the deputy prince of the court of God, and you have married the beautiful Aphrodite. 35, on the vast sea, Asteria, the goddess of meteors, was full of memories. Looking at the ant, Apollo smiled and said, I still remember that you always liked to pinch my face back then, but now you can't. Asteria glared at him. It's like I've pinched you since you were a teenager. You kids just grow up too fast, and they won't be as cute as they were when they grow up. Hey, you are also a big man in the divine court now. This time you came to the ocean for the war that is about to break out. Asteria asked. Apollo nodded, and his eyes flashed coldly. Even if it's not for this war, I'm going to find Okeanos to end it. He bullied us several times. Well, we must not let this old guy go. Asteria nodded. He suddenly reminded, I went to God the Father and Goddess a few days ago, and I heard from them that Okeanos had drawn a lot of titans for this war, among them Hyperion, the god of the sky and the goddess of the sky, Thea, goddess of light. These two are one of the 12 titans, senior gods, and parents of Helios and Selene. You have to be careful about them. Have they been invited out too? It seems that the titans are preparing to fight again. Based on the ocean, they will try to restore the titans. Apollo's eyes flashed brightly. After the defeat of the titans, the second generation of the 12 titans, Cronus, the god of weather, and Iapetus, the god of life, were imprisoned in Tartarus. The goddess Rhea is the mother of the 3 brothers of Zeus. The goddess of justice Themis and the goddess of memory Mnemosyne are both committed to marry Zeus and become Zeus' second and third wives. The god of weather, the Clios couple, and the mother's parents, the Cous couple, both chose to live in seclusion. Only the Okeanos have been active on the ocean. The last time he abolished the divine power of the Helios brothers and sisters, the Cleos and his wife did not appear, but this time they were actually invited out, which shows that the plan is very big. Isn't that right? I heard that they still wanted to invite Hecate's uncle Pallas to come out and direct this operation, but was rejected. Asteria said, Pallas, the god of war strategy. Apollo's eyes flashed. This wise general in the former Titan court, along with Athena's mother and Prometheus, often heard his name. The demeanor of Metis, the goddess of wisdom, can be seen from Athena, and there is an inexplicable strangeness in Prometheus. What kind of character is this Pallas? It's a pity that DB didn't have the chance to see him this time. Apollo sighed softly. And Asteria, I came to see you this time by passing by, and I'm going to the Sea Emperor God Palace now. He apologized. Asteria pouted. Let's go quickly. I don't want you to see it. I have time to go to the underworld to accompany Hecate. Apollo felt that her eyes seemed to become unkind, and quickly turned into a ray of light and flew into the depths of the sea. Seeing his leaving figure, Asteria's face gradually filled with melancholy. It's so big. Neptune's shrine, a meeting is going on. Poseidon sat high on the throne above, wearing a sea blue robe, standing on the ground with a trident, and his bearded face was full of majesty. A pair of eyes like the sea, at this moment glanced at the gods of the ocean below, filled with inexplicable anger, as if there were shocking waves rolling in. There was dead silence in the palace. All the sea gods lowered their heads and focused on the rippling ground. No one dared to look directly at the king of the ocean above. Why don't you talk anymore? When you were fine before, you didn't talk one by one at banquets. Now that you are losing ground, you are all dumb. Poseidon roared, his voice like thunder. Finally, a god couldn't help but said, Ocean Emperor, it's not that we are useless, but Okeanos has invited a lot of titans to help, and the combat power has greatly increased, and we can't fight it at all. 99 Before he could finish speaking, his chest sank abruptly, and a huge fist hit him, knocking him out of the hall. The gods were terrified, and their eyes were fixed on the silhouette of the punching figure at the same time. It was a tall and strong young man with a burly stature, with a little childishness on his face, and he looked underage. But the size of the body is already very amazing. It is as tall as 3 or 4 gods, and it has a strong earth breath. One punch knocked the god out, and the tall and strong young man clapped his hands and said to Poseidon, Father, why are you talking so much about these rubbish? The defeated general should be decapitated to warn others. People. Of course, it may not be their waste. War always involves many aspects. The soldiers in the front are brave, but it is understandable that there are people in the rear who are cherishing their fathers and leaking important information. With his cold eyes, he suddenly locked onto the glamorous figure beside the throne of Poseidon. Amphitrite's face turned cold for a moment. Antaeus, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm just wondering, why did I lead someone to face the more powerful Pontos army, but they didn't lose? On the other hand, they dealt with the weak oceanic gods, but they were defeated and returned. I don't think this can be explained by the difference in strength, but our secrets have been leaked, and the biggest suspect is naturally your aunt. After all, you are also Okeanos' daughter. Antaeus' huge eyes stared at Amphitrite coldly. At this time, Poseidon above said, "Enough. I believe that there is no problem with my sea queen, but in order to avoid suspicion, you will stay in the temple during this time. Teach Triton more, and don't come out." Question. Amphitrite's face turned pale. The expressions of the ocean gods below also changed greatly. This sounds nice. Isn't it just house arrest in disguise? He was also under house arrest with Prince Triton. Although everyone can see it during this time, Hi-Ho has lost power. But this is directly exposed in front of everyone. It seems that the Sea Emperor has finally made up his mind. For a while, the sea gods who had a glimmer of hope for Amphitrite's mother and son also lowered their eyes. Feeling the reaction of the gods in the hall, the giant Antaeus, his huge eyes filled with a smug smile. At this moment, a burst of bright light suddenly appeared outside. Feeling that breath, Poseidon's pupils shrank sharply. Next to him, Amphitrite, who was originally pale, had bright eyes with brilliant colors. It was like seeing dawn in the middle of the night. Chapter 85. The gods of the sea looked at the gate of the palace at the same time. I saw outside the tall hall door. I don't know when it was covered with brilliant golden light, with sacredness and warmth, slowly shining into the huge hall. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a handsome and elegant white-robed boy with dazzling blonde hair came quietly. He has a well-proportioned and slender figure, like the most exquisitely sculpted handsome cheeks, eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, each of which is like a work of art sculpted by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. In particular, those golden eyes contain a keenness that seems to be able to penetrate everyone's hearts, with unspeakable wisdom and free and easy. Just a slight smile made many beautiful goddesses in the palace feel sweet in their hearts. It's like tasting the sweetest milk in the world. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Sea, Apollo, the deputy king of the court of gods, has come to the ocean to help you fight against rebellion at the will of the king of the gods. 99. As soon as he entered the hall, Apollo said calmly to Poseidon. At this time, the ocean gods in the hall realized the identity of the person who came. It turned out to be Apollo, the god of light, the vice-lord of the divine court, the most dazzling star of Olympus. No wonder he is so handsome and has an extraordinary bearing. I heard that he was also born in the ocean at the beginning, and then returned to Olympus. It didn't take long for him to become the most splendid 12 main gods. He also has a sister, the lonely and arrogant hunting goddess Artemis, a very good goddess. Typhon was in chaos, Olympus fell, and His Majesty the King of God was defeated. It was only by relying on the power of light to turn the tide and defeat Typhon. Olympus was rebuilt. Wow, the god of light is really powerful, the most dazzling star in Olympus. If I can marry him, my life will be worth it. Cut. They already have a wife, Aphrodite, the most beautiful among the gods, the embodiment of love and beauty. Can you compare with others? It's not bad to be a lover. I want to have a child for him. Numerous gods kept discussing secretly, especially the many goddesses, who were rarely reserved and looked sideways. This made Antaeus, the tall giant in the center of the hall, full of jealousy. Originally, he was the center of everyone's attention here. You, a small man from outside, dare to steal my limelight? He is about to have a seizure. However, he saw Poseidon, the most majestic and imposing godfather above, holding the trident and standing up with a proud expression on his face. Apollo, it's so nice of you to come to the ocean to help me. Poseidon walked down from the throne with a smile on his face, came to Apollo, patted his shoulder, and said, We actually met several times, but we didn't talk much. I remember the first time it was at Triton's bar mitzvah, and I didn't even notice that you were my nephew. The Emperor of the Sea leads a side of the gods and has many affairs. It's understandable that I don't recognize me at the time. Apollo smiled and looked around the hall. Poseidon pointed to the tallest son in the crowd and said, "This is Antaeus. You remember, I introduced him to the gods at Triton's coming-of-age ceremony." Apollo nodded. "Of course. Remember that when Ares wanted to embarrass me, you were the one who beat him out of Neptune." "Ares, that rude man, don't mention it." Poseidon chuckled and introduced the gods in the lower hall to Apollo. Then he slowly walked back to the throne. Seeing the warm hospitality of God the Father, Antaeus did not dare to have a seizure and stood quietly in the hall. At this time, Apollo stared at Amphitrite next to Poseidon and smiled. "Goddess Amphitrite, I haven't seen you for a long time. I still remember that you invited me to be a guest at Prince Triton's coming-of-age ceremony. After that, I had a chat with me, which was very speculative." Amphitrite's face squeezed a smile. "Yes, Apollo, you were still very young at the time. I didn't expect you to become a big man in Shinting Shwanha so quickly. Let me sigh. Why didn't I see cousin Triton?" Apollo asked. Amphitrite glanced at Poseidon with a faint smile and replied, "He was taught by a few sages in the palace, and young people still need to learn more." While Apollo was chatting with Amphitrite, the ocean gods in the hall realized that the newly arrived deputy emperor of the court had a different friendship with his own sea queen. The eyes of some gods who had given up supporting Amphitrite and Triton suddenly appeared in their eyes. Antaeus also noticed it and hurriedly said, "Aunt Amphitrite, you forgot that Father God wants you to teach Brother Triton well, and don't introduce doubts outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Apollo looking at him. "I just came here. Can I ask what happened?" "What happened? It's none of your business. It's a matter within the ocean." Antaeus growled, "I am presumptuous. I am the deputy prince of the divine court, and the ocean is also a part of the divine court. Why am I not qualified to ask?" Apollo stared at him lightly. Seeing Apollo's anger, Poseidon's eyes above him flashed a peculiar brilliance, and he looked deeply at Amphitrite beside his eyes. Immediately, he reconciled. "Antaeus, Apollo is the deputy emperor of the court of God and your cousin. Don't be rude to him." "Cousin, is he worthy?" Antaeus shouted unwillingly. "I am the child of God the Father, but my mother is the mother of the earth, and his father Zeus is below me in terms of generations." As soon as these words came out, even Poseidon's face darkened. Zeus is his brother, and Antaeus considers himself to be above Zeus. Where does he place him? It turned out to be the son of Mother Earth, really a senior. Apollo laughed. Antaeus said proudly, "It's good to know. I am the most noble bloodline of the gods." Just when he was complacent, Apollo suddenly said, "I also understand the situation just now. Prince Antaeus, you think the goddess Amphitrite is the daughter of Okeanos and may help her father. But when I think about it carefully, I think that Okeanos and Pontos are both your brothers of Prince Antaeus. How do I feel that you also need to avoid suspicion?" 99. Antaeus' eyes widened, staring at the golden figure in front of him in amazement, unable to think of an excuse for a moment. I had to look at Apollo angrily, and suddenly punched out. Bang! Antaeus' powerful punch, like a falling meteorite, slammed down on Apollo's head. Seeking flowers, but just as his fist reached Apollo, a splendid torrent of light suddenly enveloped his body. Immediately, a majestic force sent his tall body flying out. Boom! Antaeus fell heavily on the wall of the main hall, smashing a huge hole in the majestic wall. The gods looked at this scene in shock. In the throne above, Poseidon stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on Apollo silently. As his bloodline with Mother Earth, Antaeus is not weak. Although he is still a minor, he already has the divine power of the peak of the upper god. In particular, he is tall and has infinite strength, which is enough to fight against the Lord God in close combat. The sudden punch just now, even he couldn't react. But Apollo seemed to have foreseen everything in advance and made a move before that, and a divine force knocked Antaeus into the air. What an unfathomable god! Poseidon commented in his heart. Damn, I'm going to punch you into patties. 35. Antaeus roared and got up from the wall, waving his fists to hit Apollo again. At this time, Poseidon's eyes flashed cold, and the trident in his hand fell to the ground. A majestic force like a monstrous wave suddenly repelled Antaeus. Poseidon said coldly, "Apollo is right. In terms of blood relationship, the gods are all connected to each other. If you want to doubt it, no one is worth believing." Saying this, he stared at his wife above. "My sea queen, don't avoid suspicion. Stay here and entertain Apollo for me." At this moment, a god outside rushed in and announced, "No, the oceanic god has attacked our inner sea." Poseidon frowned and asked, "Who is leading?" The god trembled and responded, "The lord of the ocean himself led, and even his wife and the two titans." 55. What? It's all here. Poseidon looked surprised. The alliance between Okeanos and Pontos is not stable, and they are wary of each other. Therefore, when the war is often fought, they will retain a part of their strength to prevent their allies from plotting against them. But this time the ocean gods came out in full force. Just when he was shocked, a report came from outside. "Sea Emperor, it's not good. Pontos led many gods and killed them from the deep sea." 95. As soon as these words came out, the entire temple suddenly became dead silent. How could this happen? Not only did the oceanic gods attack, but Pontos also launched an attack. What should we do now? At most, we can resist the full attack of one of the parties. Before, they were on guard against each other, and they didn't do their best. Now that both sides are doing their best, we can't resist it alone. They made an agreement to destroy us in a battle. Sea Emperor, please make a decision quickly. Many sea gods looked at Poseidon in panic. Poseidon was also a little uncertain. It's not that he didn't expect that the two sides of Pontos would launch a total attack with all their strength, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. His preparations here are not yet complete. Just as his color changed, the golden figure on the side spoke up. Chapter 86. Sea Emperor, since both Pontos and Okeanos have invaded, let me and you face the enemy separately. Apollo's silent voice instantly attracted the attention of the ocean gods present. For a time, these gods were all excited to discuss. Deputy Apollo is a powerful god who can defeat Typhon, and with his help, we will be able to fight against Pontos and Okeanos. Pontos and Okeanos never imagined that we would have support from Olympus. Yes, thanks to the presence of Lord Apollo. Hearing the excited voices of the gods, Antaeus couldn't help roaring. Isn't it just defeating a Typhon? I think it must be that Typhon was severely injured by the god king before that, and coupled with the assistance of many gods of Olympus, you made a mistake. 35. His loud voice was like a thunderbolt, and the entire hall was silent in an instant. Feeling everyone's attention, Antaeus said proudly, "Oceanos stands on the sea. His strength is not so simple. I think it is up to me to ask the mother god to come forward and stop this war first." The sea gods looked at each other with hesitation in their eyes. Although Apollo's reputation is great, they haven't really seen his strength in 230. If it is true that defeating Typhon is just a fluke, as Antaeus said, wouldn't this time be over? But when Antaeus proposed to ask the Mother Earth to come forward, did he take everyone for a fool? Who doesn't know that Pontos and Okeanos are both sons of Mother Earth? And if Mother Earth is willing to help her side deal with them, what good purpose can it have? I am afraid that after the First World War, the entire ocean will be under the control of Mother Earth, and His Majesty Poseidon will become a dispensable puppet. At this moment, a burst of bright light suddenly surged from Apollo's body, centering on the huge body of Antaeus. Before going into battle, you disturbed the morale of the army, and should have been beheaded to show the public. If you are the son of the Emperor of the Sea, I will punish you with whipping in the name of the Deputy Emperor of the Court. 5. Boom. The brilliant torrent of light condensed into a golden long whip in midair. Carrying a blazing light, he slapped Antaeus' huge body fiercely. The son of the Earth Mother suddenly screamed, and the bloody scars appeared on the surface of his tall body. The sea gods looked at this scene in disbelief. This vice president of Apollo is really audacious, and actually whipped Antaeus in front of the Sea Emperor. But I have to say, it's really relieved. The gods of the sea all swept Antaeus, who was beaten to the ground, with dark joy from the corner of his eye. Since he was born, This damn idiot giant has been domineering in the ocean because he is the son of the emperor of the sea and the mother of the earth. Just like dealing with the previous god, if you disagree, you will be beaten to death with your fists. Now finally met a more ruthless existence. Although they were secretly happy, the ocean gods were more worried, secretly staring at Poseidon above. Now that the war is imminent, Haiwang can't fight with the god of light because of this. However, Poseidon was seen holding the trident, no matter if Antaeus yelled in anger before or was whipped by Apollo later. He always stared down with silent eyes. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Apollo is the deputy lord of the court of God, and his status is equal to mine. To question him is to question me, and he should be punished. Come and carry Antaeus down." He stared deeply at his wife, Amphitrite, and said to her, "You are very familiar with Apollo, so you can bring half of the gods and accompany Apollo to meet Okeanos." 9. Saying this, he looked at the other half of the gods of the sea, raised his trident high, and shouted, "Gods, follow me to face Pontos." When he led the gods away, Apollo's golden eyes suddenly flashed, and he quietly looked at Amphitrite. "It is said that the ocean emperor is very similar to my father, but now it seems that compared to my impulsive and direct father, the ocean emperor is much calmer and more rational. Maybe not calm, but simply don't care. He doesn't care about me and he doesn't care about Antaeus, because we're all just tools for him to gain support and consolidate his position. If a tool is useful, it is natural to cherish it, but if the tool loses its value, what is the difference between it and a piece of garbage?" Amphitrite's beautiful cheeks were expressionless, as if she had dried up her tears and lost her sorrow. Looking at the wide ocean ahead, Apollo said in a low voice, "It seems that he has seen your alliance with me, so he wants you to follow me to deal with Okeanos." 99. "Yeah, if you lose, I will lose my last hope, and if you win, I will watch my father fall into your hands. Haha, this is his punishment for me." Looking out at the distant sea, Amphitrite sneered, but remained expressionless. After a while, she quietly looked at the golden figure beside her and said indifferently, "Don't worry about my thoughts. Use all your strength to kill my stupid father. Only he died cleanly. I can gather the other gods of the ocean gods and occupy a favorable position in the unified ocean. For this purpose, Okeanos must die." Not long after her voice fell, the vast sea ahead suddenly rolled out huge waves. The cascading waves are overwhelming, like a curtain that is lifted one by one, spreading from the sea to the sky. And in this endless wave, a thick and meandering majestic ocean current, vast and surging, with endless water waves, surging from the edge of the world. This is a real oceanic river? Oceanos is crazy. The sea gods behind Apollo screamed in horror. In the Greek world, the earth was the center of the world, and the earth was surrounded by boundless oceans. The oceans include offshore, far sea, and deep seas, which are endless. And at the very edge of the ocean, and also the edge of the entire world, there is a vast ocean current that wraps around the sky and the earth like a belt. This is the ocean river. It is the edge of the world, where the sky meets the earth. For thousands of years, the oceans and rivers are like wheels, constantly circulating around the sea. When Okeanos was out against people, the surging oceans and rivers were actually just its projections. And at this moment, this entire universe, the most vast and majestic ocean, was driven by all, rushing towards the sea. I saw thousands of gods standing faintly in the surging waves, each wearing armor and holding weapons, exuding awe-inspiring aura. And in the middle of them, the burly god of oceans and rivers, Okeanos, holds a dazzling spear and stares at the boundless ocean with turbulent eyes like the ocean and rivers. Subordinates of Poseidon, bow down to me and surrender. My god of oceans and rivers, today will rule the oceans, lead the Titans, and restore the divine court. 35. The waves were surging, and he made a high voice that shook the world. Zeus, who was sitting at Olympus, his face turned gloomy. "Damn Titans, you still want to restore? You should put all of you stupid old guys in Tartarus." He was angry. In the waters of the surging oceans and rivers, 3 huge auras suddenly emerged again, exuding an ancient and powerful aura, shaking the universe. This is the goddess of the sea, Thesis, the goddess of the sky. Hyperion, the goddess of light. Thea, 35. In an instant, not only the ocean, but even the gods of the sky, the earth, and the underworld were alarmed. Across a long distance, many gods stared at the four figures standing tall on the sea in shock. In a trance, they felt that they had returned to the old days of the Titans' rule. At that time, the second-generation god King Cronus ruled the universe, and the 12 Titans joined forces to suppress the world. Even a few primordial gods had to shy away from the edge and dare not fight. It was the glorious age of the Titans. With the destruction of the Titans, the glory of the past has long since disappeared into the river of time. But now the four Titans appear at the same time, threatening to restore the Titans. Is this about to change the sky? All over the world, many Titan gods are a little ready to move. As if feeling the shocked gaze of the gods, Okeanos stood on the top of the ocean, looking down at the boundless ocean in high spirits. The spear held high and said, "Poseidon, come and surrender to me with your wife and children. Not only you, but even Zeus sitting high in Olympus will eventually bow to me." 99. The world belongs to our Titans, and the incompetent Cronus will lose this great world to you. But I, Okeanos, will represent the Titans, complete the rejuvenation, and become the new king of the gods. When he was roaring proudly, a sneer came from afar. "Father, why didn't I see that you have such ambitions before? This is not your style." Okeanos stared at the past, but saw his daughter Amphitrite come out from the endless waves. He smiled and said, "Poseidon is afraid. Let you come and make peace? Ha. Tell him that I have received the support of the mother goddess and become the leader of the Titans, the uncrowned king. If you want to surrender, let me." He came in person. 99. I said, "Okeanos, when did you have such courage? It turned out that you were loved by your mother, but I think Mother Earth should have said this to Pontos, and Poseidon may have heard it too." 99. Suddenly, the golden figure of Apollo appeared on the sea with a joke in his mouth. "It's you. The other gods of Olympus can surrender, but you, Apollo, I want you to pay for my son's life." Seeing Apollo's first glance, Okeanos was furious, raised his spear angrily, carrying the unparalleled power of oceans and rivers, and stabbed Apollo with a bang. Standing on the ocean river, this god of ocean and river, the explosive strength surpassed the limit of the past, reaching the pinnacle of the ninth order of the main god. The endless monstrous torrent, like falling stars, surging violently. Chapter 87. The surging waves filled the sky, like a ferocious beast, shrouding the sky and rolling out. Within the layers of water curtains, a sharp spear light pierced through the sky. Okeanos' eyes are cold, and the spear is condensed with unparalleled power, piercing the space, like an epic that has been turned over in the years. Fierce murderous intent poured down Apollo's body like a flood. At this moment, a bright field of light suddenly opened. The blazing bright flames burned the ocean and the sky, and the huge heat distorted the space. Let the waves spread in the sky, all evaporated in the blink of an eye. Boom. Okeanos stabbed with unparalleled spear. Apollo's golden eyes lifted slightly. He smiled lightly and said, "It took a lot of time to repair this spear, right?" Hearing this voice, Okeanos' face full of murderous intent immediately flushed red. The spear light that stabbed out became more and more majestic. However, when Apollo stepped on the sea, a field filled with infinite light swirled around him, and suddenly a great power erupted. At the same time, the power of the stars shines, and the power of the ether and the torrent of light converge, creating a shocking fist mark. Boom. Only a loud rumbling sound like an earthquake was heard, and the surrounding space exploded into flying ashes. A thin fist slammed hard against Okeanos' sharp spear. The shadow of the fist entrains light, and the light of the spear adds huge waves. During the violent collision between the two, the ocean and the sky shook at the same time. Under the shocked gazes of the shocked gods all over the world, the thin fists covered by light hit the sharp spear. Immediately, the crisp sound of clicking echoed through the universe. The divine spear 31, which blessed the power of the vast ocean, was smashed and smashed like a bamboo pole. The blazing power of light bombarded Okeanos' chest. The master of the ocean, who was originally high-spirited and threatened to make Poseidon bow his head, restore the Titan god court, and become the king of the gods, staggered and flew upside down in the monstrous torrent. It seems that your spear can't be repaired very well. I recommend you to go to Olympus to find Hephaestus. His craftsmanship is still good. Staring at the body of Okeanos that fell into the sea, Apollo said lightly. At the same time, three powerful forces came over at the same time, blocking his path and buying time for Okeanos. The goddess of the sea, Thetis, the goddess of the sky, Hyperion, and the goddess of light, Thea, plus Okeanos, all four Titan gods, all of which are above the sixth rank of the main god. I give you a defeat. Standing with his hands behind his back, Apollo looked at the three figures walking out of the waves, and his eyes finally fell on one of the beautiful women with bright hair. Thea, the goddess of light, isn't it? I hate the title of goddess of light. This will make others mistakenly think that you, an old woman, has nothing to do with me. Thea, the goddess of light with dazzling hair and star-like eyes, could not help but fill with anger on her beautiful cheeks, and stared at the blond boy in front of her with resentment and resentment. Apollo, when you abolish my son Helio, see, and my daughter Semene, today I will make you pay the price. On the other side, Hyperion, the god of the sky, also locked Apollo with a cold face, and the majestic divine power of the seventh-order Lord God was brewing and erupting. The goddess of the sea, Thetis, had already helped her husband, Okeanos. This kid is very powerful, especially with a divine body and powerful strength. Let's join forces to kill him. Okeanos shouted fiercely. Immediately, the four incomparably powerful titans, filled with terrifying aura, approached Apollo step by step. The gods watching the battle then reacted. This is Apollo, the god of light, the deputy ruler of the court, who is here to help Poseidon. It's really amazing. It shattered the spear of Okeanos with one punch, as expected of a powerful being who led the Olympian gods to defeat Typhon. You are not well informed. The last time Okeanos was broken by him, the spear was broken, and it was broken again after repairing. I am afraid that it will not be repaired again this time. Hey, god of light just recommended Hephaestus to him. With Vulcan's craftsmanship, maybe there is still hope. 35, for someone like him, dare to say that he will lead the Titans and restore the divine court? He was defeated in one face-to-face, and now he can only deal with the god of light by relying on more people. The Titans are really no one, so let this old man be defeated guy comes out. But there are four powerful Titans. Each of them is a very powerful Lord God, and the god of light is now in danger. Where is the Sea Emperor? Wait, there is also the sound of fighting from the other side of the sea. It seems that the Sea Emperor is fighting Pontos. Could it be that the god of light really wants to fight the four Titans alone, and Olympus has no other reinforcements? While the gods were talking, Zeus, who was sitting high in Olympus, finally calmed down. Perceiving the battle on the sea, he smiled and said, "Go ahead. Whoever is killed or injured on both sides of the two of you is exactly what I want. The four Titans, I don't know how much it will cost you to win Apollo." 99 While he was laughing, in the vast sea, the four Titan gods had gradually surrounded Apollo. Hyperion, the god of high altitude, took the lead, with monstrous hatred in his eyes, guiding the changes in the stars and the sky, and the vast power formed an invisible giant hand, which grabbed Apollo where he stood. Behind him is Thea, the goddess of light. This Titan goddess also has the clergy of light, attracting bright rays of light, shining in all directions, forming a splendid field and expanding. The two oceanic gods, Okeanos and Thetis, joined forces to trigger a monstrous torrent. The four powerful divine forces gathered together, and under the shocking power, the void collapsed, the laws oscillated, and the sea and the sky reversed. At this moment, Apollo's golden eyes suddenly lifted. At the moment when the magnificent divine light erupted, a deep twilight power emerged, and the vast world was suddenly covered by a gloomy twilight. The trumpet that symbolizes the end is blown, and the final judgment comes. Bang! Hyperion, the god of the sky, was the first to rush to the front. The unparalleled twilight power ripped open the invisible giant hand, and the monstrous twilight carried the terrible judgment of decay and death, and violently raged on his divine body. Puff! The god of high skies' face changed wildly, and he stumbled and fell into the waves. His body was sluggish. The goddess of light Thea just noticed that her husband's situation was not good, and before she had time to react, there was a blazing power of light, tearing apart the power of light that belonged to her. Boom! The void burst, the realm shattered. The blazing power of light surged around Thea's body. Like a burning flame, it spread over her entire body in an instant, and the goddess of light was full of terror, struggling to exert her divine power to curb the spread of the bright flame on her body. Sister Thea, the goddess of the sea, Sis, screamed, causing huge waves to try to help Thea douse the flames on her body. But now the deep twilight has come. In the endless twilight, the mighty power of death and decay permeates, but everything that is illuminated by this light will inevitably go to the end of decay and destruction. Puff puff. The goddess of the sea, Sis, coughed several mouthfuls of blood. The wife of the ocean ruler who had given birth to 6,000 children, her delicate and plump body was aging and drying up in the blink of an eye. A terrible twilight fell upon her. To take her life away. Okeano's eyes widened, roaring towards his wife, and the power of the ocean and river behind him exploded violently to the extreme. He is the god of oceans and rivers, standing on the winding ocean. His divine power is the unmatched peak. The ocean torrents gushed endlessly, turning into a crystal belt that kept spinning in the vast sky, wrapping around to protect him and Sis. But these golden eyes seemed to have been in the river of time. Seeing this scene, a blazing light ripped apart layers of space. The powerful force smashed the ocean and river, hitting Okeano's burly body hard. Under the shocked gaze of the gods, the god of oceans and rivers froze and suddenly fell into the endless waves, dying. How is it possible that the four Okeanos were all defeated in just one encounter? Whether it was the gods witnessed on the ocean or the gods watching from afar in the sky, the earth, and the underworld, they were all overwhelmed. They knew that Apollo was powerful. It was also predicted that Apollo would be able to defeat the siege of the four Titans. But this is only a few breaths of effort, and the four Titans are defeated. Simply unimaginable. How powerful is this 230? Obviously, he was surrounded by four powerful Titans. Why is it the other way around now? As if the four Titans were surrounded by him alone and were struggling to the death, said a god in shock. No one answered his words. The gods have not recovered from their shock. I don't believe it. How can you be so powerful? How can you be so powerful? In the surging waves, Okeano struggled to get up, with white hair hanging down his forehead, his old eyes full of unwilling madness. I am one of the 12 Titans, and I am the second-generation Ocean Lord. I am the Lord of the ocean gods, with 6,000 sons and daughters. I will also restore the Titan god court and become the new king of the gods. Why? I have lost so many times to this junior god like you. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. 35 When Okeanos roared, Apollo approached him step by step with an indifferent expression, completely ignoring any words he said. Only the infinite power of light is shining, brewing terrifying murderous intent. Oceanos go. Hyperion, the god of the sky, escaped pale from the twilight and twilight, shouting at Okeanos, roaring and urging divine power to intercept Apollo. Junior, don't think that you have defeated our great Titan. I want you to know. While blocking, Hyperion kept shouting, but he was only halfway through. Seeing the stars in Apollo's body flashing, he suddenly punched out. Bang! The sharp punches crushed his divine power and penetrated his chest ruthlessly. Later, Junior, Hyperion stared at the blonde god in grief and indignation. It's really noisy. Apollo punched again. Boom. The violent power of the stars shrouded Hyperion's head, and the Lord of the Sky stared blankly ahead with a frightened expression on his face. The next moment, his divine body was torn apart and collapsed on the sea. Terrible visions appeared in the sky. Vision of the fall of the Lord God. Chapter 88. The vast sky suddenly became gloomy, shrouded in gloom and gloom. Like the sky is sad. The gods of the earth, sky, ocean, and Hades were all shocked. Hyperion, the god of the sky, has fallen? This is one of the 12 Titans, the existence that ruled the universe in the past. He died just like that under the fist of Apollo. Every god is trembling in his heart. But the pace of Apollo did not stop there. Shrouded in golden light, he roamed the sea, approaching Okeanos step by step. Hyperion, I will kill him to avenge you. Thea, the goddess of light, came from behind and was bathed in extremely splendid light, like a lit moth, vowing to ignite the whole world. The blazing light and heat erupted on her body, transpiring and burning the entire sea surface, and the sixth-order divine power of the Lord God erupted to the extreme. Like a fire dragon, surging towards where Apollo is. The death of her brother and husband who had accompanied her for countless years had made the Titan goddess completely lose her mind. What is the glory of the Titans? What is the restoration of the divine court? Now there is only hatred in her heart. Devour the body and spirit of the enemy with light and fire. Desperate heart, want to die with the enemy. Apollo's golden eyes swept towards her faintly. The power of the stars rumbled and flickered, and the vast power of ether condensed into a sharp punch. The monstrous fist shadow shattered the space, penetrated the light and heat, and landed on Thea vigorously. Pong! Just heard a thunderous sound. While the gods were watching, Thea's forward body stopped on the surface of the sea. The flame on her body gradually went out, and the light gradually dimmed. Only a pair of bright eyes stared blankly ahead. Hyperion, I'm here to accompany you. Muttering the last words, the goddess of Titan disintegrated into a dazzling light that illuminated the whole world in an instant. The sea and the sky are dyed brightly and thoroughly. Thea, goddess of light, has fallen. The gods watching the battle were speechless. Looking at the golden figure in the infinite light, my heart was full of shock and awe. Is this the strength of Apollo, the god of light, the deputy lord of the court who can compete with the king of gods? 2 punches and 2 Titans fell. You must know that even in the Titan War, there is no such thing as the fall of the 12 Titans. Is the era that belongs to the Titans finally over? On Mount Olympus, Themis, the goddess of justice with a balance in one hand and a sword in the other, a teardrop unknowingly dropped from her eyes covered with a white cloth. She is also one of the 12 Titans, and she is also the eldest sister. She witnessed with her own eyes the rise of the Titans and the replacement of the Titans with her own eyes. But even Cronus, who was defeated in the Titan War, was only imprisoned in Tartarus. The 12 Titans have always been alive. This is also the reason why the Titans have been trying to restore. The pillar of the Titan god court has always been there, and there is still hope for everything. But now the Hyperions are dead. The 2 former main gods of the Titan god court have now sadly fallen on the ocean. There will be no more 12 Titans, and there will be no more Titan god court. The goddess of justice said this. She has clearly seen the future. It was an era that did not belong to the Titans. At the same time as she sighed, in a tall shrine, Mother Rhea also shed tears. Looking at her daughter, Hestia, the goddess of the stove, she said in a sad voice, "After all, I have come to this point. During the Titan War, I tried my best to keep none of my brothers and sisters from falling. At most, I entered the tower. Erdelos. I didn't expect that I couldn't escape such an ending in the end. Hyperion and Thea died at the hands of my grandson. I don't think Okeanos and Theseus will survive today. 12 Titans. There are only 8 people left in one day." Rhea stared out sadly. Hestia, the goddess of the stove, whispered, "When they decide to attack Poseidon, challenge the rule of Olympus, and restore the Titans, they should understand that there will be such an outcome. Yeah, this is the inevitable price to pay for fighting for power. A family born in the blood of a god king always has such a fate." 35 The goddess Rhea murmured. At the same time, on Mount Wilson, Zeus, the god of heaven, and Phoebe, the goddess of light, both let out a long sigh, touched by the fall of brothers and sisters. At the same time, he said to his daughter Leto, "You have a son of a great god. The glory that belongs to Titan has not been completely destroyed by Zeus, but will be drowned in his light. This is destiny. The new gods bury the old gods." 35 When the other Titans sighed, they were both Titans, and Okeanos and Theseus were equally sad and melancholy at the moment, but more of a fear. The golden figure that killed the 2 brothers and sisters with one hand was approaching step by step with a slow pace. Powerful, bright fluctuations lingered around him, but it was the breath of death. "Quick, stop him!" Okeanos and Tessis shouted, ordering thousands of sons and daughters in the ocean behind them to stop Apollo. Although these gods hesitated, they did not dare to ignore the orders of the gods and goddesses and rushed towards Apollo, who was approaching step by step with the artifacts. Okeanos and Tessis took this opportunity to retreat. Looking at their backs, Apollo sighed softly. What kind of parents would let their children die and run for their own lives? Before he finished speaking, a vast power suddenly emerged from his body, rushing towards the thousands of gods in front of him like a tidal wave. Under the bright light, these are at most the peak of the upper gods, and even most of them are the ocean gods of the middle and lower gods. Then the tidbits flew all over the sky, and thousands of gods struggled to be planted from the sky to the sea. Such a picture deeply fell on the hearts of every god, shaking their hearts. This is thousands of gods, not thousands of ants. But in front of this god of light, it seems to be even weaker than an ant. Perhaps this is the big man standing at the top of the gods. With a single gesture, one side of the gods can be destroyed. Apollo chased Okeanos and gave Amphitrite a look before leaving. The Sea Queen also woke up from the shock, staring at the distant golden figure with incomparably complicated eyes. She still remembered how she looked when she first saw him. At that time, he was very weak in front of his father, Okeanos, and it was the contradiction that he reconciled for them. But now it has only been less than 100 years, and he has reached this point. "Father, this is your doom." Amphitrite sighed in her heart. Going to the oceanic gods who were kicked out by Apollo, they began to recruit and surrender. On the other side, Okeanos and Theseus fled wildly in the waves. The golden figure behind him is not in a hurry, approaching them step by step. "Go to Pontos and join forces with him. We will have a chance." 35 Okeanos gritted his teeth and said to his wife. The goddess of the sea, Tessis, nodded and ran wildly with the injured Okeanos. Not far in front of them, there are also endless waves surging. Two stalwart figures fought violently together. One wears a crown and holds a trident. Every movement is full of majesty, pulling the endless waves of the ocean to surging and carrying the power of the seven seas to suppress the universe. The other has dark blue long hair fluttering in the wind, and the young and monstrous face reveals an indescribable depth. The figure seems to be integrated with the infinite void, and the world vibrates when he breathes and raises his hand. It is the Sea Emperor Poseidon and the original sea god Pontos. But in terms of personal strength, the two supreme powers stand at the top of the ocean. Especially the primitive sea god Pontos. He is the brother of the first god king Uranus, an ancient existence that was born as early as the Ignorant Age. One-handedly participated in the war between the Mother Earth Gaia and other original gods, and also jointly established the first generation of gods with Uranus. After countless years of accumulation, his strength is a mystery, and there have been rumors that he has already stepped into the original realm. At this moment, even if Poseidon uses Zeon's Sea Emperor's authority to suppress, he is still only indistinguishable from him. Even faintly, the Poseidon Sea fell slightly downwind. Okay, the two were fighting fiercely, and they sensed the speedy escape of the Okeanos couple in the distance, and their expressions changed at the same time. After the investigation, Poseidon was shocked and said, "Apollo killed Hyperion and Thea. How long did the war last?" On the other hand, Pontos did not say a word as he walked over to the two of Okeanos. "Don't think about leaving. Last time you stopped me from going to Olympus. This time I want you to watch the Okeanos die in battle." Poseidon drank, and the trident vibrated, intercepting Pontos on his way. However, intentionally or unintentionally, he deliberately left a little empty door. The distance between Pontos and Okeanos was getting closer. "Apollo, you have the ability to kill two titans so quickly. Humph, this time, let's face the attack of the Okeanos couple and Pontos at the same time." Poseidon sneered in his heart. For the union of his wife and Apollo, he naturally saw it. Originally, although he knew that Apollo was powerful, he also had the confidence to fight against it. But at this moment, the rapid collapse of the four titans cast a shadow over his heart. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and use the hands of Pontos and others to inflict heavy damage on Apollo. Then Zeus will definitely make a move, and then I will be able to watch you fight him to the death and wounded. Poseidon is eager to plan. Duh. Chapter 89. Come on, right ahead. Okeanos became a time when he thought he would be so embarrassed. With his wife, like a rabbit fleeing under the arrow of a hunter, he ran fast on the sea, just to find life. But the blazing light that was approaching behind him forced him to try his best to move forward. Finally, he saw Pontos, who was trembling with Poseidon. In the past, he hated this primordial sea god, and he hated his young and bewitching face, which was obviously much older than himself. But at this moment, seeing Pontos' figure in the distance, his face couldn't help but be full of excitement. You are very excited. Do you know that I have arrived behind you? Suddenly a calm voice came from behind. Both Okeanos and Tessis could not help but froze. Especially Okeanos. He was all too familiar with the voice. After seeing the blonde boy on Rivia Island for decades, he didn't know where to start, but this voice and the golden figure had been haunting his mind like a nightmare. He is obviously only a junior god, born less than 100 years ago. Why can he repeatedly make himself a dignified ruler of the ocean? How unfair is fate to make these young gods so good? Therefore, he wanted to kill him, not because of the hatred of his son Aceros, but because he could never allow such an excellent god to survive in the world. Otherwise, where is the place where the gods and spirits of the older generation, like 230G, can stand? I consider myself decisive, but fate played a big joke on itself. This blonde young god is indeed an excellent junior who can threaten himself, but the other party's excellence completely surpassed his original imagination. In less than 100 years, he was being chased and killed by him. Fate, why do you always give birth to so many powerful junior gods, threatening the status of our senior gods? Okeanos was unwilling. He gave birth to 6,000 children. Only a few of them could be called excellent, and they all rebelled against him. Why are other people's children so strong and good? Destiny is treating me badly. As he thought about it, a twilight shrouded his aged body. Boom. The surging twilight power, with the aura of decay and death, surging over Okeanos' burly body. Okeanos roared to stimulate divine power, causing the oceans and rivers to confront the mighty force. But the power of light is too vast. Although Apollo's divine power is the same as his, they are only the 8th order of the main god. But the magic of the dawning domain itself can make the ordinary Lord God exert the power of the 9th order of the Lord God. Under the superposition of the two, Apollo's power of light has reached a formidable level that is infinitely close to the original realm. Okeanos' severely wounded body, although blessed by the power of oceans and rivers, DB, could not resist such mighty power at all. In the blink of an eye, the cascading waves on his body were torn to shreds. Fortunately, his wife, Tessis, came back to her senses. Although she is only the 6th order main god, her clerical authority is close to that of Okeanos. With the help of all the strength, Okeanos was able to stabilize his heel. There is still a little bit of skill, then take my trick. Apollo smiled lightly. The power of ether in his body erupted. The stars shone brightly, and he punched. After years of practice, his etheric divine body has already reached an extreme level, and the next step is the cycle of stars, forming the prototype of the starry sky, comparable to the original god. At this moment, a punch is thrown, which is also the ultimate power of the Lord God, infinitely close to the power of the original realm. If it is close, with the weakness of ordinary gods and gods, one punch is enough to kill a high-level main god. Although the distance between Okeanos and the two is a little far, but under the fusion of the power of ether and the divine power of light, the majestic power is still beyond the extreme of the main god. Bang! Just heard a loud bang. The surging water formed by the joint efforts of Okeanos and his wife Tessis was pierced with trembling. Seeing the powerful force coming from a distance, a struggle flashed in Okeanos' eyes, and then a savage surge gushed out. Tess, I'm sorry, I want to live. Suddenly, he finally hugged the wife who had given birth to more than 6,000 children for him, and who had been giving birth for half of his life, but had no complaints. In her stunned and sad eyes, he pushed it into the flood of light. He turned and fled to where Pontos was in the distance. The splendid and majestic power of light shrouded the plump body of Tessis, the goddess of the sea. When death was approaching, the Titan goddess was still in a daze, staring at the direction her husband fled, her mouth filled with disbelief. Immediately, it gradually melted in a bright light. Another Titan god has fallen. But at the moment, the gods watching the battle were not sighing or sighing, but were full of anger and chills. It is hard for anyone to imagine that the dignified ruler of the ocean actually traded his wife's life for a chance to escape at a critical moment. This is too shameful for the gods. As expected of the father of Aseros, you are more ruthless than him. Apollo sighed softly. He remembered that when he killed Aseros, the son of Okeanos, the other party also used his comrades to block the sword. It's no wonder that you like him so much. It really is your own father and son. With a sneer, Apollo turned into a streamer, chasing after Okeanos, who had already fled to Pontos. Neptune, stop Pontos and deal with Okeanos, and I will help you deal with him. Apollo shouted to Poseidon. Poseidon nodded, and the trident swept, detonating endless water waves, blocking Pontos. Apollo, on the other hand, was approaching Okeanos, who had fallen into the Jedi, step by step. All the gods cried out in secret, "God of light, let him go down to see goddess Tessis." 39. Such a god was even promoted by the Titans as a representative. The era of the Titans has indeed passed. Apollo, on behalf of us Olympus, get rid of this old fellow, my great vice-lord of the court. Even the Titan gods such as Themis and Rhea, who fell because of the three brothers and sisters, restrained their sadness at this moment and looked forward to Apollo killing Okeanos with disgust. He seemed to hear the crusade of the gods, and in the endless waves of water, Okeanos grinned. What do you people know? I am the only hope for the revival of the Titans, and only if I survive can I lead the Titans to rebuild and rebuild. It belongs to our divine court. Zeus also brutally killed his wife, my daughter, but isn't it because he is the king of the gods, so no one dares to mention it? I have already seen through everything, and when I become the new king of gods, everyone will only praise me for my decisiveness today, and my greatness will be written in epics for the world. Okeanos was still chattering, and suddenly a blazing light covered his standing place. Apollo's golden eyes were dazzling, and he silently attacked the past. Okeanos shivered and slowly backed away towards Pontos. Seeing the crisis here in Okeanos, Pontos also increased his impact on Poseidon. Suddenly, Poseidon's eyes flashed with cold light, and the trident in his hand deviates a little. Pontos thoughtfully dashed past his block, carrying the mighty water waves, surging towards Apollo. The sudden change shocked the gods watching the battle. Only Zeus on Olympus looked a little thoughtful, and said to himself in a deep voice, "Poseidon, do you also feel his threat?" The waves were monstrous, and the original sea god Pontos, who had a strange appearance, rolled on his body with infinite might, and slammed into Apollo from the side. Young god, Okeanos can't die yet. When the gods were terrified, Apollo seemed to have expected it long ago, and a light divine power blocked Pontos' attack. At the same time, the golden eyes swept towards Poseidon indifferently. The Sea Emperor said in an embarrassing tone. Inadvertently, he was rushed over by him. He raised his trident. "Come on, you and I will join forces to kill the two of them here. Join us." Apollo suddenly sneered. Then, with golden eyes, he glanced coldly at Pontos and Okeanos in front of him, and said lightly, "To kill them both, I alone will be enough." Suddenly, Apollo was stalwart, and the vast divine power of light and the power of infinite ether erupted violently, sweeping the two of Pontos like a raging tide. Terrible force, shaking the sea and the sky. Chapter 90. One person is enough. The calm words, on the vast sea, stirred up a turbulent situation. Poseidon's expression froze, and the trident he was holding trembled slightly. On the opposite side, seeing Pontos blocking the front, Okeanos became emboldened and sneered. Young gods are arrogant, standing on the sea. I joined forces with Pontos. Even the mother gods and the others dare not say that they can win. Do you really think you are the original god? Before he finished speaking, a dazzling power of light penetrated the water curtain and splashed. The primitive sea god Pontos, who looked young and demonic, flashed a splendid look in his eyes, and a majestic water wave intercepted it. Bang! The power of water waves resisted in front of the power of light, and in the blink of an eye, half of the power of light was eliminated. But the remaining power of light still penetrated the water waves and hit the corner of Okeanos' mouth. The face of Okeanos, who was laughing triumphantly, suddenly changed, and he hurriedly urged his divine power to resist. The power of light was like a whip, slapping Okeanos' mouth fiercely. Snapped. The fierce force left a bloody trace on the old face of Okeanos. If you play well, you should take this old guy. The gods watching the battle applauded. But he was still a little worried. Although the god of light is powerful, Okeanos is not weak, and Pontos is even more mysterious and unpredictable. No one can figure out the bottom line of his strength. Can God alone really stand against the two of them joining forces? Yeah, the god of light is still a little too big. If you add the emperor of the sea, this battle will be won. As the gods whispered, Apollo, who was in the infinite light, suddenly flashed. A twilight loomed over the two Pontos. Good magic! With a slight sigh, the original sea god monster's face gleamed, his arms suddenly opened, and monstrous waves rolled out from behind him, like an upside-down storm chart, colliding with the dusk and twilight. Not far from him, Okeanos woke up from the whip on his face, covered his puffy cheeks, and stared at the golden figure in the light with resentment. Seeing the monstrous waves caused by Pontos compete with the dusk and twilight, he has confidence. Roaring the mighty force of the ocean and rivers, it turned into waves of shocking waves across the void, impacting the light. The surging waves rolled. Apollo's tiny figure, like a small boat in the boundless storm, was hit by the stormy waves. But the single leaf of this boat is as heavy as mountains and rivers, and the power of light spreads brilliantly. Pontos' face became solemn, but seeing the power of light in the distance getting stronger and stronger, Apollo's figure approached like lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The power of the ether spreads violently, and the light of the stars shines in the sky. The layers of waves and water curtains were pierced and torn. Apollo's golden eyes are dazzling, and his majestic figure is full of sacred aura. Laugh. The sky is shrouded in light, endlessly splendid. The majestic power is like the collapse of the vast sky, and the rumbling shrouds Pontos. The original sea god looked startled, and monstrous power erupted from his body. On the other side, Okeanos saw that Pontos was in danger, his eyes full of resentment with hesitation. After struggling for a while, the power of the oceans and rivers was triggered to attack behind Apollo, to clear Pontos. But at this moment, Apollo's golden eyes turned around suddenly, and he was icy cold. You have finally come here and accept the light of judgment. More boom. The deep dusk and twilight suddenly erupted in midair. Decay and death enveloped Okeanos. No, you can't kill me. The god of the oceanic river looked panicked, roaring the ultimate power of the oceanic river, and the endless stream of vast water poured out. But in the dim twilight, these surging ocean currents quickly exhausted, bleak, like a mass of stagnant water. Bang! The power of the ether exploded, and a sharp fist mark landed on Okeanos' chest. The god of oceans and rivers froze. Suddenly, he staggered and fell to the surface of the sea. The dark red blood stained the void. Bring me back. Pontos looked awe-inspiring, and a vast force that was completely different from before erupted from his body. Instead, it was like being taken by a vessel, continuously integrating into Pontos' beautiful body. The original sea god was like a pitch-black abyss, constantly swallowing and absorbing the surrounding sea water. His aura instantly broke through the extreme of the Lord God and stepped into a brand new realm. This is the original breath. The gods were shocked. At the top of Olympus, Zeus' eyes tightened on the throne. Staring at the terrifying abyss of Pontos that devoured all the seas in the ocean, he said in a low voice, "It really exceeds the limit of the Lord God, but it is not completely original. Pontos, I finally understand your details." 99 on the ocean, Poseidon, who was watching the battle with a trident, looked even more awe-inspiring and muttered in his mouth, "No wonder my sea emperor authority can't completely suppress you. It turns out that you have already set foot in the primordial. It turns out that you are not actually a sea god." His voice fell, and the endless sea below suddenly surged. Like a cauldron full of water, it was shaken and shaken. It is not the sea that is stirred, but the bottom of the sea is shaking. At the bottom of the dark and deep, deep sea, dark holes suddenly split open, forming huge trenches, exhaling a heavy breath like the earth, and raging over where Apollo is. With his golden eyes condensed, Apollo took a deep look at Pontos and said solemnly, "So you are the god of the sea in geology, not the god of the sea in the true sense. What are sea gods? Nature is a god who has authority over sea water, waves, whirlpools, etc. But in fact, all the gods ignore one point. The ocean is actually a large amount of seawater gathered in a low basin. Pontos, the original sea god, was never a god of the sea. He is the god of the earth. What he symbolizes is the huge basin that carries the infinite sea, like his brother Uriah, lord of the mountains, who is a symbol of the mountains that protrude from the earth. After all, we are all children born from the earth, and of course we are all part of the earth. *##pound. Feeling the surprised eyes of the gods, a smile appeared on Pontos's bewitching cheek. The first generation of gods, Uranus, the god of the sky, Pontos, the original sea god, and Uriah, the lord of the mountains, their three brothers are different from the other children of Gaia, the mother of the earth. They were conceived by Mother Earth alone, essentially an individual split from the earth, like night and darkness born out of chaos. It's just that the chaos is stronger than the earth, and the night and darkness it breeds have reached the original realm. And the sky, ocean, and mountains that the earth gave birth to are not the real primordial. You are half primordial. Apollo's golden eyes seemed to pierce through time, seeing through all the secrets of the world, and said to Pontos silently. At the same time, his figure flashed coldly, quickly approaching Okeanos. Boom! The light of the stars shone, and the majestic fist covered the head of Okeanos like thunder. Pontos's deep eyes were condensed. His divine body was like a dark abyss, swallowing innumerable seawater, blocking in front of Apollo's fist. .0 bang. The terrifying fist power that was close to the original power poured out all over Pontos like stars falling to the ground, but only a monstrous water wave was stirred up. On the other hand, Pontos's monstrous body remained motionless. You don't understand. The original realm is a completely different world from the main god. My god body has long surpassed pure matter and energy, but is a part of the world. 99. No matter how strong your fist is, can it shake the whole world? Staring at the golden figure in front of him, the figure of Pontos echoed faintly. Unexpectedly, Apollo suddenly laughed. Oneself is the source of authority, and oneself is the composition of the world. It is true that such a state cannot be shaken by pure power, but you are not really the original. 39 bang bang bang. The power of light erupted dazzlingly. Apollo's golden figure spun brilliantly, and his awe-inspiring fist shook the universe. The powerful force poured down on Pontos' strange body like a hurricane. The original sea god's expression gradually changed. As Apollo said, he is not really the original state. He is half primordial, and has some of the characteristics of the primordial god, but he also has a god body and a spirit body. As long as the strength is strong enough, it can still hurt him. It's just that the general main god doesn't have that kind of power at all, and the primordial god doesn't need to deal with him like this at all. To deal with the existence under the original, he is invincible. But he met Apollo today, a real monster. The vast power of ether and the power of light are violently superimposed, which is comparable to the original mighty power pouring down on the body of Pontos. Finally, Pontos' face changed, and he turned sideways to avoid Apollo's attack. A faint smile appeared in Apollo's mouth, and instead of attacking Pontos, he looked coldly at Okeanos, who quietly fled to the distance to watch the battle while he and Pontos faced off. Boom! The punch that pierced through the space hit Okeanos on the forehead coldly. The great ocean lord looked stunned, with unwillingness, with remorse, with despair, and the divine body gradually cracked. Chapter 91. No, it shouldn't be like this. I am the noble Titan, son of sky and earth. I am in charge of the oceanic god department. I have 6,000 children. Who has more children than me? I should lead the Titans, complete the great cause of restoration, and rule the world again. I should be the king of the gods. Looking at the gradually crumbling divine body, Okeanos' old face was full of unwillingness and despair. The turbid and faint eyes stared wide, and they focused on the golden figure in front of them. Suddenly, the galloping oceanic river stopped its meandering, and like the ebb tide of the flood, it shrank back to the edge of the world. On the other side of the ocean, Amphitrite, who was gathering her brothers and sisters, trembled suddenly and sighed. "Father, you just think too much of yourself, and you have neither the strength nor the courage to succeed. How can you win in the battle of the gods?" Her eyes flickered, and she looked at the many ocean gods around her with a frosty face. He said coldly, "You can feel it too. Okeanos is dead. If you fight stubbornly again, you will be buried with him." The ocean gods stared at each other in a daze, and at the same time knelt down in front of her. 243. Sister Amphitrite, we will obey your orders from now on. Amphitrite smiled lightly. "Not from me, but from the Emperor of the Sea, from the god court, from the god king and the deputy lord." At the same time, the titans such as Themis and Rhea also sighed again. Although they did not like Okeanos, they were still filled with melancholy when they saw the fall of this brother. But in the depths of the dark earth, in the majestic temple, wearing a long yellow dress, the beautiful and plump Earth Mother Gaia, but a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. "It's nice to have another dead." When she spoke, a majestic force surged into her plump body like fertile soil. With a slight tremor, the stalwart aura on her body increased a bit. And this same situation happened 3 times not long ago. The fall of the 4 titans increased her power 4 times. The seed sown in spring will always usher in the harvest season in autumn. This is the joy of harvest, and it belongs to the gift of the earth. The corner of Gaia's mouth smiled lightly, and his heavy eyes looked down at the dark palace in front of him. In the darkness, the majestic earth breath combined with a vast sky, intertwined with illusory and real scenes. It seems that there are stars, mountains, oceans, and city-states exposed, just like a real world. Zeus, you gods, how do you understand my thoughts? The ocean has never been my goal, whether it's Okeanos, Poseidon, or Pontos. They are all dispensable children. I don't want the ocean, but the whole world. 35. In the treacherous whisper, Gaia cast her eyes into the sky where the illusory and the real were intertwined, and a tall, blood-stained figure bound by layers of chains came into her eyes. Snapped. Suddenly a whip slapped the man fiercely. Gaia said coldly, "It's time to wake up and bring Pontos back to me, whether it is alive or dead." Suddenly, the stalwart figure hanging upside down in the illusory sky, bound by layers of chains, still breathes a near-real vast sky. He suddenly opened his eyes full of resentment. "Another titan has fallen. Mother, you should be the happiest now. The harvest season has come." Looking at the cracked body of Okeanos, Pontos sighed softly, his bewitching cheeks filled with disappointment. Apollo frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Every time a titan was killed, their corpses crumbled to pieces. But it wasn't what he actually did. He calmed down for a moment and stared at Pontos indifferently. "It's one-on-one now. Let me experience the original power." 5. The blonde goddess of the younger generation. Your power is indeed unexpected, but you have never really set foot in the original. You will not understand what the original scenery is. The monstrous face of Pontos suddenly twisted, like a deep void, and the endless seawater quivered and poured into his face. Poseidon looked at the ocean under his feet in awe, and in an instant, the boundless sea water dropped several scales. That amount of water, if it fell into the earth, would be enough to trigger a world-annihilating flood that would spread for tens of thousands of miles. But at this moment, the endless sea water was still pouring into the distorted hole in Pontos' face. Pontos' body gradually became illusory, leaving only the hollow, illusory and twisted, swallowing the seas. Boom! Apollo launched an attack. The splendid stars shone brightly. The power of ether condensed in the palm of his fist, and a majestic punch slammed out. Pontos also suddenly punched. Infinite water waves swept through the sky, with the vastness of the sea competing with the stars. Boom! Fist to fist, palm to palm. The handsome figures of gold and dark blue intertwined, fighting elegantly. The power of light burns like a flame, and the boundless ocean waves are raging. With every gesture, the space collapsed and the order shattered. Nothing can withstand such a powerful force. Hey, Pontos can actually compete with the gods of light with their divine bodies. They are so terrifying, and every movement seems to be able to sink the world and penetrate the sky. 35 The gods changed their expressions in horror. Your divine body is indeed very powerful, accommodating the power of the stars, but I, who also carry the power of the seas, are not inferior to you. Pontos once again absorbed the infinite sea water, and the surging waves in his body became more and more surging. Apollo felt great pressure. This is the first time he has encountered a god who can fight with him in close combat, since he cultivated his etheric body. In fact, Pontos is not the kind of god with powerful gods. But as an ocean basin, he can accommodate the power of the seas, and a light fist is the turbulent energy of the seas. At the same time, in his half-prime realm, his divine body is almost illusory, and it is difficult to be hurt. It's the kind of character who is both strong and powerful. But this kind of battle is hardy. Apollo suddenly erupted with war intent, and the etheric body was driven to an unprecedented realm. The stars shone brightly and faintly revolved around each other, forming star systems, river systems, star clusters, superstar clusters. A blurry starry sky appeared in his body. The starry sky swayed, and the vast power surged from the fists and palms, suppressing the seas and shattering the oceans. At the same time, light and twilight are intertwined, blessings and judgments descend together, and pure white fire burns blazingly. Push your strength to an unprecedented level. Boom. The surging fist marks, like arrows shot by stars for arrows, bombarded Pontos one by one. The original sea god trembled, gritted his teeth, and fought back. The infinite void completely contained the waters of the seas, making Poseidon stunned. Under the eyes of the Sea Emperor, the entire ocean was almost exhausted. But Pontos couldn't control so much. The huge waves rolled, and the seas gathered together, forming a mighty fist and colliding with Apollo. Boom! The two fought against each other. Centered on the place where the palms of the fingers meet, the huge space cracked like a cobweb in the blink of an eye, spreading out a huge cavity. After the impact of the force, Pontos stood there in a daze, as if he was a little confused. Puff! Apollo coughed up blood, but instead of retreating, he advanced, and another punch hit Pontos in the chest. Wow! Pontos was like a deflated balloon, and a large amount of torrent of ocean waves burst out from his body, and he stumbled and fell on the sea surface. Only then did he recover from his ignorance, with a look of astonishment on his monstrous cheeks. In the palace of the god king of Olympus, Zeus was very shocked. This is Pontos who has gathered the power of the seas, and his punch pierced through the seas. The face of the king of the gods couldn't help but be horrified. Determined to face Apollo again in the future, and absolutely can't give the opponent any chance to get close. Such a divine body is too terrifying. When he was shocked, on the ocean, Apollo lightly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Pontos calmly. Come on, I haven't had enough. Unexpectedly, the figure of Pontos suddenly turned into a huge wave, rushing into the depths of the ocean. For point 4, huh? Apollo narrowed his eyes, looked around, and chased after him. Pontos escaped into the deep sea, and a large amount of seawater leaked from his body. Apollo's punch just now pierced through the seas and punched a hole in him. What a terrible fist, what a terrible god. With lingering fears, Pontos felt bitterness in his heart when he sensed the golden figure chasing after him. The figure fled deeper into the ocean like a wave. At the bottom of the deep sea, a majestic dark blue palace emerged. When Pontos saw it, he was overjoyed and got into it. Apollo followed, and suddenly opened the system map. I found myself very close to the treasure chest mark above. It seems that this is the palace of Pontos, and the god-level treasure chest is here. Apollo immediately searched. On the one hand, he came to the ocean to be invited by Amphitrite, and on the other hand, it was for this god-level treasure chest. Under the guidance of the system map, he quickly came to the main hall of the Pontos Palace. Not far from the throne, there was a golden treasure chest. Apollo walked over to pick it up and was about to open it, when suddenly his face darkened. Duh! Chapter 92. Putting away the god-level treasure chest, Apollo looked around coldly. He suddenly said in a deep voice, "I found you earlier. Pontos escaped so fast, not just avoiding me." Boom. Apollo hit a corner of the palace with a force of light. The moment he made his move, a tall figure shrouded in shadows suddenly appeared in that corner. I saw the man raised his palm, and the surrounding space appeared layer upon layer of illusory sky, resisting the impact of the power of light. Immediately, it turned into light and rushed into the depths of the palace. With such strength, you shouldn't be a nameless god. Apollo's golden eyes flashed, and the eye of omniscience stared at the past, but found that they could not see through each other. This surprised Apollo a little. With his omniscient eye, except for a few special beings, only the primordial god could not be seen through. Could this figure be some primordial god? Judging from the blow he just fought, his strength should be stronger than Pontos, but it seems that he has suffered some kind of injury. If it is the peak period, it may really be the realm of the original god. 39 Apollo was heartbroken. He has now roughly judged his own strength. Below the primordial god, even a half-primordial like Pontos, with his divine power and the etheric divine body, can fight against it. But if it is the real primordial god, then only with the burning sword, the world-destroying artifact, can it compete. The original gods themselves are the constituents of the world, and they do not need any authority, because they themselves are the source of some authority. Even their life forms have transcended matter and energy, and are abstract rules and concepts. Such existence, ordinary means can't even hurt them at all. Only the flaming sword specially designed to destroy the world can restrain these worlds themselves. But that was a last resort. It was not the world that made the primordial gods, but the primordial gods who made the world. Any injury or fall of the primordial god will bring irreparable damage to the whole world. Perhaps the primordial gods have a way to obliterate each other without damaging the world itself. But he has no such patience, and the backlash of the burning sword is not a pleasant feeling. If it really is a primordial god, which of the 5 would it be, or other unknown primordial gods? Apollo pondered in his heart, and the figure quickly caught up with the man. The two chased after each other, and soon came to the back of the Pontos palace. The primordial sea god was hiding in a hidden sea eye, and when he saw the tall figure who came first, he had a strange face with fear, and said in a low voice, "This day has finally come, but I didn't expect it to be you. Take me." 95. Every split must be combined. Since we were born, it is destined to be such a fate. Shrouded in shadows, the tall figure said in a very painful tone. He seemed to be struggling, but to no avail. Soon he returned to the coldness at the beginning, and his body was filled with terrifying murderous aura. Pontos gritted his teeth, looked at him stubbornly, and roared, "You have completely lost, but I will never just accept my fate." Suddenly, the sea eye behind him exploded. The palace trembled suddenly, and immediately the entire ocean shook because of it. Afterwards, Apollo's golden eyes flickered, staring at the majestic palace below him, and said in surprise, "This is actually an extremely powerful main artifact, even surpassing the main artifact. I started building this palace a long time ago. Originally, I wanted to wait for the promotion of primordial to accommodate the power of the seas and become primordial artifact, but now it seems that there is no such opportunity." Pontos looked at the hall below with a sad face, with a ruthless expression. I saw that he slammed under the palm of his hand and fell into the center of the palace, a core location that only he knew. Boom. The entire palace suddenly cracked open, as if a chain reaction had been detonated. In an instant, the entire ocean began to vibrate like an explosion. The endless sea water rolled and raged, and the monstrous tsunami shook the universe. The face of Poseidon on the sea suddenly turned white, and the trident in his hand was struggling to point to the noisy sea, and the authority of the Sea Emperor urged. However, the authority of the Sea Emperor, which was always unfavorable to the ocean, seemed a little weak at this moment in front of the riotous sea. The monstrous ocean waves rolled endlessly. The layers of waves submerged the islands. The overwhelming tsunami spread to the vast land, and the violent waves even shook the dark underworld. On Mount Olympus, Zeus, who had been watching the play silently, suddenly had a hard look in his eyes. Take the lightning spear and fly to the sky." At the same time, the power of the god king was activated, and the boundless might protected the vast land. At the same time, Hades in the depths of the underworld looked helplessly at the shaking throne. He also got up and walked out, activating the power of Hades to stabilize the turbulent Hades. At the same time, the authority of the three kings urged. A great and vast supreme aura suddenly filled the world. This made the turbulence of the ocean to calm down a little. Who was that person who made Pontos have such a big reaction? At the center of the infinite wave, Apollo's ethereal body exploded to the extreme, and only then did he stabilize his body in the surging waves. As far as he could see, Pontos used the infinite ocean waves to burst out with unparalleled combat power, and fought fiercely with the tall figure shrouded in the shadows. The ups and downs of the ocean waves beat on the tall figure shrouded in shadow, blocked by an illusory sky. That tall figure, like the incarnation of the sky, with a vast and unparalleled aura, raised his hands and looked down at all beings in the universe. The incarnation of the sky. Apollo's face changed suddenly. The golden eyes stared at the tall figure, slowly said, "You were born in the age of ignorance, married the earth that nurtured you, defeated many ancient greats, and used the sky to surpass all things. You have led two brothers to establish a divine court to rule the universe, to make the primordial god crouch and tremble, and to let the earth, a symbol of abundance, give birth to 12 children for you. 99. But those 12 children were pushed by their mothers to overthrow you from the throne and establish a new era. I didn't expect that you have already fallen to the point of being enslaved, being manipulated and mutilated by your brother. The first god king, the god of the sky, Uranus." Apollo's voice fell, and the deep shadow shrouded in the tall figure dissipated in an instant. A terrifying figure with mottled blood on his body, haggard and dazed and maddened, was revealed. He glanced at Apollo's location with a twisted face. Suddenly he let out a gloomy, low smile. "My descendants, you are really an excellent god, but you can't escape your destiny. You can't escape." The voice fell, and the aura of Uranus skyrocketed, and a vast and great power completely covered Pontos. The original sea god roared and struggled, but his struggles were completely ineffective. The power of Uranus seemed to completely restrain him, making him unable to break free at all. "My brother, you forgot that out of the three of us, both of you are just a division of the earth, a part of her. Only I am the vast sky that can cover the earth. If it wasn't for the plot, even she might not be able to defeat her. Me, not to mention you." Uranus smiled slyly, and the figure 243 turned into pieces of invisible sky, covering Pontos. The original sea god was completely bound. At this time, Apollo moved, and a force of light violently swept towards Uranus. The first-generation god king, who was in a very strange situation, turned around abruptly. An illusory vast sky covers the light. Everything must survive under the sky. No matter how strong the gods are, they are just gods. Have you ever seen a mountain higher than the sky? Your divine power must be surrendered under the sky. The illusory sky completely swallowed the light. Apollo's eyes wrinkled, and a pure white flame, dusk and twilight erupted. But all these authority and divine power disappeared quickly in front of the illusory sky displayed by Uranus. His tall figure mottled with blood was like the sky above his head, unshakable. At this time, Apollo's figure suddenly flashed, and he attacked again. Uranus said indifferently, "Do you want to use your powerful divine body to shake my sky? Come, let me see the limit of your junior." Just as his voice fell, he saw Apollo's figure flashing, and he didn't mean to attack him at all, but to the place where Pontos was bound. Pontos had excitement in his eyes. He thought he was going to be saved. However, Apollo suddenly pulled out a flaming red rust sword and decisively pierced his chest. In an instant, the terrifying force of destruction shattered Pontos' body. The original sea god slowly fell in shock. "Although I don't know what your real purpose is, Pontos is obviously what you need. If you kill him, you will not achieve your goal." Holding the flaming sword in his hand, Apollo looked at Uranus faintly. At this moment, in the majestic palace deep in the earth, a huge roar filled with anger suddenly uttered. Chapter 93. Died. Uranus looked at the torn Pontos absent-mindedly. His cloudy eyes couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. Suddenly, a heavy earth breath permeated from his body. Uranus' face was twisted and deformed in an instant, and the violent and evil spirit spread on his body, as if he was carrying a monstrous anger. Slammed to where Apollo was. Sure enough, it was controlled. The breath of the earth, Mother Earth Gaia. Apollo's golden eyes flashed, and the omniscient eye stared at Uranus. Indistinctly, I saw countless chains like the roots of vines, which bound the first-generation god-king in the dark shadow. The roots of these vines originate from the strata under the deep sea. The seabed is naturally a part of the earth. This is why Pontos is only half primordial, because he is only an individual split from the earth and still belongs to the earth in essence. After the death of Pontos, there was no problem with the basin on the sea floor. A heavy earth breath spread and took over the vast seabed in the blink of an eye. That's why Mother Earth wants him. He split from Mother Earth, and now he's growing strong, and naturally it's the harvest season. The original Uranus. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Apollo's heart, and the burning sword in his hand exploded splendidly, and the sharp sword light slashed towards Uranus. Boom! The flaming sword light collided with the vast sky, and the unshakable sky suddenly showed signs of rupture. The world destruction tool, it shouldn't exist. Uranus' eyes were deep and deep, and the rich earth breath on his body became more and more intense, and he made a terrifying voice that could not tell whether it was a male or a female. Half of his face had cold, killing intent, and half of his face was struggling like a twist, as if two consciousnesses were fighting. What is the state of Uranus now? Looking at this strange picture, Apollo frowned. The details of the grandmother of the gods, Gaia, the mother of the earth, are really hard to guess. She may have started the layout as early as the ignorant era. The sons of Uranus and Pontos were bred, just to wait for the harvest time. During the first generation of God's court, she harvested Uranus. Now it's time to harvest Pontos. But dealing with Pontos should only be to recover the authority of the seabed. But Uranus here does not seem to have the authority to be recovered at all. Instead, it is being manipulated like a puppet. She tried so hard to get a puppet to be a thug. Apollo didn't feel so simple. She may have bigger plans. During his contemplation, the sea outside was broken open by several powerful forces. Vaguely, the figures of Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades approached. Uranus' face changed. He looked deeply at Apollo and turned away suddenly. Stop! Zeus was the first to break through the layers of waves and slammed a bolt of lightning towards Uranus. But the latter moved quickly, avoided the lightning, and disappeared under the sea. Damn, who is he? Zeus scolded and looked at Apollo. Apollo glanced at him lightly, did not respond, and walked up. Apollo, I command you to stop. Zeus roared. Apollo still ignored him. His figure turned into a golden light and rushed towards the sea. Zeus was so angry that he was about to strike lightning, but he noticed that the flesh of Pontos remained in the ocean. Is it the breath of that sword? He killed Pontos with that sword? Zeus said in shock, his face full of shock. He has understood the strength of Pontos, half of the original realm. If he didn't have the authority of the king of gods, he didn't have the power in his thighs. Just relying on his own divine power, he would not be an opponent at all. How could such a powerful being be lost in such a short period of time? Zeus was shocked and began to reevaluate Apollo's strength. He thought that with the power in the fusion thigh, his own progress was already very fast. But the progress of Apollo's strength completely exceeded his budget. Who was that figure? Pontos has fallen in such a short time. What did we miss? Poseidon held the trident, his brows furrowed tightly, his face full of doubts. Hades, who came behind him, sneered. There are not many gods with such strength in this world, and they are related to the affairs here in the ocean. Besides our grandmother's handwriting, who else is there? His words made both Zeus and Poseidon nodded. Especially Zeus, with a look of shock in his eyes, seemed to think of something. At this time Hades laughed again. Zeus, that son of yours is really powerful. In today's battle, for Titans were killed, and Pontos was also beheaded. Even in the Titan War, we didn't have such a record. Right. 5. Don't mention him to me. Zeus drank coldly, his face covered with ashen. It is indeed a very good god, but the threat to us is too great. Poseidon's face also darkened. You shouldn't forget the fate of our gods. The strength of the next generation is destined to overthrow the previous generation. Now that both Okeanos and Pontos are dead, I don't want to become the previous sea king just after being the only king of the ocean. Poseidon's words made Zeus's face even more gloomy. He had felt threatened for a long time, but he had no choice but to take Apollo. At this time, the two looked at each other and looked at Hades at the same time. Since the ocean has been unified, it is better for the three of us to join forces to get rid of the outstanding beings in the next generation of gods such as Apollo and keep Olympus from falling. The two of them suggested that Hades sneered. That's your own business. I don't have any next generation. I asked you to follow my method, not to find women, not to have children, or not to have so many things. Who made you both lewd and careless about your own underlings? 35 with a sneer, Hades turned into a black streamer and went to Hades. Looking at the distant back, Zeus and Poseidon both snorted coldly. Their eldest brother doesn't look like their brother at all, whether it's temperament or style. Zeus. Although Hades was very cold and arrogant in the early years, he should not be so gloomy. Do you feel that since he entered the underworld, he seems to be a different person? Poseidon whispered. Zeus also frowned. Your words did remind me that many aspects of him have changed a lot compared to the original Titan War. My son Hermes also has some positions in the underworld. When he usually travels to and from the underworld, he once heard that Hades first entered the underworld and had no gods around him. So he visited the goddess Nyx and his wife in the tower one by one. Tartarus has their support. Goddess Nyx is nothing but Tartarus, which is the forbidden area of the gods. Although we have locked a large number of gods in it, we don't know the situation inside it all. Will Hades' transformation be affected? Could it be related to Tartarus? 35 The king of God and the emperor of the sea looked at each other, their eyes a little deep. After a while, Zeus changed his words. No matter what happened to Hades, since he doesn't want to participate, then the two of us will cooperate to deal with Apollo and the others. I think you also know that Apollo's involvement with the ocean was a partnership with your wife, and if I guess correctly, my other daughter, Athena, was also involved in it. Their existence is also a great threat to you. Join hands with me and find an opportunity to get rid of Apollo, so as not to leave any hidden dangers. 35 Zeus' proposal made Poseidon ponder, and after thinking for a while, he said, It's still a chance. These are the gods of your Olympus, and they have little to do with my ocean. Poseidon, if you are so hesitant, there will definitely be chaos in the future. Zeus growled, That's why you had problems with Olympus first. Now that the war at sea has just ended, I have a lot of things to do. I don't have time to talk to you, so I'm leaving. Poseidon waved his hand and walked to the sea outside. Only Zeus was left with his face full of anger. Apollo is indeed a big threat, but isn't you Zeus? If you cooperate with you alone, I'm afraid that I will be eaten by your schemes. After walking out of the sea, looking at the vast sky, Poseidon said. On the other side of the sky, Hades, who was driving the dark chariot to the underworld, just approached the place of the underworld, and a low voice sounded in his ears. I feel that the sacrifices that Elysee Paradise needs are in Olympus, a very young girl. Find her, take her back to the underworld, live in the Elysee Paradise for 1,000 years, and sacrifice body and spirit to complete the rituals. At that time, the real ghost will return to the world. A strange light suddenly appeared in Hades' dark eyes. I don't know if Zeus, Poseidon, and the others got together to plot against me. However, they are all superficial brothers, and if they really want to do some conspiracy together, they are not worried about me, but they themselves are the most worried. Walking on the sea, Apollo muttered and found a relatively remote island. After laying a few shielding magic and magic around him, he took out the god-level treasure chest that he had put away. Looking at the golden treasure chest in front of him, he gently opened it. Immediately, the sound of the systems sounded in his mind. Chapter 94. Ding! You opened a god-level treasure chest and obtained the source crystal *2000, the golden book of light, 3 stars, and the star of the universe *10. Hearing the familiar voice in his mind, Apollo was startled for a while. Immediately, he came back to his senses and looked at a few things that suddenly appeared in his hands. Xinyuanjing, needless to say, old man. I don't know when I will be able to open the more advanced Tianyuan crystal. Maybe it will only be possible with the more advanced Super God Treasure Box and Supreme Treasure Box. The Golden Book of Brightness, marked with 3 stars in the system, seems to be a powerful artifact not inferior to the Burning Sword. Apollo focused on the golden book that appeared in his hand. Judging from the size and length, this 3-star artifact is not very different from ordinary books, and it feels 200 or 300 pages thick. The cover of the book is bright golden yellow, with a sun-like gold pattern in the middle, surrounded by flame patterns. The whole gives a sacred, awe-inspiring momentum. Every page inside is blank after opening. At this time, a message came into Apollo's mind from the book. Everything that is said will come true. Is this the power of this golden book of light? After digesting the information in his mind, Apollo gently rubbed the cover of the golden book in his hand with his fingertips, feeling the flame-like patterns on it. The method of using this artifact is very simple and rude. As long as it is written on it, it can be realized. Of course, the premise is that you have such powerful divine power. If the divine power is insufficient, you can also use the power of faith instead. Sure enough, faith also useful. Apollo suddenly opened his eye of omniscience and stared at the surrounding space. Vaguely, from the distant earth, milky white rays of light rose from time to time and flew towards him. Listen carefully, filled with the sound of sincere prayers. It is nothing more than prayers such as the brightest star of Olympus, the merciful and discerning Lord, praise the light, and so on. Apollo could see and hear these things long after he had omniscient authority. He now has the most followers among the gods. But the Greek gods didn't need belief, and he didn't know how to use them. At this moment, holding the golden book of light in one hand, he beckoned to the milky white rays of light in midair, and suddenly a large amount of milky white rays of light poured into the golden booklet like a tide. The sun-like pattern on the surface of the book suddenly glowed brightly and automatically turned to the first page. Looking around, Apollo said softly, "Let there be light." On the first page of the bright golden book, several clear handwritings suddenly appeared. Immediately, infinite light appeared in the surrounding space, completely illuminating the remote island at the foot of Apollo. You don't need to actually write, you can also use voice input, but it's very human. After observing the surroundings, Apollo smiled lightly. Generally speaking, artifacts that need to be written with a pen are the exclusive use of villain conspirators. A notebook that will die if you write your name. A quill pen that secretly guides people's actions to cause and effect. A positive person with a divine aura all over his body, or such a divine weapon like a word of speech, fits his temperament. Holding this book and confronting people, it also looks more elegant and self-restrained. But it's just getting more and more godly. No, it's not a god stick, it's like a god itself. Apollo muttered in his heart. I'm thinking about using the golden book of brightness to fight the enemy in the future, and I want to input it by voice. Should I add, God says, in front of it? Putting away the golden book of light, Apollo turned his attention to the last thing opened from the treasure chest. Zhou Xingquenxing. Looking at the 10 drops of liquid floating directly in front of him, Apollo wanted to complain a little. The last blood of the Creator is also this kind of liquid. Can't you send it to a bottle and pack it, and it floats directly in front of your eyes? Apollo carefully looked at the 10 drops of liquid with his all-seeing eye. It seems to be an aggregate of some kind of pure energy, with no special properties, but it seems to be somewhat similar to the power of ether. Having said that, he tried to take a drop and absorb the energy in it. In an instant, he trembled. The power of the stars of the etheric body exploded, and the stars shone brightly, like a chemical agent with a catalyst added, and the speed of operation was increased dozens of times. Can it help the cultivation of the etheric body? Apollo whispered. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the changes in his body. After a drop of eternal star was quenched into his body, the etheric divine body, which had already reached a certain limit, increased rapidly with a strength dozens of times higher than usual. It seems to be about to break the bottleneck and reach a new field. 1 drop has such an effect, and 10 drops will definitely help me cultivate the etheric body to the state where the galaxy operates and becomes the prototype of the starry sky. At that time, I will be able to compete with the original god only by the power of the divine body. The brilliance in Apollo's eyes suddenly grew brighter. The battle with Artemis has made him understand the gap between himself and the original god. If he didn't use the flaming sword, even in the two domains of divine power and divine body, he had reached the pinnacle of the Lord God. It is also still difficult to fight against the true primordial. But as long as the etheric god body is cultivated to the level of the starry sky, it will never be inferior to any primordial god. The primordial god is a part of the world, and is itself only a part of the world. The starry sky in its rudimentary state is completely inferior to part of the world. As for the perfection of the starry sky, it is the highest realm of the etheric divine body of the universe. Apollo estimated that among the primordial gods, only the most mysterious chaos god, Chaos, could be comparable to that, dB, level. Perhaps that is the real original realm. Apollo always felt that the realm of Gaia, the primordial gods, was not perfect and perfect, but only part of the world, lacking independence and integrity. Wait, what Mother Earth wants to do is to become a truly complete world. Suddenly, Apollo understood something. When you reach the level of Mother Earth, you should have nothing to pursue. The replacement of the 3 generations of god kings is under her control, and all the gods are her descendants. If it is only for power, it is not impossible for her to be the god king herself. Aside from the vague and unknowable fate, what is worthy of being pursued by characters of their level may only be to make the imperfect self into the real perfection. Guessing the thoughts of the original gods such as Pandamu, Apollo shook his head and collected the remaining 9 drops of eternal star quenching. Breaking through the bottleneck of the etheric body is not a simple matter. After returning to Olympus, he will go to the starry sky again and ask the Lord of the Stars for help, in order to have greater confidence. Leaving the remote island beneath his feet, he returned to Poseidon's temple. Apollo, I thought you had left the ocean. Amphitrite saw him with a smile on her face, full of grace. Did the incorporation of the gods of the oceanic gods go smoothly? Apollo asked. After the war, the gods of the oceanic gods and Pontos have surrendered. Now my husband is taking people to incorporate the gods under Pontos, but he has encountered many obstacles, and I am basically here. Finished. A self-mockery flashed across Amphitrite's face. This is actually nothing to be proud of. The gods under Pontos are very loyal to Pontos, so it is difficult to incorporate. As for my brothers and sisters, all of them are boneheads. Once the oceanic gods are defeated, they will all surrender. Such a god can be used, but it cannot be used as a real reliance. Apollo nodded. If you can see this clearly, I will be relieved a lot. You are obviously not yet 100 years old, so don't use such an old-fashioned tone, okay? Amphitrite felt that she was being despised. Mingming is also a god who has lived for tens of thousands of years, and is considered by the gods to be the goddess of wisdom and eyesight, the queen of the noble and excellent ocean. No need to be reminded of being an immature girl. In particular, the other party is still a junior who is less than a fraction of her age, although his strength and personality are strong and perverted. With a sigh, she took out a long box. You should go back to Olympus. This is what I found from the treasure house of the oceanic gods. Take it back and give it to Aphrodite and Artemis. Amphitrite opened the box. What caught Apollo's eyes were 7 coral bracelets of gold, silver, blue, pink, blue, purple, and black, with different colors, but all of them were bright in color and moist in material, and contained a lot of pure energy. These are all made of the most precious deep-sea jade. The material, color, and craftsmanship are all top-notch. They have the effect of maintaining appearance and adding charm. They are most suitable for goddesses to wear. Amphitrite introduced. Apollo understood her thoughts. Probably because the gods of the oceanic gods are unreliable, and they can only continue to win over his foreign aid. But thinking that I have nothing to give to myself, I got these for Aphrodite and the others. Looking at her deeply, Apollo nodded and put away the box, exhorting. Poseidon is not a simple character. You can discuss more with your sister's daughter in the future. My sister's daughter, isn't it Athena? Why don't you just say her name? Looking at his leaving figure, Amphitrite pursed her lips, a little strange. Chapter 95. Under the bright sunshine, The sky of Olympus is blue as wash. The towering mountain is surrounded by clouds and mist, standing on top of the world. As soon as he returned to the home of the gods, Apollo smelled the fragrance of flowers. Staring with golden eyes, the foot of Olympus mountain was filled with bright flowers. Under the bright sun, it exudes a burst of fragrance. "Brother Apollo, you are back from the ocean." A girl's voice with joy appeared in his ears. Apollo smiled and looked into the depths of the flowers. Among the bright flowers, half squatted a bright and moving girl. She had been cultivating flowers seriously and attentively, and her white and tender hands were covered with black soil, and when she saw Apollo's arrival, she burst out laughing. Cheeks as white as peeled eggs, filled with innocent smiles, and big green eyes staring out. A head of lavender hair, which has become a little brown with age, looks like a waterfall of jet black from a distance. "Persephone, where is your mother?" Apollo looked at the sister. Compared with the last time we met, her figure has matured a lot. Under her knee-length light green short skirt, her white and tender calves are exposed, which are whiter and softer than cream, full of freshness and attractiveness. Above it, the ups and downs of the chest could not be concealed, and the young girl's green breath was like bamboo shoots emerging after the rain, vigorously rising. Persephone blinked and said, "It seems that the father is about to give birth, and the mother goes to the temple of the king to see him." 99. Father God is about to give birth. Apollo twitched at the corner of his mouth, but he knew in his heart that the life in Zeus's thigh was about to be born. "So it is. It seems that we will have a new brother soon," he said softly. Persephone shook his delicate head like a rattle, leaned in front of Apollo, looked at his handsome cheeks with big eyes, and said seriously, "I don't want a younger brother. They are not good-looking. I want brother Apollo." 5. She is currently the youngest daughter of Zeus on Olympus. But Zeus has not been idle all these years, planting seeds outside Olympus, and there are countless sons of demigods. She didn't like those demigod brothers at all, because most of them were brutal and rude, and they didn't look good, and none of them could beat her. Only brother Apollo is the most handsome and elegant, powerful and full of charm. Persephone snuggled close to Apollo's arms. Apollo rubbed her beautiful head helplessly, took out a brown-black one from the bracelet that Amphitrite gave, and put it on her crystal wrist. Although Persephone is the goddess of spring, it is theoretically more compatible with the turquoise one. But for some reason, Apollo felt that black was the best fit for her. "Brother Apollo, did you bring me a gift at this time? It's so beautiful." Persephone happily looked at the black bracelet in his hand and seemed very happy. "Okay, since Father God is about to give birth, then I'll go take a look. You can continue planting your flowers." Apollo smiled at her tenderly. "Well, when I have cultivated all these flowers, I will invite you to come and see, brother Apollo." Persephone nodded his head. Apollo walked into Olympus and found that there were far fewer gods and nymphs. It seems that they have all gone to see the king of God to give birth to a child. Apollo smiled and returned to the Temple of Light first. What surprised him was that Aphrodite was sitting in front of the mirror in the room, combing her hair slowly, with a beautiful face, frowning lightly, and looking sad in the mirror. Hearing the footsteps, she turned around suddenly. Her beautiful face was full of surprises, and she threw herself on Apollo. "You're finally back." She looked at Apollo's angular face softly. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be dyed with mist. "Is this a new marriage?" Apollo murmured in his heart. Unexpectedly, after Aphrodite softened, she glared at him fiercely. "You said to go to the ocean to help, but it turned out that Okeanos and Pontos were all solved by you. That series of battles. You know how worried I am about you?" Apollo was silent and looked at her calmly. Aphrodite's eyes softened, and her cheeks were flushed. "You bully me like this, and it's not enough to make me murderous once in a while. It's because you can't hold on to it yourself. Just now, your eyes should be firmer, and your face should be more serious, just like this." Apollo showed her a few fierce expressions with a light smile. Aphrodite tried a few times, but found that no matter how firm she was in her heart, when she saw Apollo's golden eyes, all her expressions would suddenly collapse. Immediately, he was deflated like a ball. "It seems that you are right. I am stupid." Sometimes being too smart is not necessarily a good thing. Apollo wrapped his arms around her slender waist and sat on the chair next to him. Feeling the softness on his body, as well as the faint fragrance, he relaxed on the back of the chair. You must be very tired. I used to live in the ocean. Pontos and the others are very powerful. It must be very hard to fight against them continuously. Aphrodite's slender fingertips rubbed his cheeks, her eyes full of eyes. It is sweet and distressing. Apollo chuckled. Why are you like Sister Artemis? She used to look at me like this every time I fought with other gods. Hearing Artemis' name, Aphrodite raised her beautiful eyes and said softly, because we are all your closest relatives. I just heard that my godfather is going to give birth. All the gods are waiting. I thought you were going too. With his palms caressing her flawless face, Apollo whispered, Cut, isn't it a man who gives birth to a child? I've seen Athena born from his head. Is it very rare to give birth from a thigh now? Aphrodite curled her crystal lips. As an old lady, I am also a wise man with extensive knowledge and rich experience. Yeah, a tens of thousands of years old girl. Apollo's indifferent voice suddenly made her complacent collapse. Take this to dislike me again. She was wronged, wasn't it, because she was born a little early? But at the beginning, she was afraid of being coveted by her beauty, but she had lived in a small island for tens of thousands of years, guarding an Eros who was still a group of lights. Those tens of thousands of years were all in vain. Nothing happened, and nothing was learned. The actual experience is the years on the Olympus. Okay, Sister and the others are in the palace of the King of God. I'm going to take a look. Apollo stood up, for flowers, and put the pink one in the bracelet that Amphitrite gave to Aphrodite. The latter kissed him happily. The black one was given to Persephone, the pink one was given to Aphrodite, and the silver one was given to my sister, of course. Purple and blue are very suitable for Astrea and Hecate, except for gold and blue, they are basically given away. Now, did Amphitrite inquire about my social circle and prepare so much? Apollo thought as he went out. Lord Apollo, you are back. 35 not far from the front of the palace of gods and kings, the 9 lively and lovely muses all gathered around and looked at their main god. Well, let me see your singing and dancing situation during this time. If you don't improve, I will teach you a lesson. Apollo said to them with a stern face. Lord Apollo, don't do this. Our sisters will look at your handsome face, and they will behave abnormally. The muses frowned and looked at Apollo pitifully. It's all excuses. I don't believe that I have such great charm. Apollo took out the majesty of the Lord God towards the gods, ignoring their tender eyes. The golden eyes swept to the closed temple of the gods, and the pupils shrank suddenly. Under the inspection of the omniscient eye, he could feel that the temple of the god king at the moment was filled with an incomparably profound aura. There is something similar to the breath of Zeus when the authority of the king of God is activated, but it is not as vast as the authority of the king of God to dominate everything. But it reveals a deeper majesty than the authority of the king of God. Like a ruler who rules the universe, he is about to be born. With a trace of solemnity, he walked to the palace of the god king. Sister Artemis was standing at the door, and when she saw him coming, her cold eyes, like the silver moon, like melting ice, showed a gentle smile, and walked quickly to his side. You're back. She looked Apollo softly up and down. The latter waved his hand and said, No injuries, sister, don't worry. In the battle with Pontos, he actually had some serious injuries, but that drop of energy from the universe star also repaired his injuries while helping him improve his etheric body. Artemis was relieved a lot, pointed to the inside and said, It has been going on for a long time. I don't know what happened. It is obviously more difficult than normal childbirth. Probably this child is very unusual. Apollo quietly stared at the temple of the gods ahead. Hera, Demeter, Athena, Hephaestus, Hermes, Ares, and other gods were all there, and all the gods were concentrated. Only a few people such as Athena noticed the return of Apollo, the deputy monarch of the court. Standing above, Athena gave him a faint smile. After waiting for a while, when the gods were a little suspicious, inside the palace, there was finally a cry of a baby. Immediately, the door to the temple of the gods was opened, and Zeus, the king of the gods, sat silently on the throne above, holding a baby with white hair after birth. Holding the baby in his hand, he spoke to the gods in a solemn voice. The son born in my thigh, the new god of Olympus. I give him a name. Dionysus. Chuan. Da. Chapter 96. Dionysus. The gods listened to this name, and their eyes were fixed on the white-haired baby in Zeus's hand. Although just born, Dionysus looked about the size of an average 2- or 3-year-old child. This is nothing unusual among the gods. When Athena came out of Zeus' head, she was a girl in armor, holding a shield and a spear. Apollo silently stared at him with the omniscient eye, but they didn't find anything strange. They were all similar to ordinary gods when they were born, and there was nothing unique about them. The only strange thing is that he was in the hands of Zeus, looking at the many gods around him, a pair of olive-colored eyes, flashing and blurry. Suddenly, he struggled to jump off Zeus's hand and trot towards the place of the gods. With the rank of Zeus, Dionysus would naturally have no way to break free from his hand if he was obstructed. But Zeus was also curious and let him jump off. Under the gaze of the gods, the white-haired young god trotted out from the steps of the throne with a staggering pace. With curiosity and madness on his tender face, he came to Ares 243, step by step. "Little thing, what are you doing?" Ares glared at the young brother angrily. He didn't like any of the brothers at all. But the fierce look of this god of war did not frighten the young white-haired god at all, and Dionysus ran to Ares' legs with both hands and feet. Ares wanted to kick him away, but the gods and his father were watching. He didn't want to be rude to his newborn brother, so he had to let Dionysus climb to his waist. Suddenly, Dionysus stretched out his small hand and grabbed Ares' waist. In the surprised eyes of the gods, he grabbed the wine bottle that Ares was wrapping around his waist, then flexibly unscrew the bottle cap and pour it into the throat between the large mouths. Goo, goo. The huge divine king hall was quiet. All the gods looked at each other and let the sound of wine flowing through their throats echoed in the hall. After a while, Athena, the tall and bright goddess of wisdom, said to Apollo next to her with a smile, "It seems that our new brother is an alcoholic, which is interesting." Just as she finished speaking, she saw Dionysus jumping off Ares, holding the wine bottle tightly with both hands, his face half intoxicated and half frowning. Then, under the surprised eyes of the gods, he violently smashed the bottle with half of the wine left. There is a hint of disgust in the action. This made Ares pale. What the hell does that mean? He stole out Sue's wine, and he looked disgusted. If it weren't for such an occasion, and it was the newly born son of the father god, Ares swore that he would have taken off the head of the white-haired god with his sword. Seemingly aware of Ares's chilling gaze, Dionysus staggered and aimed his little face at him. Suddenly, a milky white divine power erupted from him. "Hey, it's quite extraordinary to attack people with divine power at such a young age," Ares said with a disdainful smile. How could he fear the divine power of a newly born god? Deliberately maintaining a little demeanor, I saw that he did not do any resistance action, letting Dionysus' divine power cover his body. Under the shroud of milky white light, Ares did not tremble at all, and looked around the gods with a proud face, and then looked at Zeus above. "Father, I think this Dionysus was just born, and his divine power is too weak. Let me take him there and train him well. I will definitely teach him to be an excellent warrior." "Well, Father God, why do you guys are they shaking?" At the end of the story, Ares glanced around with a weird face, and there were wobbly gods in his eyes. "Huh, Athena, you stinky woman, are you drunk? And Apollo, aren't you very good? How can you stagger after drinking a little wine? That's all." 99 He laughed and pointed at the gods, only to find that everyone looked at him with strange eyes. Especially her mother, Hera, had a gloomy expression on her face, as if she was going to stab herself with a knife. So he said angrily, Mother God, no wonder the father god likes. He likes to find other goddesses, which male god will suffer from you. You are such a stern wife." In Hera's livid eyes, he slammed to the floor and fell asleep. Afterwards, the gods walked coldly to his side, kicked him severely, and then shouted, "Hephaestus, help your brother down." At the same time, he stared at the white-haired baby not far away with cold eyes. Zeus above laughed, walked to Dionysus, picked him up, and said, "My child, it seems that you were born with a feeling for wine. Olympus just doesn't have the god of wine. In the future you will it is the new 12 gods of Olympus. Dionysus, the god of wine." As soon as Zeus' voice came out, The expressions of most of the gods present changed. There is only one vacancy left for the 12 main gods of Olympus. Many gods are staring at this position. No one thought that Zeus would directly give it to a newborn child. You must know that even the current deputy monarch of the divine court, Apollo, was born for several decades at the beginning and had a record of fighting against the Lord God. Most of the main gods of Olympus were bestowed only after they reached adulthood. Dionysus, the god of wine, what qualifications does he have to become one of the 12 gods at birth? Many ordinary gods have dissatisfaction on their faces. Seemingly sensing their thoughts, Zeus' face turned cold. Sitting high on the throne, he shouted in a deep voice, "My resolution is the will that all gods must follow." While speaking, he especially stared at where Apollo was with his icy eyes. Of course, the king of the gods will not forget that when he was in the ocean not long ago, this son completely ignored his call. The latter smiled lightly and looked at him quietly. Two pairs of eyes shot out a cold chill in the air. The entire Olympus became dead silent at this moment. After a while, Zeus looked at Athena and Hermes and said to them, "You will be responsible for teaching and taking care of Dionysus from now on." Athena and Hermes nodded. "Okay, you all leave, I'm tired." Zeus waved at all the gods. After all the gods had left, he on the throne looked at the white-haired baby in his hand, and the corners of his mouth suddenly filled with deep expression. How about a great existence? It is still difficult to come back after death, to find the sanctity in the madness, to move from the glory of the past to the new glory, to replace everything I have, and to be crowned as the king again. Oh, how likely is it? 35 with a sneer, he put Dionysus down and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, with the root of his thigh that had just been cut open as the source, a great and vast force slowly swept through his body. The breath of power. Zeus' face was full of intoxication, and he stroked his thigh with his palm. Most of his residual power is in my body, and now I only need to spend some time to master these powers, and I can use this into the original realm. Apollo, wait. It won't be long before you die. A terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from his stalwart body, and the storm covered the huge hall. In the corner under the throne, the white-haired Dionysus looked around in astonishment. A pair of bewildered eyes suddenly fixed on the throne below Zeus. He had a strange feeling. The throne seemed to belong to him from birth. Leaving the temple of the king, Apollo was on the road with his sister Artemis and Athena. The goddess of wisdom with a glorious face suddenly whispered, "Apollo, your record in the ocean is really brilliant. I am shocked. I hope that one day you will be so shocked that you promise yourself." Artemis stood between her and Apollo coldly. Apollo stopped his lips that he was about to lift and silently looked at the two beautiful goddesses. Looking at Artemis, Athena sighed. "Artemis, are you so willing to find a wife for your brother?" Artemis said lightly, "No, I just want to watch 4.4 until you are crushed by my younger brother." "Thank you. You are also the famous virgin goddess of Olympus, so you can say anything that damages the reputation of purity." Athena sneered. "I don't care about other people's evaluations. Seeing you being overwhelmed is what I hope for right now." Artemis was incomparably calm and was completely untouched by his words. This made Athena a little depressed. This hunting goddess has always been against her, or has a bad relationship, but likes to fight each other. In terms of strength, she has always pressed the opponent, but in the battle of words, she has always been known for her intelligence and discernment, but she has never been able to win the opponent. Because no matter what you say, as long as you don't talk about her mother and younger brother, he is completely cold as water. There is absolutely no other thoughts in my mind. Such pure people are the easiest and the hardest to be touched. Only with the people and things she cares about the most can she break her defenses. Blinking her eyes, Athena looked towards Apollo. There are 3 most famous virgin goddesses in Olympus. Except for Aunt Hestia, it is me and Artemis. Who do you think is more worthy of this title? Chapter 97. Looking at Athena's eyes, Apollo kept himself calm. The 2 goddesses were arguing, but it still affected themselves. This is a theoretical proposition, but he doesn't want any cleverness. Looking at the bright and moving Athena calmly, he gently took Artemis' hand and said softly, "For other gods, I don't know how to judge this matter. But for me, Sister Artemis is the most holy and flawless existence in my heart. Artemis' eyes suddenly filled with warmth, while his face was serious. Brother, you are too lack of skill to talk like this. You should tell the goddess of wisdom in a sincere tone that her intelligence and purity are the most splendid gems of Olympus, and no one can compare. How can a false lie hide from the eyes that symbolize wisdom? Apollo shook his head gently. The goddess Athena is not such a superficial god. Then you are wrong. Athena looked at him faintly. Don't think that if you two go along and talk like this, you can make me not angry. I have always been very careful. Having said that, she stared deeply at the golden figure in front of her with her bright eyes, and said calmly, I've always understood that for the two of you, each other is the most important thing. I once had a twin spirit, but it's a pity that he didn't have the chance to be born. 531 At this moment, Apollo felt a heavy sadness in this goddess who always had a smile on her face, making people unable to see her true thoughts. Artemis also fell silent, and pity appeared in his silver eyes. Wisdom, power, and depth, this is her impression of this sister. She has been chasing after this figure all the time, wanting to be like her. Independent, confident, and strong, able to do everything he wants to do and protect those he wants to protect. But she also understood. Under this beauty full of wisdom and power, there is a heart that is even more fragile than her. What I want to cherish and protect now is that she has already lost these. Artemis murmured silently. Seeing that both of them were silent and sad, Apollo laughed and said, It's all the main god who dominates one side. Don't be like a little girl. Come, I brought you some gifts from the ocean. He grabbed the hands of the two respectively, took out the gold and silver coral bracelets, and put them on. You have a complete set of bracelets, right? How many goddesses have you given them? Athena suddenly regained her usual confident smile, looked at her wrists that were caught, and asked with raised eyebrows. It's good to give it to you. Why are you asking so many questions? Artemis' face also changed to the usual arrogant and deserted look, and he glared at her. The two of them. Apollo was speechless. Whether it's my sister or Athena, they are all very talkative in front of him. But when two people appear together, the speed of the overturning and transformation is now too staggering. The two of them are destined to violate each other. Obviously, the relationship is still possible, but they just don't deal with each other when they talk. Perhaps this is also a sign of a good relationship, he thought. After the two stared at each other for a while, he interjected, Athena, these bracelets were given to me by the goddess Amphitrite. Now that the ocean is unified, Poseidon is by no means an easy person to deal with. To complete the plan in the future, you will need to help her plan more in the future. 99. It's not just as simple as the Emperor of the Sea. I'm afraid Mother Earth will continue to intervene in the affairs of the ocean. You said that the first generation of God King was controlled by her. Athena's face became serious. The layout and purpose of Mother Earth have a deeper purpose. You should already be the 9th rank of the main god now. You are very powerful, but you can't touch the original level. Don't think about it. Apollo carefully looked at Athena for a while. The 9th order of the Lord God. Artemis looked at Athena in dissatisfaction with surprise on her pretty cheeks. Put away this look. Although I have always used the strength of the 8th rank of the Lord God to fight with you, it does not mean that I am not of a higher rank. 35 Athena smiled. Actually, as long as you don't touch the original realm, there is not much difference in the rank of the main god. The 5 primordial gods and the 3 kings with the authority of the God King are the beings who can dominate the situation in this world. 5, of course, there are more Apollo you now. She stared with a sigh. The once immature god has grown into a great being enough to influence the world pattern. No one can really understand the 5 primordial gods. Among the 3 kings of the sky, the ocean, and the underworld, our Father God always has inexhaustible cards, and no one knows his true limit. Hades, the king of the underworld, was even more profound and unpredictable, and he couldn't figure out the details. In fact, he was still the most simple, who could see his limits and was easy to deal with. This is also why the sea is used as a breakthrough. Hades. Apollo Lingua suddenly moved, carefully recalling what he knew about the Lord of the Underworld, regardless of whether Zeus and Poseidon had dealt with him. Only the Lord of the Underworld showed all kinds of things that were incompatible with his 2 brothers. Doesn't look like a real brother. If you really want to talk about the complicated situation, the Hades is the most difficult place in the world to understand. 3 of the 5 primordial gods are in the underworld. The first and second generation gods have never been able to infiltrate the underworld, and there has never been a master of the underworld. Hades was the first person to open up the underworld when Hades entered the underworld. No one knows what happened to him. 35. Athena wrote. Apollo nodded, thinking about taking time to go to the underworld to observe on the spot. There is also a god-level treasure chest there. In addition, you must also look at Hecate and visit Nyx, the goddess of the night, to learn more about the level of the original god. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, they exchanged goodbye with Athena about the future situation of Panhai and what happened to Dionysus. Aiming at the back of Athena, who was leaving alone at dusk, Artemis' face suddenly softened. Our sister is really a very unique god. She described it like this. Sister. Apollo listened to Artemis' name to Athena, surprised and not surprised. Of course I can't admit it in front of her, otherwise I'll be crushed. But it must be a wonderful thing to have a sister like her. Artemis said seriously. She is indeed excellent. Leaning on Artemis' shoulders, Apollo's golden eyes stared at the gradually emerging night. But in my heart, you will always be the best. Under the slowly rising silver moonlight, he gently hugged her. Feeling the warm breath on his body, Artemis' cheeks flushed, and he stood dazedly under the moonlight and starlight. The vast starry sky is still the same forever. One by one bright stars, in the vast sky, rotate, as always, exuding dazzling brilliance. After returning to Olympus to live for a period of time, to adjust the state to the best, Apollo stepped into the starry sky alone. Among the stars, an elegant and demure figure appeared in front of him with a smile. Apollo stepped forward and hugged her, sniffing the delicate fragrance. Astrea, your beauty will always be as dazzling as the stars. I like your boasting about my words. Astrea smiled and sat with him, looking at the bright stars. Some time ago, a strange thing happened in the starry sky. Father God was inspecting the starry sky recently, and he won't come back until later. Astrea told him. Strange thing, what is 243? Apollo asked. I'm not very clear. Anyway, Father God met a mysterious god, and after the fight, the opponent disappeared quickly. Astrea's expression became slightly serious. Being able to fight against the Lord of the Stars, at least a high-level Lord God, suddenly appeared such a god. Apollo was a little wary. Astrea said, I don't know the opponent's strength very well. He suddenly appeared in the starry sky, had a move with Godfather, and then escaped, unable to determine the specific rank. Maybe it's just an ordinary Lord God, but he has a similar Hermes special authority like travel, runs quickly. She didn't care much about it, and leaned on Apollo as gently as she fell asleep, closing her eyes like a baby, her long eyelashes shining brightly under the starlight. Apollo enjoys this quiet moment. Astrea can always make people's heart become as quiet as the stars, which is her unique charm. After a while, the aura of Astraeos, Lord of the Stars, finally appeared in the starry sky. Respected Vice President of the Court of God, welcome to the starry sky as a guest. Asterios said in a calm voice. Seeing this young blonde god again, there was some sigh on his face. Obviously not many years have passed, but the other party has changed a lot. Fighting against Zeus, slaughtering Typhon, deputy monarch of the court, pacifying the ocean. All these achievements made Astrios, a veteran god who lived in seclusion in the starry sky during the Titan court, sighed and shocked. The last time we met, as the ruler of one of the gods, although he did not obviously despise the gods of the younger generation, he had a solemn attitude. Lord of the Stars, I need you to gather the power of the stars again. Apollo said straight to the point. Without saying anything, Asterius nodded and summoned many star gods. After whispering a few words with Astrea, Apollo silently prepared for the quenching of the stars. Prepare for the baptism of the power of the stars, and the etheric body condenses the prototype of the starry sky. Chapter 98. The infinite starry sky, deep and dark. But in this boundless darkness, the bright stars twinkled brilliantly, like pearls, embedded in the black dress, shining brightly. Apollo stood in the center of the starry sky, His golden eyes were deep and solemn, and he looked around at the surrounding stars. A burst of brilliant light bloomed on him, more vast than the sky, brighter than the stars. Like small hot suns, light spots bloom in the void, and the terrifying light and heat spread across the entire starry sky like a storm. Looking at this scene, the Lord of the Stars, Astraeus, had a solemn expression on his face, and his starry eyes were full of sighs. With such power, he is not far from the original. Astraeus sighed. As the master of the starry sky, the ruler of one of the gods, in terms of his own rank, he is not inferior to the three brothers Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. It has already reached the level of the ninth order of the main god. But he also understands that if there is no special opportunity, it is basically impossible for him to step forward in his life. One is that the bloodline has reached its limit. The two are the original difficulty, which is beyond the imagination of all gods. It was not the world that made the primordial, but the primordial that made the world. The so-called priesthood and authority are nothing but the branch evolution of the origin power of the primordial world. Except for a few special ones, such as the authority of the king of gods, other authority, in front of primordial are all children's toys and jokes. I am the Lord of the stars, the master of the starry sky. But I can only invoke the power of the starry sky, but cannot become the starry sky itself. Just like mortal kings, they can rule a country and invoke the power of that country, but can they create a country with its people and land? The difficulty is too different. But why did this young god achieve such a feat so quickly? The Lord of the Stars sighed softly in his heart, and took the old man in the twilight to see that the outstanding juniors surpassed him and shattered the glorious era once created by himself, and suddenly mobilized the power of the stars. Under the astonished gazes of all the gods and mortal creatures in the earth, ocean, and underworld, the nearly eternal bright starry sky above the head suddenly shook together. The stars seemed to be ignited, radiating a dreamlike, dazzling splendor in the vast sky with brilliant light. And in the center where the power of the stars gathered, a magnificent golden sun gradually rose. The splendid light covers the sky in the blink of an eye, and the vast universe is illuminated like day, with infinite light and heat, illuminating every life on the earth and sea. In the majestic and magnificent temple of light in Delphi, the beautiful and demure priestess was devoutly offering sacrifices to the gods, her clear eyes suddenly trembling with eyelashes. She looked through the window with excitement and admiration, gazing at the bright sky, and immediately walked out of the assembled congregation. In the royal palace of Crete, the king, who was still discussing political affairs with his ministers in the middle of the night, trembled suddenly, knelt down in the bright sky, and murmured the name belonging to the light. On the Spartan arena, two young warriors who were fighting for their lives suddenly put down their swords and shields, and waved their arms to bathe in the golden light in the sky. Suddenly embraced together. In the Amazon country, women with sturdy folk customs who believe in the goddess of hunting, who symbolize the cruelty of nature, stopped hunting and looked at the sky with excited eyes. In the Peloponnese, the sleeping deer stood up dazedly, feeling the warmth from the sky, as if being massaged soothingly by one hand. So they spread their hooves and ran wildly as far as the eye could see. In the woods, in the vast ocean, the blue waves rolled up all over the sky, and huge fish jumped out of the sea happily and rushed to the light of the sky and the waves. Even if they are about to fall back into the water soon, the warmth of that moment is happy for them. Golden light and heat shone on them in them. Brightness is warmth, beauty, and hope. From the earth and the ocean, there were countless prayers praising the light, and the milky white light of faith flew into the depths of the starry sky. In Olympus, whether it is the god king and god queen sitting high on the throne, or a main god and ordinary gods, or the lowest nymphs and god-servants, they all raised their eyes and stared at the sky covered with light. In the light of countless gazes, Apollo's momentum rose, and his divine power reached the level of the ninth order of the main god at this moment. At the same time, he took out the remaining 9 drops of eternal star quenching and calmly drank it into his body. Boom! Like the majestic sound of the opening of heaven and earth, it suddenly echoed in Apollo's body. Inside the stars that were obscured by the light outside, Astraeos, and the many star gods felt a vast attraction, constantly absorbing the brilliance of the stars. Thousands of bright starlights condensed into a torrent in the boundless starry sky. At the other end of the torrent, countless brilliant stars also emerged. It was a fiery, burning little sun, circling like a fireball in a void that seemed illusory and real, and the number was inexhaustible. And beside these little suns, there are many smaller stars of different colors. While rotating slowly, they also revolve around the nearby little suns. Next to these tiny stars, most of them still have smaller stars. Under the reflection of the blazing sun in the middle, they emit a low, cold, silver-white brilliance, revolving around the small stars. The sun, stars, and small stars form a galaxy of its own, and countless small suns make up countless small galaxies. Countless galaxies surround each other and form a huge vortex, like a ribbon, like a disk. The river of stars revolves vastly in it. But outside this huge whirlpool, there are still other galaxies, but they are very rare in number, and it is difficult to form a whirlpool of the same scale. But one day, this rudimentary starry sky will have countless river systems and become a truly vast universe. Feeling the starry sky multiplying in the body, Apollo's voice was low. Suddenly, he cut off the connection with the power of the outside world. Infinite starlight erupts naturally within the body. The huge light that covered the sky dimmed, replaced by countless bright stars, shining brightly in the sky. Forming a handsome silhouette of a human figure, the sacred atmosphere is awe-inspiring, overlooking the vast land. This face is indeed Lord Apollo. Seeing this scene, the gods all over the world were both surprised and not surprised. Surprisingly, this outline consists of stars. Not surprisingly, this outline is made up of the appearance of Apollo. As early as when the light that covered the sky appeared, the gods realized that only the deputy monarch of the divine court could create such a scene. At that moment, the outline composed of stars appeared. In front of the temple of Delphi, the priestess Takasha, who was organizing the prayers of many congregations, had her golden aura burning like flames. In the silhouette of the human figure that appeared in the sky, there was a small area directly facing her head, which shone brighter than other areas. The brilliance of the stars descended on her. The golden vindictive energy gradually transformed, filled with the light of the stars, and intersected with the stars in the sky. Priest Takasha has been promoted. This is the gift of the god of light. Many believers below shouted, staring at the starry sky with pious and excited eyes, and tapping their right fists between their eyebrows. The great god of light, you are the brightest star in the sky. You are the Lord of mercy and discernment. You are the God of gods, the protector of the vast universe and all life. Your brilliance spreads over the past and the future, walking in the sky, walking on the earth, walking in the sea, walking in the hearts of all spirits. In the sound of prayers, Takasha Miaumon's figure slowly surged with majestic momentum under the light of the stars. It's not just her. At the same time, there are a lot of golden fighting spirits all over the world burning up, resonating with the stars in the starry sky. In the outline of the handsome human figure, the star fields were lit up everywhere, forming patterns one by one. There are graceful and graceful girls, majestic and majestic lions, crystal and plump treasure bottles, and strange crabs. Accompanied by the blooming of many stars, the vast aura of Apollo suddenly became more and more majestic. Standing in the sky, his golden figure is like a boundless starry sky, covering the top of the world. The endless etheric power swept the whole world like a tidal wave. The majestic palace in the depths of the earth, the night domain in the depths of the underworld, the endless abyss that is as deep as it is dark. There are several stalwart figures staring at the starry sky with dismay and surprise in their eyes. A breath that is comparable to the original. But this is not the original. There is no aura in his body. Earth Mother Gaia, wearing a long khaki dress, her glamorous cheeks nearly wrinkled, with doubt and inconceivable, staring at the endless starry sky. Beside her, Uranos, who was once again bound by countless chains, suddenly sneered. The so-called primordial is nothing but the transition to the highest achievement, and the route may not be necessary to ascend to the highest. Gaia, what you are trying to do is inherently a mistake. 35. Feeling the sneer in Urano's voice, Gaia's face suddenly froze, and his white arms waved. The vine slammed violently towards Uranus in an instant, leaving mottled bloodstains on his body. But the smile in the mouth of the first-generation god-king became more and more intense. Gaia, you will fail in the end. Chapter 99. Great God of Light, you are the brightest star in the sky. You are the Lord of mercy and discernment. Your brilliance spreads over the past and the future, walking in the sky, walking in the earth. In front of the majestic temple, countless believers devoutly praise the name of light. A voice of prayer is intertwined under the colorful starry sky. The splendid starlight fell from the sky, and the soft light was like a thin gauze, covering the figure of Takasa Miomon. This beautiful priestess, her clear eyes trembled lightly, her long eyelashes stretched out, while resonating with the pure girl-like stars in the sky. She adored the stars to form a beautiful face. She murmured, "You are still so great. Praise the light." When she was praying, a sacred voice suddenly came from the sky. "Takasha, you have completed the return of the stars, and I will give you the name of Virgo and the sacred armor." 99. The voice fell, and thousands of believers watched. The starlight scattered on Takasha slowly condensed from illusion to reality. It turned into a white slender robe, somewhat like a battle armor, but without the slightest metal texture. It was worn on Takasa's body, and a sacred aura suddenly radiated. Takasha stared at her body in a daze, and said reverently, "Your followers thank you for your gift." At the same time, Apollo stared at the golden book in front of him in the starry sky, kept voice input, and gave the other constellations sacred battle suits who took advantage of this opportunity to advance. Virgo, Leo, Aquarius, Cancer. It seems that the collection of the 12 Saint Seias is not far away, and the vindictive practice after the stars return to their positions is indeed very similar to a small universe. Apollo muttered in his heart. Suddenly, I felt a large number of the power of faith pouring in, and the golden book of light opened gently to collect these powers. At the same time, slowly restrained the power of ether that erupted in the body. The stars that formed the outline of the human figure in the sky gradually disappeared. In the temple at the highest point of Olympus, feeling the majestic power that has subsided in the starry sky, Zeus's face is full of gloom. Why, he is progressing so fast. The king of the gods couldn't believe it. Although the mighty aura just now was different from the original one, it was not inferior to the original one in terms of majesty. Even if he absorbs the power left by that person here, he can only enter the original threshold at this moment. The price to pay for this is that fate may wake up at any time and become the enemy of chaos. It can't be dragged any longer. We must find an opportunity to eradicate him. Zeus gritted his teeth. In the underworld, Hades, who was sitting high on the throne, also had a solemn expression on his face. Facing the empty hall, he said, "It doesn't seem to have been promoted to the original, but in terms of momentum, it does not feel inferior to the original. Do you know what kind of realm this is?" Tartarus's low voice came. "This question you should ask yourself. How many of us do you know so much? Although you should not remember it now, but if you remember more, you may be touched." 99. If it can be recalled, what is the purpose of building Elysee Paradise, looking for sacrifices and holding ceremonies? Hades sneered. On the tall throne, his dark eyes looked at the dark palace, and he said quietly, "Sometimes, I can't tell who I really am at all. Then catch that sacrifice as soon as possible. Then, DB, you will be able to find yourself and let this world understand what the real ghost is." Tartarus said solemnly, "You've been urging me. Is it any good for you to do this?" Hades looked deeply into the dark corner of the palace. "Nature is good, but our interests are common. Hope you're telling the truth." Hades sighed. The Hades suddenly stood up. "I have found that sacrifice, but it is not so easy to get it. I need to wait for a chance. Wait for the chance that neither Zeus nor Apollo are in Olympus. You're finally done. Shouldn't you come again in the future?" Looking at the radiant Apollo, the lord of the stars, Astraeos, was haggard. Behind him, many star gods also looked exhausted. Knowing that they consumed too much, Apollo smiled, and the bright golden book gently turned a page. Every star that helps me should be like a silvery moon, shining brightly and honoring the starry sky. In an instant, Astraeos and the many-star gods suddenly found that the tiredness and weakness on their bodies had disappeared, and they looked at each other in amazement. It's all right now. Apollo put away the golden book of light. The body is not tired, but the heart is still very tired. Asterius sighed, looking at the golden figure in front of him like a monster. The power just now is related to the fighting spirit you created. How could it actually reach a level comparable to the original? Any power that reaches the extreme, I think one can step into the original realm, but the difficulty is not easy. 35 Apollo said seriously. The Lord of the Stars, let's think about the divine power. And if you want to cultivate Do Chi to be comparable to the original, it won't be easier than this. Astraeos said in mourning. I didn't report too much hope, but the closer I got to the original, the more I felt that I wanted to be promoted, and it was almost impossible to see the possibility. Although I am a second-generation Titan, I was born before the Titan God Court was established. In terms of age, it is not much different from Cronus and Rhea in the 12 Titans. In terms of achievement, it is also remarkable. In charge of the starry sky, it is a god system of its own. It is regarded as the second generation of Titans, second only to Zeus and the others. The rank reached the 9th rank of the main god early, but it also stopped there. 99. Seeing that you are being chased and surpassed by your juniors, I feel very unwilling. Not long ago, I was in the starry sky and was teased by that guy who covered his head and his face. Apollo originally just silently listened to Astraeos' sighs, and when he heard this, his eyes suddenly moved. Astrea also told me about this, but she said that you just had a trick with the other party. Yeah, I'll be planted in one move. Astraeos looked a little ugly and whispered, for the sake of face, I told Astrea that there was no winner. In fact, I wounded him with my divine power, but I also hit him with a trick. Divine magic stood there stupidly for a long time. If it wasn't for him not wanting to kill me, that time would be enough to kill me 1,000 times .99, to be honest with you. I'm afraid that you will meet him in the future and accidentally get caught. The man was wearing a dark cloak with a translucent mask on his face and appeared mysteriously from the depths of the starry sky. His authority is very strange. It can make people's minds stagnate and become like a fool. Very strange. But in other aspects, he is very mediocre. Especially the god is weak, and he almost died when he hit me. Maybe only the level of a higher god. So weird. Apollo frowned. He couldn't think of which god Astraeus was talking about. With a strange ability, Astraeos, who can control the 9th-rank god of the gods with one move, is already strong enough to be comparable to the original god, but he is weak in other aspects, so why is it so uneven? He suddenly appeared in the starry sky and restrained Astraeos, but he did not hurt him. What is it for? While thinking about it, Apollo used his omniscient eye to investigate. However, he found that he couldn't find anything related to the person Astraeos said, as if there had never been such a person. If he hadn't known that Asterius wasn't a joker, he would have thought it was made up. Running all the divine power, once again mobilizing the authority of omniscient. After holding on for a while, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. An old figure who was locked and trapped on the top of the mountain. Prometheus has something to do with him? When Apollo was surprised, Astraeus' soft voice came over. Apollo, Father God, what are you talking about? Nothing. Just ask him how to deal with your relationship. Humph, he already has a wife, and he has come to provoke my daughter. 35 Astraeos said sullenly. Astrea blushed and hurried over. Father, this is our own business. You don't need to worry about it so much. Why? When my daughter grows up, I can't let my father make the decision. Asterius angrily walked into the depths of the starry sky with a dry star god. Looking at his back, Astrea stood in a daze, her clear eyes reflecting the vast starry sky. Astrea, your father is actually... Apollo felt that she was a little sad and was about to explain a few words. His lips were suddenly blocked by a jade hand. Under the starlight, Astrea murmured and asked, Apollo, is Sister Aphrodite really beautiful? Without waiting for him to answer, she then whispered, I know she is the most beautiful goddess among the gods, but even if she is like this, she is not worthy of your excellence. Suddenly, She hugged Apollo tightly, her eyes sparkling. "You are the most dazzling sun among the gods. No matter how bright the stars are, they will be covered under your brilliance. If you are destined to be unable to monopolize your brilliance, then let me have it. Point 99. I like your handsome face, your bright and confident smile, especially those golden eyes." Astrea looked at him emotionally. Her eyes were crazy, and suddenly a burst of starlight enveloped the two of them. In the dreamy, splendid starlight, the beautiful purple-haired girl and the blond boy fall into a common dream together. The bright starry sky is faintly lingering with enchanting charm. Chapter 100. After a night of lingering, Apollo stayed in the starry sky for a long time before turning back to Olympus. The life of Olympus is often very peaceful. Of course, this is because Zeus went deep into the simplicity during this time, trying to digest the power in his body. Apollo had a rare quiet time. Love Aphrodite every day, teach the muses, or go hunting with your sister. Occasionally went to discuss some culture and art with Athena. He liked Athena's book full of books, and he began to collect it himself. If a new treasure chest is refreshed, it will be a trip that says go. Because of Zeus's rare quietness, Hera also did not have the busiest job of catching the adulterer, and her complexion looked much better. In his spare time, the gods later liked to drink tea with Athena. I don't know why, but the relationship between these two goddesses is not bad. Hermes grew wings again, but he did not dare to appear in front of Apollo and liked to run outside Olympus on weekdays. Ares was still so belligerent, but he never seemed to win against many gods. His sister Artemis recently beat him again. It seems that he learned from Athena. When he was bored, Artemis liked to go to Ares to fight and beat him up. Ares gradually became reluctant to fight them and tried to repair Dionysus, the god of wine who had grown up. When bullied, he always shows his extraordinary strength. Ares rarely took advantage of him. Dionysus, just like when he was a child, drank with a bottle of wine all day long, and his winemaking skills were also a new level, adding many kinds of fine wines to Olympus. However, this Bacchus, in the end, pretended to be a vagabond, wandering among mortals, generally drinking wine, while reminiscing about something. No one knows what his past is worth remembering at such a young age. On the other hand, the recent performance of another god seemed a bit strange. Hephaestus, the god of fire, the most brilliant craftsman among the gods. He was limping when his mother broke his leg at birth, and he liked to sit in front of his stove the most on weekdays, clangingly forging artifacts, completely refraining from participating in the affairs of the gods and the mortal world. But I don't know when, he began to like to wander in the taverns of mortals like Dionysus. Seems to be looking for something. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and her daughter Persephone, completed the cultivation of flowers at the foot of Mount Olympus and raised many new varieties of flowers. Persephone's figure also became more and more mature, just like the flowers and plants she planted, growing into a delicate form that could be harvested. In these years, human beings in the mortal world have reproduced for several generations. The system of vindictiveness and magic is widely circulated among mortals, and a number of gold-level heroes have gradually emerged, even lighting up the existence of their own constellations. Among these people, the Church of Light has the most. The Church of Light has grown into the largest church among mortals, and more than half of the zodiac signs are gathered. The cultivation of vindictiveness by mortals also benefited Apollo, and the starry sky in the body became more perfect and stable. Coupled with the help of some treasures in the newly opened treasure chest, his etheric divine body has advanced a lot on the basis of the initial formation of the starry sky. Although there are still countless distances away from cultivating the real universe, it is by no means huge. As for divine power, it has completely reached the limit of the ninth order of the main god, and the next step is the original domain. Because he has the power of the original bloodline, the difficulty of this level is not as difficult as Astraeus and the others, but it will take at least hundreds of years to cross the domain. It's time to go to Hades. Apollo decided. There is a god-level treasure chest in the dark temple of the underworld, which he should have picked up a long time ago. It's just that the situation of Erebos, the god of darkness, is very wrong, and his wife, the goddess of the night, Nyx, has an equally strange attitude towards this. Hades also has the same deep Hades and another primordial god Tartarus. Going rashly in their home field is undoubtedly a bit risky. Therefore, Apollo has been preparing for this for a long time. The etheric body has become much more diligent. The divine power has reached the extreme of the main god, and the power of faith in the golden book of light has also accumulated deeply, so he decided to go. Recently, Hades seems to have often left Hades. This is a good opportunity. Apollo thought so, but what he didn't know was that Hades was equally relieved when he left Olympus. After waiting for so long, it's finally time for him and Zeus not to be at Olympus. Zeus, that idiot. After so long, seeing the woman I prepared for him, he couldn't help it at all. There is plenty of time to complete the plan. Point 35 saying so. After Apollo left Olympus for a while, he drove his own chariot to the foot of Olympus. Looking at the black-haired girl who had just left her mother and went to cultivate flowers and plants, the corner of the mouth of the Lord of Hades evoked a cold arc. My lovely niece, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame fate for making you a sacrifice to complete the most important part of the great cause of finding the real ghost for me. Don't worry, as compensation for you, I will let you take the title after the underworld and sleep in the underworld forever. Seeking flowers, the sky in Hades is pitch black, without sun, moon, and stars. The soil is also dark, like the ink spit out by octopuses in the deep sea. It is full of the breath of death, completely lacking the rich breath of the soil outside, as if cursed. Compared to the sky, the earth, and the ocean, the underworld is more like an independent world. Apollo's first thought was this. Geographically, Hades is not in the same space as the sky, the earth, and the ocean. And the soil here does not seem to originate from Gaia, the Mother Earth, but an independent piece of land. This land has a magical attraction that can attract all the dead souls after death, except for a few prominent and extraordinary spirits. At that time, the god of death in the underworld had to bring it back in person. As soon as he stepped into the underworld, Apollo saw many dead souls. They walked in the dark earth with dull eyes, and followed an instinct to go to the depths of the underworld. Occasionally, there will be one or two dead souls who can have some sense, but they all seem to be low in intelligence, and they only know how to look around in a daze. Suddenly, Apollo sensed a familiar aura. Golden eyes stared at the past. In the dark sky, Hermes, the messenger of the gods, was proudly spreading his wings, shouting and driving away the souls below. Apollo saw him, and he soon saw Apollo. First, his face was startled, and then he instinctively opened his wings and flew away. Come back to me. Apollo called out coldly, and a divine power enveloped him. Only then did Hermes face bitterly and slowly flew down. My great deputy of the court, are you here to inspect the underworld? I am in charge of guiding the souls of the dead, and I was working hard just now. Don't be so afraid. I won't tear your wings a second time. Apollo smiled. Hermes was relieved when he suddenly heard the next sentence. The second time, I will directly crush your head. The messenger of the gods turned pale in an instant. Apollo, we are brothers after all. Don't worry about the little contradictions in the past. Hermes said with a face full of fear. Don't talk nonsense. I ask you, where is Hecate? You look for Deputy Lord Hecate. She is usually at the goddess Nyx, but recently she seems to have made friends with the ferryman in the Styx, and she is always chatting with him there, not far ahead. 35 Hermes pointed to the road ahead. Apollo nodded. Don't keep avoiding me. If I want to trouble you, it's useless for you to hide. 99 Hermes nodded with a dry smile. Of course I know your ability, Vice June, but spending more time outside can always give me some sense of security. Apollo didn't want to pay any more attention to him, and went straight to the Styx River in the distance. Chapter 101. The boundless wasteland is dead silent. All eyes are deep and dark. One by one dead souls walked in the darkness. A thick and turbid river suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the way. The dead souls instinctively stood by the river, staring at the not-too-turbulent river water, and a natural fear prevented them from taking a step forward. Is this the Acheron River, the river of pain? On the black road, Apollo walked slowly on the bright golden light. Staring at the rushing river in front of him, his eyes flashed. At this moment, a small cloaked boat suddenly approached from afar. and at the bow stood an old man with gray hair on the temples and eyes, who moved the oars and slowly rowed the boat to the shore. Inside the cloak, a tall and beautiful young girl with brown hair and clear eyes suddenly emerged. She was talking to the old man rowing a boat, but out of the corner of her eyes, she suddenly caught sight of a golden figure on the shore. She pursed her lips abruptly. Her beautiful eyes stared at her, and her white face was filled with both joy and resentment. The boatman noticed this and said with a hoarse smile, "This blonde boy is the lover you think about all day long, and it's not bad to be 243." 55. He rowed the boat to Apollo. Hecate jumped out of the boat like a cat and quickly jumped in front of Apollo, but when he was about to get close to him, he restrained his steps and said with a puff of cheeks, "Finally, you are willing to come to the underworld to see me, you ruthless D guy." 5. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said again, "I heard that you are going to the stars at such an old age. Sister Astrea must be very happy, right?" Apollo smiled and hugged her. "This is what Hermes told you? He has a bad relationship with me, and what he said can't be believed." 99. Humph. That person is indeed a slick tongue, but he shouldn't lie to me about this. Hecate stabbed Apollo fiercely in his eyes, but he couldn't help shrinking in his arms. "I've never been to the underworld before, and I really don't know how desolate it is. You must have lived a hard life here all these years." Apollo looked at her fair and pretty face tenderly, which was stained with a little dust. "Although the underworld looks desolate, it is actually better than the outside. There are not so many disturbances. The gods here are either busy all day long or lazy to sleep, and they have no heart to think about other things." 35. As Hecate spoke, he noticed Apollo's gaze and hurriedly brushed off the dust on his face while tidying up his wrinkled skirt. He said in a low voice, "I didn't know you were coming today. Your charm can't be concealed by any dust or stain. I like your dirty look very much." Apollo smiled and stroked her head. With shyness on his face, Hecate pointed to the side and said, "There are still people." 35. The gray-haired old boatman over there smiled softly. The old man was born since the first generation of the gods, and he has been punting on this river, and he has seen countless ghosts. What a rare thing for little men and women like you. Retaining Hecate's hand, Apollo walked up to him and asked, "Is your predecessor the Styx dove Charon, the son of the goddess Nyx? Don't dare to be called a senior by the deputy lord of the court. You'd better call me by my name." Charon's voice was still hoarse, and he summoned a young woman who should have been a young woman before her death and brought her aboard. Apollo and Hecate followed suit. Charon slowly paddled, and the black cloak boat slowly went to the opposite bank. "Apollo, are you going to visit the goddess Nyx this time?" Hecate asked. Apollo nodded. "They have all gone to the underworld, and they can't justify not visiting goddess Nyx." At this time, Charon next to him said, "My mother is still very easygoing and likes your excellent juniors, but don't pay attention to my brothers and sisters. Most of them are not good things." Halfway through, he added, "I'm not worried about you. It's them that you need to worry about with your supernatural powers, but I don't want to see them being taught by you." Hecate chuckled lightly. "Among your brothers and sisters, Thanatos and Hypnos are actually pretty good, although one has a gloomy face all day long, while the other likes to sleep lazily. They were conceived by the mother alone, and the other brothers and sisters were contaminated with the dark breath of the father, and their personalities were more tyrannical." Charon replied, "Then I don't know what kind of a god of darkness is." Apollo asked, "My father, he is similar in temperament to his mother. He likes to be quiet very much, and even his mother sometimes goes out for a walk. He never likes to deal with outsiders." 39. Charon recalled, "It's strange to say that since the second generation of God's court, the father god has appeared less and less, and I rarely even feel the existence of his breath." 35. Apollo's eyes narrowed at his words. "I wanted to ask a few more questions about Erebus, the god of darkness, but Charon shook his head. There are 5 rivers in the underworld, namely the River of Pain, the Acheron River, the River of Sighs, the Kokutos River, the River of Water Scorpions, the Pyrrhophiligotong River, and the Forgotten River, Lethe River, and the River of Abomination Styx. I'll only take ghosts across the River of Pain. 99. As long as you cross 5 rivers, you can reach the Elysee paradise of Hades, which is The end point of the dead. You bypass the Elysee, go deeper into the realm of darkness, meet my mother, and ask about God the Father. 359. Only mothers know God the Father best in this world. 39. Seeing that Charon didn't want to talk anymore, Apollo had to stop talking and leaned on Hecate to scan the dark river around him. The golden eyes suddenly fell on the young soul who was taken aboard by Charon. Because she was staring at him with eyes that seemed excited, Apollo became interested, and a ray of light appeared on his body. The warm rays of light shone on the female soul. Her eyes suddenly became much clearer, and she prayed frantically. The great god of light, you are the brightest star in Olympus. You are. Apollo interrupted her. It seems that you are my believer. The female soul hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, I am from a city-state near Delphi, and I often go to your temple of light to receive the teachings of priest Takasha. I am your most devout believer. I've long heard that you have a wide range of beliefs among mortals. I didn't expect that any dead soul you encounter will be your believers. Hecate said with a chuckle. He asked again, You look less than 20 years old. Why did you die so young? Originally, because of seeing the gods she believed in, her emotions were eased, and she was full of pious female souls, and her face was instantly filled with excitement. She roared sadly. It's because I was too greedy to make that wish to that magician. Magician? Hecate became curious. At this time, the young female ghost said intermittently, I was originally a very ordinary girl in the city-state. Not long ago, I met a wandering magician on the street. He said that I could make a wish to him, so I made a wish. To be the most beautiful girl in the city. Not long after I got home, I was surprised to find that my appearance suddenly changed completely. The original high bridge of the nose was gone, and the skin on my face became even whiter than the king's delicate princess. I was very happy, but when my parents came home, because of the change in my appearance, they mistook me for a thief who ran in, stole their daughter's clothes, and beat me out. The corners of the young female soul's eyes moistened. He continued, Then I had to wander on the street alone. I was already afraid, and I wanted to find the magician, but I met robbers on the side of the road. They coveted my beauty, so they wanted to defile me. 35. I had to flee desperately to the edge of the cliff outside and accidentally fell down and broke my leg. At this time, instead of being rescued by a handsome prince, as in the fairy tale, I was happy from then on, but starved to death under the cliff. She was very aggrieved to finish the story of her 4.4. Apollo and Hecate looked at each other, but saw boredom in each other's eyes. The structure of the story is too simple, the plot changes are boring, and there is no attraction at all. Seeing their expressions, the young female soul burst into tears. When I was dying, the magician appeared in front of me with the same look, saying things are too boring. He also said that he had prepared a philosophical line, ready to appear at the top of the story, and used that line to push the story to the end, but I was too stupid and screwed up the story he was going to direct. 5. He was wearing that translucent mask and dark cloak. His eyes were full of disgust. He turned around and left. Hearing this, Apollo's eyes suddenly changed, and he asked in a low voice, You said he was wearing a translucent mask and a dark cloak? The young female soul nodded. That magician is so mysterious and weird. I should have paid attention to it from the beginning. 39. She was still regretting it, and Apollo's eyes were shining brightly. Chapter 102. Translucent mask, dark cloak. Could it be the person the Lord of the Stars encountered in the starry sky? Apollo murmured in his heart. He has always been very attentive to this mysterious figure mentioned by Astraeus. But even if the omniscient authority has probed many times, he has found that the other party has a faint connection with the great prophet who was bound on the Caucasus Mountains. He originally wanted to go to the Caucasus Mountains to meet this fire thief after leaving the underworld. But I didn't expect to hear about each other in Hades. Sounds like this is a person with bad taste who likes to direct story. Apollo judged in his heart. Seeing him lost in thought, Hecate blinked and asked, You know that magician? I don't even know you. The Queen of Magic. How could I know him? Apollo chuckled softly, and the omniscient eye swept silently towards the young female soul in front of him. In an instant, time was rewinded before his eyes. When Apollo saw the girl's appearance when she was alive, she first had a very ordinary face, and then suddenly turned into a beautiful and extraordinary face. He saw her being beaten out of the house by her parents and wandering the streets. He saw her being chased by some vicious robbers and came to a cliff. He saw her fall from the cliff. Her legs were broken, crying in despair at the bottom of the dark cliff, slowly dying of thirst and starvation. He even saw her childish appearance when she was born, her warm expression when she was cared for by her mother when she was a child, shy and reserved when she was pursued by the boy next door when she was a young girl. Her whole life was unobstructed under his eyes. Only two key nodes are missing. One is when she suddenly changed from an ordinary appearance to a beautiful appearance. In the display of the river of time, she just walked aimlessly on the street and then slowly changed her face without warning. The other is that when she died, 1 second she was struggling in despair, and the next second she swallowed her breath with anger and regret in her eyes. These two time periods seem to be artificially distorted and do not exist in the passage of time. But it is not a simple deletion or modification, but it is similar to time and history being deceived and fooled, and that time is automatically forgotten. The Lord of the Stars said that he has the ability to reduce people's thoughts and intelligence. Can this not only affect living beings, but also affect anything, including the most fundamental rules of the world, even history and time? Apollo pondered silently, seeing Apollo staring at her for a long time. The young female soul terrified and prayed, "Oh great God of light, it's great to be able to meet you here. I'm really wrong to die. I beg you to give me one more time. A new opportunity." Hecate interrupted her. "A person cannot be resurrected after death, not to mention that although you died due to a special accident, in the final analysis it was caused by your inner greed." The soul girl suddenly lowered her head in grief, her eyes full of chagrin and remorse. At this time, a bright light shone above her head, and Apollo's gentle voice came into her ears. "The light is willing to give every lost traveler a chance to return to the right path. Since you know your regrets, I can give it to you again. A chance." Suddenly, a golden book appeared in his hand. "Before my eyes, the believer who repented encountered a girl who died mysteriously, and the light led her to escape from the kingdom of death and regain the dawn of life." Sacred whispers echoed on the nether river Styx, and the golden book suddenly burst into light, shrouding the girl's dead soul. The gentle warmth spread all over the girl's soul, and she gradually floated up and flew to the outside world. She opened her mouth and stared at the golden figure in the light with devout eyes. She wanted to say a prayer, but she realized that it was too late, so she tapped her forehead with her right fist. "Great God of light, praise you." Boom. The next moment she completely disappeared into the underworld. "You actually helped her resurrect. I don't remember you being such a kind god." Hecate unexpectedly looked at Apollo, who was holding the golden book of light and solemnity. The latter smiled lightly and whispered, "If you were that magician and found that in the story you directed, a character who should have died suddenly came back to life, would you come over to see it? You want to draw out that magician?" Hecate understood. "But where did this existence come from? And even you need to use a trick to find it. The mystery of this world is far beyond your imagination." Charon, who had been silent for a while, suddenly hoarse. With his old eyes fixed on the golden book of light held by Apollo, he sighed softly. What a powerful artifact, not inferior to Mother Earth's bottle of life and Mother's black dress of eternal night. Apollo smiled faintly, put away the golden book of light, and asked, "I heard that you were ferrying the Styx River as early as the first generation of God's court. The real birth time should be before the first generation of God's court was built, right? You want to ask about the ignorant era before the first court of God?" Charon knew what he was thinking. Apollo did not shy away. The first generation of the gods, the second generation of the gods, and even the current era, there are traces of history to follow, but the ignorant era before that seemed to be blank. Only the first god King Uranus was known. The union with Mother Earth ended ignorance and ushered in a new era. In the age of ignorance, that is a history that should not be mentioned. Charon's eyes were cloudy, and he whispered hoarsely. Hecate also became curious. "I also asked goddess Nyx about things in the ignorant era, and her eyes were very complicated at that time, and she was unwilling to tell me the specific situation." "What happened in that era?" apart from the 5 primordial gods and the brothers of the first god king, are there other powerful gods? Hecate's eyes were full of curiosity. Sharon shyly smiled. Don't ask so much. I was also born at the end of the ignorant era, and I don't know much. But I think you have all noticed that the so-called 5 primordial gods are all later. In conclusion, there are indeed only these 5. Apollo and Hecate knew what he meant. At this time, Apollo suddenly said, as far as I know, the first god King Uranus should have been born at the beginning and middle of the ignorant age. As the earliest child of the god of darkness and the goddess of the night, why were you born at the end of the ignorant age? Charon's face suddenly changed, and he slammed the boat back to the other side. That girl was sent away by you. I want to pick up another one. You should just fly over. The change in his attitude made Hecate even more curious, and he snapped his fingers and said, the god of darkness and the goddess of the night are both born of chaos. Speaking of which, they are born in the same generation as the sky, sea, and mountains that were conceived by the mother of the earth. Their children were born at the end of the ignorant age, and there was nothing, but Charon's reaction made me think there is a story. Charon ignored her and rowed the boat on his own. Hecate had no choice but to hold back her curiosity, and Ying looked at Apollo beside her. At this moment, Apollo suddenly chuckled and said to Charon, the reason why I asked that question just now is because I found a problem in an ancient book that records the genealogy of the gods. Goddess Nyx has many children, some with the god of darkness, and some by herself. You are her eldest son with the god of darkness, but not her eldest son. The genealogy is arranged in the order of birth. Before you, there is another name, a name that should be the eldest son of goddess Nyx, but was wiped blank by some force. Apollo's calm words exploded in Charon's ears like thunder. The old boatman suddenly dropped the oars in his hand. He stared at the golden figure with turbid eyes and said hoarsely, why, in the current era, someone still mentions his existence? He. Apollo noted Charon's words. In Huxia, he and he are the same pronunciation, but in Greek, these are 2 words with different pronunciations. He is divine, and he is personified. Because the human nature of the gods is too obvious, whether they are each other or mortals, they generally refer to the gods in the third person of various genders. It is rarely referred to by deified words, unless it is some indistinguishable god of gender or some extremely great existence. For example, chaos, the god of chaos, is called he in most cases. What kind of situation did Charon call the eldest son of Nyx, whose name had been erased? Both Hecate and Apollo had serious expressions. Don't ask any more. That's a taboo, a name that shouldn't be mentioned again. When he reappears, it will be the day when the disaster of the gods will come. Charon shook his head, as if he had been drained of strength, slumped on the bow, staring at the dark sky with the most melancholy and fearful eyes, as if recalling some terrible nightmare. He said in a persuasive tone, young god, never mention him again. You can't understand and imagine how horrible it is. The gods are still in his shadow, and he has never left. 35. Chapter 103. Great God of Light, you are the vast sky. Lilun opened her eyes in confusion as she muttered a prayer. Feeling a little cold under her body, she rubbed her eyes and looked down. He found himself sitting in a dark coffin with no lid, surrounded by flowers and white cloth. This, I remembered. I was already dead, but the great God of Light brought me back to life. Lilun was confused for a while, then jumped up excitedly. After checking, she found that her appearance had changed to the original one, and the fall on her leg was healed. She thought of the icy cliff, the mysterious magician wearing a cloak and a mask, the gloomy underworld, and the winding and secluded river of the Styx. Finally, there is the golden figure shrouded in the light, that is so great and sacred. After being stunned for a long time, she tapped her brow with her right fist and whispered reverently, "Praise the light." At this time, the voice of an old woman coughing came from outside. "Old man, go to the morning hall to see if some wild dog got in there. Our Lilun died so miserably, but she can't be damaged by these animals anymore." An old man hurriedly responded and walked over with a sad face on crutches. Clatter! Just as he walked to the morning hall, the crutches in his hand slipped down. This, the great God of Light. Is this your pity for us, and let my poor Lilluin come back to see us again?" The old man's cloudy eyes were dripping with tears. He stood motionless at the door and stared at the young girl crawling out of the coffin inside, murmuring in his mouth, "God of light, you are the brightest star in the vast sky, the most merciful Lord of thousands of gods. I praise you for your care for your believers, and I can see Lilluin again. Even though I know it's just her ghost, I am also satisfied. Praise the light." The old man was praying when Ying, the young girl inside, came over. "Father, I miss you so much." The girl hugged her old, weeping father. "My daughter, my father misses you too." The old man also hugged his daughter tightly, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. "Hey, Lilluin, why is there any temperature on your body, and why is the injury on your leg gone?" He looked at the intact daughter in front of him in surprise. Lilluin's mouth curled into a smile. "Old man, what are you doing?" came the coughing sound of the old woman, who was wearing a simple linen skirt and struggled to get here from the bedroom. The not-so-bright eyes glanced at the morning hall, and the wrinkled cheeks suddenly solidified, dazed. Lilluin rushed up. "Mother, I'm back." The girl hugged her mother tightly, with excitement and tears on her face. Are you really my Lilluin?" The old woman touched her face in disbelief. He murmured, "Just as we opened the door that day, we saw a very strange girl wearing your clothes and got into our house. We beat her out, only to find out that she may have robbed you, and then you have your clothes. We went to look for you, but we couldn't find it for several days. Suddenly your body appeared outside our door, with all the injuries on your body and legs, and no breath. That's how we lost you, my Lilluin." 99. The old woman hugged her daughter tightly, tears in her eyes. The girl said with a face full of guilt, "It's all my daughter's fault. I shouldn't be greedy for beauty, and I was deceived by that magician. Fortunately, the great God of light gave me a new life. He is really the most merciful God. Yeah, praise the light for bringing our daughter back." The old man and the old woman tapped between the eyebrows with their right fists at the same time. In fact, they didn't understand what happened to their daughter at all, but their family were all believers of the God of light, and now their daughter was lost and found. They, who are not literate, can't think of any words that can describe the excitement in their hearts, except for the phrase, "praise the light." Just as they were praying for the name of light, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in a corner not far away. "God of light? I've heard his name all these years, and he brought this dead character back to life?" 39. He was whispering. His eyes suddenly changed. Boom. A splendid torrent of light, I do not know when, from the dead girl, spread to him like a flame. The figure's face condensed, and he raised his palm towards the space ahead. Immediately, the surrounding space began to transform, as if 2 points in different directions in the space were overlapped. This figure appeared in a forest from the courtyard of Lilluin's house. "Hey, that's how you want to catch me." Looking at the flames that were still burning at the original location, a smile appeared on the corner of the figure's mouth. Suddenly the golden light also cut through time and space, sticking to him like glue. The figure's complexion changed, trying to get rid of the stickiness of the light, but no matter how hard he tried, the burning golden light, like a part of his body, couldn't get rid of it. "Hey, it seems that I underestimate this God of light." The figure sighed, and suddenly stood there, letting the golden light shroud him. But when the light of the flames completely covered him, his body suddenly withered and became a piece of paper. Well, not the real body. In the bright light, Apollo whispered. At the same time, on a small island far away in the ocean, a certain figure with a dark cloak and a translucent twisted mask on his face suddenly made a low voice. "Have you been noticed so soon? Fortunately, it's just a stand-in, but I'll have to be more careful in the future." Saying so, his figure gradually disappeared on this remote island. In the underworld, Apollo, who had just disembarked from the Charon's ship, suddenly evoked a smile on the corner of his mouth. "It's very cautious, using a paper figurine to test, but since you have already appeared, you will leave a flaw sooner or later." Whispering in his heart, Apollo gently looked at Hecate beside him. "Still thinking about what Charon just said?" Apollo asked softly, wrapping his arms around her waist. Hecate frowned with a white face and nodded again and again. "I hate people like him who talk half-hearted the most. Either don't tell me such interesting things, or make things clear at one time." Some things may not be what he wants to say. 35 Apollo looked up at the dark surroundings with deep golden eyes. The personality reaches a certain level. Maybe just mention the name or talk a little about related things. Deeds may alarm some corresponding existence. 35. This is very similar to the word magic that I am developing recently. Hecate came to the spirit. The essence of magic is to borrow the power of rules, but all things are not as good as gods and rules, and many have no magic talent. The research found that through some specific spells and rituals, the power of the rules can often be touched. She began to talk to Apollo about her perception of magic. Apollo smiled and listened. He knew that Hecate was a very curious goddess, and exploring the unknown was the most indispensable part of her life. Serious and focused, she is also the most beautiful and attractive. Listening to Hecate's magic research all the way, the two quickly crossed the four Styx rivers, the river of sighs, river of water scorpions, river of forgotten, and river of abomination, to the deepest part of the underworld. That is Elysee Paradise, the final destination of all the dead souls, and also the private domain of Hades. Hecate pointed to the front with her slender fingers. Apollo nodded. His golden eyes looked over, and his face suddenly became solemn. Under his eye of omniscience, this Hades paradise built by Hades was shrouded in a thick layer of mist. Like a terrifying giant beast waiting to eat, it opened its huge mouth towards the netherworld. And this huge mouth is the gate of the paradise. Many have just passed through the 5 Styx rivers, washed their memories and sorrows and joys, and their eyes are completely indifferent. They are lining up to go to the paradise. Then one by one was swallowed by the giant mouth. What's the matter with you? Hecate gave Apollo a look, feeling that his expression was strange. Apollo came back to his senses and asked in a low voice, "You said that this Elysee paradise is the final destination of all the dead souls. Isn't it built by Hades? Before Hades came to Hades. All the dead souls finally, where will it enter?" 35 Hecate thought for a while. I heard that when there was no Pluto, the dead souls would continue to go deeper and enter Tartarus after passing through the 5 rivers of the Styx. Later, Pluto built the Elysee paradise, and the dead souls would no longer enter Tartarus. She tilted her head and added, I heard Thanatos and the others say that there is a saying that the Elysee paradise of Hades is actually connected to the abyss Tartarus. When she was talking, a black magic car suddenly drove up from the sky and hurried to Elysee paradise. Hecate whispered, "It seems to be the chariot of His Majesty Pluto. He came back from outside." Apollo noticed earlier than she did and frowned awkwardly. There seemed to be a very familiar aura in that jet-black car. After thinking about it for a while, he immediately said, "Your Majesty Hades, it's so good that you just came back." On the sky car, Hades stared at the golden figure below in amazement, screaming in his heart. How could this be? I finally waited until he left Olympus, but he actually came to the underworld. Chapter 104. The darkness of the underworld cannot hinder the sight of the gods. Hades focused on Apollo for a moment, maintaining a calm expression. "Apollo, why didn't you tell me when you came to the underworld, so that I can lead the gods of the underworld to welcome you, the deputy king of the court?" Looking at Hecate next to him, Apollo chuckled lightly. "It is already a very high courtesy for the deputy lord of the court of God to accompany the deputy lord of the underworld in person. How dare you let His Majesty the underworld greet you in person?" Hecate lowered his head in embarrassment. Apollo looked at Hades' chariot and asked, "Where did Hades go?" And he didn't call a follower, and he drove the car himself. Seeing Apollo's gaze falling on the chariot, Hades' heart tightened, and he said calmly, "It's nothing. I just want to go out for a walk alone. I don't want other people by my side." It turns out that Pluto is also a person who has leisure and can often go to my place to listen to the songs and dances of the muses. Apollo smiled and looked away. Hades breathed a sigh of relief and said solemnly, "I still have some things to deal with. I'll go to Elysee paradise first. Hecate, stay with Apollo more," said he was about to drive away. Apollo suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Your Majesty Hades, did you come back from Olympus?" Hades froze, stopped the chariot, turned his head and said, "Why do you ask that?" Apollo walked to him, smiled, and said, "I smell the fragrance of the flowers on your car." This is a smell only found at the foot of Mount Olympus, where the flowers are the goddess Demeter and the lovely Persephone. Nirvana jointly cultivated, and I remember it very clearly. Why did you secretly go to Olympus, Hades? Is it because you fell in love with a certain goddess and wanted to take her back to the underworld as a wife while we weren't paying attention? Hades' face tightened instantly, and he wanted to say something, but found that he didn't know what to say. Over there, Hecate laughed. Apollo, don't joke with his majesty Hades. If he likes a goddess, he will go straight to the god king to marry him. So what's the use of being sneaky? Well, Apollo nodded, turned, and walked back to Hecate. You also told me that His Majesty Pluto has never been interested in goddesses and just wants to build the underworld well. Seeing that Apollo finally walked back, Hades breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. Hecate, take Apollo to the Hades. I'll go first. Said to drive the magic car, fast to the Elysee paradise. At this moment, a dazzling light burst from the back of his magic car. Boom! Under the crisp sound of explosion, the dark chariot shattered and collapsed. A graceful figure imprisoned by divine power flew out of it, and Apollo's figure flashed and caught her firmly. Persephone. Hecate was surprised to recognize the beautiful girl in Apollo's arms, and looked at Hades, whose face changed wildly in midair. This Hades threw away the blasted chariot and stood coldly in the sky, staring at the golden figure holding the beautiful girl below with dark eyes. Apollo, how did you see that there were people hidden in my magical car, and when did you keep the divine power in my car and detonate it silently? Apollo just smiled lightly and looked at the girl who fell out gently. Persephone stared at him with wide eyes. Her throat was hoarse to make a sound, but she was imprisoned by Hades' divine power and couldn't do anything. Apollo released a golden light that enveloped her graceful body. Brother Apollo, save me. Persephone slammed into Apollo's shoulders and wept in fear. Hecate looked a little unhappy, came over and said, Persephone, don't worry, tell us what happened. What can happen? It's just that I took a fancy to her beauty and wanted to make her the most honorable mistress of the underworld. Hades said first. Saying that, he raised the divine weapon double-tipped fork in his hand, and the secluded divine power suddenly attacked Apollo. Hand over her, or you won't be able to get out of the underworld today. The moment he launched his offensive, infinite light suddenly appeared on Apollo, and the divine breath was like a field of light, supporting a world in the darkness. Boom! Sparks burst, and the void shook. Hades was the most outstanding artisan among the gods, the god of fire, Hephaestus, the god of death. Darkness and splendor are intertwined, death and light impact. The lord of the underworld staggered back a few steps, but the golden figure standing in the middle of the light remained motionless. Brother Apollo, you are amazing, Persephone said excitedly, her bright and clear eyes secretly looking at the serious and handsome cheeks above. Her face couldn't help but get a blush. Hecate noticed it and pulled her down with a glance. Apollo chuckled lightly and asked Hecate to take care of her, and the figure suddenly appeared in front of Hades. The lord of the underworld clenched his double-tipped forks. His dark eyes showed iron-like coldness and determination, DB, and said solemnly, Apollo, isn't my identity worthy of your sister? I just take her back to the underworld, and then go to Olympus to meet her mother and ask her to betroth her to me. Brother Apollo, don't believe him. I don't want to marry him. And he doesn't want to marry me at all. He looks at me like a priest looking at sacrificed cattle and sheep. Hecate looked after him. Persephone shouted in the back. Apollo's golden eyes stared at Hades indifferently. Listen, my sister doesn't want to marry you. No matter what your purpose is, now I will take her out of the underworld. 99. Marriage or not is decided by her mother and father. What does she know as a little girl? 35. Hades sneered. The breath on his body became more and more profound, as if he was brewing a powerful force, and the double tines in his hands kept shaking. Suddenly, he took a step forward. The powerful momentum instantly covered the entire underworld, and many gods and ghosts trembled and knelt down to worship, as if they had encountered the supreme ruler. The iron-like eyes locked on the golden figure again, and Hades said ultimatum, Apollo, I know your strength, and I have never thought of being an enemy of you. Last time my two brothers wanted to unite with me to deal with you. I refused directly. We can be friends, as long as you give her to me. After being able to become the underworld, it will definitely not be a disadvantage to her. How come I didn't see that Pluto, who has always been known for being taciturn, is such a talkative person? Apollo laughed in a low voice. The end of the laughter was indifference. In the shroud of light, the golden eyes suddenly burst into flames. But who do you think you can deceive with such a clumsy lie? I don't know what your purpose is, but the truth of the matter can't be so simple. 9 Boom. Apollo's figure flashed suddenly, and a tyrannical divine force enveloped Elysee paradise like a tidal wave. Stop! Hades' face changed wildly. Roaring and rushing to the Elysee paradise, the vast divine power condensed in the air, resisting the shroud of light. Sure enough, this place is very important to you. Apollo looked at him and the Elysee paradise behind him with deep eyes, and immediately launched his offensive again. The splendid power of light, like a blazing sun, slowly rose above the underworld, illuminating the land covered by darkness for a long time. Numerous gods and souls of the underworld looked at this unprecedented light and warmth in amazement, and their faces could not help but be intoxicated. At this time, the infinite light, like a flowing flood, roared towards the Elysee paradise behind Hades with an irresistible trend. Feeling the infinite light descending overwhelmingly, Hades' iron-like complexion became more and more cold. The dark and deep pupils are staring at the sky. With a tone like death, he declared indifferently, "Apollo, I will make you understand how stupid it is to be my enemy." The pitch-black prongs suddenly cut through the void, and there were 2 strands, one representing the beauty of life, and the other symbolizing the cruelty of death. The forked body held as the authority belonging to the king, ruling life and death, and mastering all things. Hades' dark shirt slowly appeared on his body, which set off his tall and majestic body. He wore a helmet made of black iron on top of his head, surrounded by cold and thick eyebrows. With his will, the entire Hades trembled, and the endless power of death swirled in the vast space like a hurricane. I am the master of death and judge all that is alive. Chapter 105. Buzz. With the power of death sweeping the darkness, the entire Hades trembled in the blink of an eye. The endless power of darkness, accompanied by Hades' forks, intertwined despair and death, opened the boundaries between life and death, and buried light and warmth. The power of light that swept across the sky was annihilated by this majestic force of death and turned into ashes. Under the terrifying force of death, thousands of ghosts in the underworld trembled at the same time, crawling on the ground, and bowed down to the Lord of Death. Even many gods were unable to suppress the fear in their hearts, and followed the shadow of the king in the depths of darkness. Light is always false. Only death is the origin, the destination, and everything. 99 Surrounded by darkness and death, Hades sneered indifferently. His forks were drawn again, and the icy force of death surrounded the light. Apollo, staring at the tumbling tide of death around him, Hecate looked worriedly at the golden figure standing in front of him. Hecate, take Persephone to the goddess Nyx. This kind of attack is not enough to deal with me. Standing bright, Apollo said lightly. He stepped into the void step by step. The whole body was covered with infinity, and the flames burned 243, like a prairie, transpiring the heaven and earth, illuminating the dark darkness like day. The kingdom of light, which walks in the heavens, the earth, and the sea, also walks in death, and illuminates all dark corners. 99 Accompanied by Apollo's solemn voice, thousands of brilliant rays of light bloomed in the sky above Hades. Like little suns, with fiery brilliance, infinite light and heat erupted violently, dispelling all darkness in the place where they could shine. Many souls who originally had the instinct to bow down to Hades, now their faces are awake, with piety and fanaticism, worshipping the source of light in the air. The great God of light, you are the brightest star in the vast sky. You are the most merciful Lord of thousands of gods. You are the God of gods, the protector of all things in the universe. Your brilliance spreads over the past and the future, walking in the sky, walking in the earth, walking in the sea, walking in the hearts of all spirits. Today, in the world of mortals, at least 1/3 of them are followers of Apollo, and naturally more than 1/3 of the souls in the underworld believe in light. Shrouded in light, recalling the people in front of them, all of them prayed devoutly on the ground at this moment, and many milky white powers of faith flocked to the deepest part of the light. A vast divine aura surged at the same time. One after another blazing light power, like a sharp sword light burning with flames, shuttled through the space, and death and darkness fell like a torrential rain. Bang, bang, bang. Light and darkness clashed again. Thousands of sharp edges cut through the void and tore apart the darkness. The endless empty space, like a spider web, is fragmented. Hades confronted Apollo coldly, and at the same time pushed the power of death and light to the extreme. The advocate of Hades opened his palm, and a great aura that dominated death, dominated the darkness, and ruled the nether suddenly burst out. The huge Hades trembled completely, whether it was the entrance where Hermes was located, the 5 rivers of the Styx where thousands of dead souls were extradited, or even the dark abyss and night realm after Elysee Paradise. At this moment, the power that symbolizes the supreme authority of the underworld dominates the shock and rolls out a monstrous force. Not just Hades. In the palace of the sea emperor, Poseidon, who was staring at the graceful wife beside him with fearful eyes, suddenly changed his face. He got up quickly, his deep blue eyes like the sea penetrated the barrier between life and death, and looked at the other side of the world. In the breath of Hades' authority, who is Hades at war with? Surprised and puzzled, the sea emperor saw the darkness filled with the breath of death. At the same time, he also saw the blazing bright light in the infinite darkness. Immediately, his face was ugly. He glanced at Amphitrite next to him and said coldly, "Apollo, it's him again." Hearing this sentence, Amphitrite was startled and sighed both unexpectedly and unsurprisingly. This god of light is indeed the one who can cause trouble everywhere. First in the ocean, then in Olympus, then in the ocean, and now it's finally Hades' turn. In a city-state somewhere on the earth, he was holding a beautiful and tender princess, happy in the woods of the palace, and from time to time noticing whether Zeus was discovered by Hera. His face suddenly became solemn. After checking it for a while, he sneered, "Hades, I told you not to join forces with us, and now he finally finds you?" When he said this, a strange expression suddenly appeared on the face of the king of the gods. "Why is my daughter, Persephone, there too?" When he thought about it, the beautiful girl beside him murmured, caressed his chest tenderly, and said in a circle, "Did something happen, dear?" 39 Zestin gave up thinking and went on with the great things he had just stopped. In Olympus, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, was anxiously looking at the many goddesses and crying. Several goddesses such as Hera, Themis, Hestia, Athena, etc., used their divine power to help her explore the world with a serious look. This is not to catch Zeus's traitor, but to find a daughter for Demeter. Several noble and powerful goddesses spent a long time, but they were completely unable to find the trace of the daughter of the goddess of agriculture. The change in the underworld alarmed them, and they used the crystal to visit the past. Hera sneered. "This Apollo actually went to the underworld to cause trouble, really restless. I think he is trying to subvert the entire divine court." She was scolding, and Athena's bright eyes suddenly flashed. "Goddess Demeter, you see, Persephone is in the underworld. Apollo and Hades seem to be fighting for her." Her voice changed the expressions of the gods present. Demeter, the weeping goddess of agriculture, jumped up with excitement. Her eyes fixed on the picture of the battle of the underworld in the crystal, and she saw in the corner that she was being led by Hecate. "Leaving daughter. It's my Persephone. She's in Hades, she's all right." Demeter cried with excitement and hugged her sister Hestia. The stove goddess frowned. Persephone disappeared in Olympus. How could it be in the underworld? "Don't worry about it anymore. I'm going to the underworld to pick up my daughter." Demeter jumped up excitedly and was about to rush to the underworld. "Wait, I'll go with you." Hestia hurriedly followed her sister, and the two goddesses turned into streamers and rushed to the underworld. Looking at the backs of them leaving, Athena blinked her bright eyes thoughtfully. The mighty power of Pluto shakes the whole world. Everyone's expressions changed, but Apollo smiled softly. Standing in the light, he activated the power of creation and a dark green, filthy light suddenly emerged. It's Typhon's power of pollution, which can restrain all authority. Last time, Lord Apollo used this trick to deal with the authority of the king of gods, and this time the king of Hades will also be carried. The alarmed god said. Hearing this sentence, Hades' iron-like cheeks suddenly twitched. Looking at the golden figure in the bright light, he said indifferently, "How can I not know that you have this trick to restrain me from the authority of the Hades? But Typhon is only the son of the earth and the abyss. How can his ability restrain me who is familiar with his father?" 99 When the dark green light filled the air, the darkness shrouded around Hades suddenly poured into a huge pitch-black vortex, like an ugly beast, violently biting toward the spreading dark green light. These treacherous forces that can pollute the authority of the gods, after encountering this pitch-black vortex, are like a few drops of sewage dripping into the vast ocean, completely disappearing. Apollo's golden eyes flashed, and he said calmly, "It seems that the rumors that Pluto and the Lord of the Abyss have a close relationship are true. I wonder if you can ask, what kind of place is Tartarus? If you are curious, I can send you to live there for free." Hades snorted indifferently. The dark vortex completely swallowed the dark green light. Apollo suddenly laughed. "The authority of the underworld is not the authority of the king of the gods. It may be good to suppress the gods of the underworld, but for me, who is not the gods of the underworld, the effect is too bad. Besides, my strongest is not divine power." Suddenly, Apollo extinguished the light shrouded in him. Facing the mighty repressive power of Hades, he approached Hades step by step. In his body, the small suns shone brightly, and at the same time thousands of stars intertwined, forming vast galaxies and river systems, and the blurry outline of the starry sky suddenly appeared dark. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of dead souls and many gods, Apollo was only slowly approaching to Hades' location, and his handsome body did not show any 4.4 divine power. But the majestic power of Hades and even the endless power of death and darkness, like pieces of tofu, were trampled and broken. Hades' face changed wildly, and he shouted, "What a powerful divine body! I have to see if you can walk in front of me." Accompanied by his shouting, the death and darkness that filled the underworld were intertwined and intertwined, like a sharp arrow, surging towards Apollo's golden figure in all directions. The gods watching the battle all changed. Each of these sharp arrows condenses the majestic death and darkness, the degree of terror and sharpness, which is enough to seriously injure the main god, and even the lower gods will die. And at this moment, there are more than thousands of stalks covering Apollo. I saw that under the shroud of darkness, countless arrows of Ling Rue pierced through the space like a shower, and one after another fell to the golden silhouette. Before the arrow's edge fell, the thick death energy emanating from it caused the vast void to be smashed to pieces, revealing an incomparably cold, pitch-black terror. Like a terrifying monster that has been sleeping for countless thousands of years, it was awakened by the awakening, and opened its most hideous giant mouth to devour everything in the world. Just when the gods were terrified, there was a faint chuckle in the endless darkness. "This level is too bad." Chapter 106. Indifferent voice, calm tone. Where thousands of arrows of death converge, in the dark and dark crevice, the light of stars shines, and countless small suns fly out brilliantly, surrounded by stars, forming a vast starry sky prototype. Under the brilliance of the stars, a golden stalwart figure slowly stepped out. Chi chi chi. One after another, dark and sharp arrows fell like a shower. The death chi machine is terrifying, destroying all living beings, and wherever they go, as if they had been cursed, they all become the land of death. But this terrifying sharp arrow, resisting the 100-meter area around the golden figure, is like the time and space has been frozen, and it is difficult to advance any further. Whizzing, hundreds, thousands, and countless jet-black arrows stagnated at the golden figure, densely packed, like giant hedgehogs. The gods watching the battle were all terrified, and the thousands of dead souls were even more terrified. The arrow feathers of death, after all, cannot take away the glory of light. Apollo's voice was sacred, his golden eyes closed lightly, and the thousands of black arrows floating around him collapsed and exploded in an instant. One after another crisp sound echoed in the faint space. Hades' iron-like cheeks were really blue at the moment. Boom. Apollo's figure was like a starry sky, walking towards him step by step. Every time he took a step, Hades' majestic force of death collapsed, and the land of Hades trembled and roared. As the gods watched, the golden figure grew taller and taller, like a vast starry sky, oppressing the past like a mountain. And the tall and straight king shrouded in darkness and death, like a small mound, may be crushed by the grievance mountain at any moment. Is this the current strength of the god of light? 31. Even the Pluto is so fragile in front of him. The vice-lord of the divine court, the lord of light, the brightest star of Olympus, really the most outstanding god ever. 35. All over the world, the faces of the gods were filled with wonder and sigh. Some people even had other thoughts and whispered to the gods who had a good relationship. At the time, the god king could still fight against the god of light. But now you say that if the two of them confront each other again, will our king of the gods still be the opponent of his son? I think it may not be long before the divine court undergoes great changes, and we may usher in a new god king. 35. As if estimating the thoughts of these gods, Zeus suddenly let go of his tender lover and stared at the underworld with a gloomy expression. What a terrifying divine body. He really has reached a level comparable to the original. Fortunately, I have completely absorbed the power in my body, enough to compete with the original. He thought about it here, and the lover over there was dissatisfied. What's the matter with you? You always get up halfway, can you? Zeus glared at her, about to start again. Suddenly his face changed. Boom, boom. The light of the stars shone, and Apollo approached Hades step by step. Covered by the tyrannical power of ether, the boundless death and darkness collapsed and shattered. The lord of the underworld staggered backwards gradually, as if he could not bear the pressure. Pong! A powerful fist strikes fiercely. The majestic force shattered the space and hit Hades' chest. The lord of the underworld roared, raised the fork in his hand, and fought hard to meet it. Boom! With a loud bang, Hades' armor shattered and fell in front of the gate of Elysian paradise behind. Supporting his body with weapons, he barely maintained his demeanor and stood in front of Elysian paradise. His dark eyes stared straight ahead. The golden figure was filled with the boundless aura of the vast starry sky and attacked gently. Glancing at the tall paradise behind him, and looking at the black-haired girl who had been brought to the gate of the realm of darkness by Hecate, who was watching the battle situation, the lord of Hades bit his lip fiercely. You forced me. With an icy growl from his thick throat, Hades suddenly rushed into Elysian. Apollo seemed to have foreseen it long ago, and the star-shimmering figure stopped. The golden eyes are firmly fixed on this seemingly ordinary paradise, the final destination of death. Just when many gods were strange, a deep terror suddenly enveloped their hearts. In the dark underworld space, in the pitch-black earth, in an ordinary paradise, bursts of beasts crunched the bones of their prey. The soft and low voice is ordinary, but it gives people a kind of fear that has never been seen before. Like a prehistoric and ignorant ancient giant beast, it broke through the barriers of time, followed the steps of symbolizing death, and recovered in the long history. Every breath, every movement, is a disaster, a horror. It is the source of destruction and the end of death. Such a breath. Whether it was Zeus on land, Poseidon in the ocean, or even Gaia, the mother of the earth, all of them opened their eyes like discoloration. There is a kind of solemnity in his eyes, a kind of inconceivable. And in the depths of the underworld, as if being covered by a jet-black dress and dotted with stars in the night field, the Myomon girl with a thin veil on her face and a dreamy and profound temperament could not help but let out a sigh. The real Hades, after all, has opened a corner of the curtain. Tartarus, is this what you want? Not too far from the realm of the night, where the universe is the darkest and darkest, the most forbidden place for the gods, the dark place known to the world by the abyss of hell, a deep and slender black figure suddenly appeared in the darkest place. The place, sitting high on the throne, his eyes are deep and his tone is low, standing in the deepest part of the world, but it seems to be completely shrouded in the whole world, everywhere. Perceiving what happened in the underworld, he said solemnly, "I didn't expect that the search for the sacrifices would still change." He used the real power of the underworld in advance, and I don't know if it would cause any bad things. Although he said so, the Lord of the Abyss did not have the slightest worried expression on his face. It seemed that no matter what happened, everything was within his expectation and control. Darkness will swallow up the light. Apollo, meet the true terror. The tall Elysee paradise suddenly swayed and shrunk, like a crown, lifted off the ground, and put on Hades' high head. The Lord of the Underworld put down his weapon, slowly flew into the air in the darkness, and the vast aura seemed to be completely connected with the entire underworld. The dark sky is his eyes, the black earth is his body, the meandering Styx is his blood, and thousands of dead souls are his born spirits. At this moment, he is the underworld itself, the Lord of Death. Half primordial. Zeus, Poseidon, and others spit out this word solemnly. Half primordial, like Pontos, is one with the underworld. Even because the underworld itself is an independent small world, although it has various problems and has long been damaged, it is definitely more complete than the ocean basin. Hades' power is naturally far superior to Pontos, almost comparable to the real primordial. What exactly is that paradise, and why did Hades suddenly change from the ninth order of the main god to half the primordial? Zeus and Poseidon were surprised in their hearts. Hades naturally would not explain this question for them. Wearing a crown on his head, he is like the king of death who walked out of the ancient years. His dark eyes are full of grimness, and he locks Apollo coldly. "If you were willing to hand over Persephone, I could have spared you, but now I will use the true power of death to give you eternal sleep." Hades' voice fell, and a deep gray fog suddenly filled the huge Hades. In this mist 243, thousands of ghostly ghosts slowly emerged, different from ordinary dead souls. These ghosts were covered in black skins, with scarlet eyes, and their buoyant bodies floated in the gray fog like foam, making a series of shrill sounds, and surging towards Apollo in a treacherous manner. And on the pitch-black ground, the black soil suddenly opened cracks, and from it stretched out blood-drenched gray-white palms, grabbing the golden figure above. It is also a shrill roar, strange and gloomy. The terrifying picture, even the gods of the underworld who were accustomed to seeing the dead, were trembling with fear, and their scalps were numb. The gods watching the battle are even more creepy. Only a gloomy, cold air penetrated into the hearts of each of them. Boom, boom, boom. Apollo frowned slightly. The power of the stars surged out, and his fists and feet slammed into the sky and the ground. The countless ghosts that surrounded him were blown up one by one. The blood-dripping palms that drilled out from the ground were also crushed into minced meat. But after these ghost shadows and palms were smashed, the split ghost shadows and minced meat turned into more ghost shadows and palms, and they continued to besiege them in a mournful manner. In the blink of an eye, his side was surrounded by thousands of strange ghosts, and below him, countless palms were densely drilled, and the shrill roars were endless. It seems that the power is not inferior to the peak of the upper gods. This is nothing, but they all have the characteristics of immortality and indestruction. Apollo's golden eyes stared, and a trace of pressure appeared on his face. Suddenly, Hades' icy voice echoed in his ears. "These are the incarnations of death. How can you possibly kill death itself? Stop struggling. Nothing can escape the fate of death, even the primordial and even supreme." 55. Only death itself can last forever. Then I want to see if the so-called death is eternal. Indifferently shouted, and a golden book suddenly appeared in Apollo's palm. Chapter 107. Death. Return to death. This is the final destination. The eerie gray-white mist filled the air, and the whole world seemed to be covered by a curtain. Countless ghost figures, densely packed pale palms, surrounded them up and down. As the breath of death spread, the entire Hades was covered by a terrifying force. The terrifying pressure, even the gods who watched the battle turned pale. Pluto's methods are beyond imagination. Can the god of light fight against such strangeness and fear? Just as the gods were shocked, a golden book suddenly appeared in the air. Its length, size, and thickness It looks similar to an ordinary book. The whole body is like gold casting. The cover has a sun-like pattern, and there are burning flame patterns around it. The whole is full of sacred and fiery feeling. Standing in the light, Apollo held it in his hands. His golden eyes revealed deep wisdom, and he made a low and solemn voice. Hades, the glory of light, is destined to shine on the vast land and the sky, and even the infinite time and space, the kingdom of death. Not excluded. All the dead who have passed away should return to eternal sleep, and those who disturb the peace of the dead should be judged by light. As the voice echoed in Apollo's mouth, thousands of milky white rays of light burned like flames, imprinting sacred words on the golden book. Indistinctly, it seems that there are countless devout believers who are praising the name of light and sprinkle golden light all over. The surrounding fog instantly thinned, revealing the original darkness of Hades. Hades' complexion changed, and he hurriedly ordered many ghosts and palms to rush towards where Apollo was. But a sacred radiance shrouded these ghosts and palms, like amnesiacs who had recovered their memories, stayed in place blankly. The shrill hissing sound disappeared, and the monstrous aura of death faded, leaving only a group of strange undead who gradually showed a comfortable expression. They stared at each other and slowly returned to sleep, and the divine brilliance immediately shrouded Hades. The lord of the underworld couldn't help but let out a cold snort, only to see his arms open. The void suddenly opened, and 5 meandering and dark rivers, with the breath of death and darkness, surging out. Apollo, taste the water of the Styx. Hades roared. The meandering Styx roared, and the dark river spread turbulently. Every drop is condensed with the pure power of death and the dark aura. Even if it is a god, it will fall into eternal sleep and never wake up again. And at this moment, the 5 Styx rivers erupted at the same time, from 5 different angles, spreading turbulently. More than 10 million drops of river water gathered. Seeing the turbulent waters of the Styx looming over, Apollo remained silent, holding the golden book in his left hand, and gently flipping the next page in his right hand. The spirit of light runs in darkness and is not hindered by all external forces. The most prosperous light should dispel all darkness and guide all spirits from the despair of death to hope. The solemn statement clearly fell on the golden pages. The vast power instantly acts on the entire void. The infinite power of light suddenly skyrockets several times, and the golden brilliance is like a burning flame, igniting the cold and dark river Styx. The splendid grandeur permeates every corner of the netherworld, dispelling death and darkness. Thousands of dead souls, whether human or non-human, whether they believe in light or not, are now shrouded in this divine aura, kneeling on the ground one by one, praying devoutly to the name of light. Countless milky white light of faith converged on the golden book, making the brilliance of this artifact even more sacred. The gods watching the battle couldn't help but feel a sense of adoration, worshipping the figure standing in the infinite light, the sacred and majestic figure. The blazing light kept dispelling the darkness and killing death, and Hades' face became embarrassed. With the help of the special nature of Elysee Paradise, he became one with the underworld and became the complete master of the underworld, half primordial. But the source of his strength was the darkness and death that filled the entire underworld. Now these two forces are suppressed by the light, which weakens him the most. Death is the end, darkness is the destination, light will eventually decay. Only I am crowned king. 55 chanting loudly. The crown on Hades' head exudes even more majestic power, surging against the light. The huge underworld roared and vibrated, and a shocking power erupted again. But the infinite light is blazing like fire, and a little light has already started a prairie fire. How to fight against this monstrous trend? I saw that the golden book was exuding magnificent and splendid, and the divine brilliance quickly covered the entire Hades. Standing on the periphery of the night domain, Hecate stared at the golden figure holding the sacred book in the vast light. The splendid colors set off his incomparably majestic figure, like a perfect statue made of gold, flawless. Beside her, Persephone with black hair and black eyes was also full of admiration, staring silently at that beautiful and graceful, incomparably divine stalwart figure. I didn't even notice the arrival of my mother. Persephone, I finally found you. The goddess of agriculture, Demeter, accompanied by her sister Hestia, walked through the haunted mansion, and when she saw her daughter standing blankly, she immediately hugged her. Mother, Mother God. Persephone slowly came back to his senses, looking at his mother with tears in her eyes. Hestia, the goddess of the stove, asked, Hecate, what is going on here? Hecate also noticed her and replied, Pluto took Persephone to the underworld and said he wanted to marry her as a wife. Apollo just came to see me in the underworld and found something wrong, so he rescued her. But Hades refused to forgive him, and Apollo had no choice but to fight him. Hades wants to marry Persephone as his wife. Hestia's face was full of surprise. She knew the eldest brother too well. Just like her desire to be a virgin, Hades never if you like the opposite s*x. How can you suddenly fall in love with your niece and kidnap it? This noble goddess suddenly felt that there was a hidden problem in the matter. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture over there, was also surprised, looking at her daughter and saying, Persephone, Hades kidnapped you to be your wife? Persephone snorted suddenly. He must have other purposes. I don't believe he likes me, and he looks so cold and dark. I don't like him. If I want to marry someone, I will only marry Apo, a god like brother Luo. The two goddesses Hestia and Demeter were stunned for a while. The former also looked at the two figures who were fighting in the distance with great interest, nodded and said, Persephone is right. Apollo Behadias is much better looking. Sister, don't talk about this now. Let's take Persephone back to Olympus first. Demeter hugged her daughter tightly and did not dare to let go for a moment, for fear that if she was not careful, her only daughter would die. To be robbed again. Hestia rolled her eyes, nodded and said, Follow me. Speaking of the eldest daughter of the second-generation god king, now the eldest sister of the god king, the sea emperor, and the underworld king, unleashing the powerful divine power of the ninth rank of the main god, protecting his sister and niece, he walked quickly outside the underworld. Leave Persephone. Hades roared, noticing them suddenly. You better pay attention to yourself. Apollo's indifferent voice echoed in his ears, and the blazing light enveloped the Lord of Hades. Damn, get out of the way. Hades' eyes almost burst into flames, urging his divine power to the extreme. Indistinctly, a huge black coffin emerged from the vast Hades, with a strong aura of death shrouded towards Apollo. The earth is the board, the dark night is the cover. Death condenses, the gods bury the coffin. Stop him, Hades roared, manipulating the black coffin and covering the place where Apollo was. The underworld trembled, and the boundless aura of death condensed into substance, and icy closed to the bright figure. And Hades took this opportunity to kill outside Hades. Hades, you are really crazy. I doubt you are not. 33 Hestia turned her head abruptly, igniting thousands of fires on her body, with brightness and warmth, dispelling the darkness that had rolled over. Hestia's words made Hades' eyes shrink slightly, and then he shouted coldly, Hestia, I respect you as my sister, and now I will not embarrass you. What do you want to do? Hestia stared at him, showing no mercy. Behind her, Demeter and Persephone were about to rush out of the underworld. Hades' face was anxious, and he suddenly shouted wildly, Back off! A strong death force enveloped Hestia in an instant. The goddess of the stove was filled with countless fires at the same time, swirling in the air, resisting the invasion of death. Boom! The majestic power of death bombarded the bright fire, and many fires showed signs of collapse at once. But Hestia's face was determined, and under the extreme prompting of divine power, he stabilized the defense. Hades' eyes were full of surprise. He had to know that at this moment, he was almost as powerful as the original. With a full blow, he couldn't shake the eldest sister. There's no time. Looking at the mother and daughter of Persephone who had already reached the gate of Hades, Hades gritted his teeth, and the power of death was triggered again, sweeping towards Hestia, and at the same time urging the authority of Hades. Boom! Suppressed by the power of Hades, the near-primitive force of death swept through, and Hestia finally couldn't support it. Hades, you weren't like this before. With pain in the eyes of the stove goddess, she stared at the cold and dark figure in front of her, feeling that the other party was so unfamiliar. Duh. Chapter 108. Puff. The powerful force impacted. Hestia coughed up blood and flew out. Her delicate and elegant cheeks showed pain and fell on the dark soil of the underworld. Hades didn't even look at her, and the figure hurried to the gate of Hades. You come back. The stove goddess struggled to get up. The warm fire bloomed brightly, and the dark body of Xiong, the lord of the underworld. But Hades just sneered. The powerful death force turned into a curtain, blocking Hestia's offensive. Hestia's face was full of pain as he watched the dark figures approaching Demeter and Persephone. She didn't understand why her brothers had become like this one by one. Forget about Poseidon and Zeus. They are never good things. Hades in the past was never like this. He was the most caring brother to all his relatives. She still remembers the days when she lived in the belly of the father god Cronus. She is the eldest daughter of Cronus and the first child to be swallowed by the second-generation god king. His belly was empty then, nothing but darkness. She was terrified all by herself. It was not until Hades came in that she had someone to accompany her, cuddling with each other and praying for the dawn of hope together. He was so gentle back then. Among the 6 siblings, she and he are the eldest sister and the eldest brother, who have been in the womb for the longest time and have the best relationship. Once upon a time, she had thought of marrying him and becoming his queen, but he was unwilling to repeat the fate of the god kings of all dynasties, and determined not to marry or have children for the rest of his life. She also put out this thought and devoted herself to being a virgin goddess. But she couldn't understand how he became the queen of Pluto, and his sexuality changed completely, become more and more indifferent, more and more withdrawn. And what he did now, he couldn't see the shadow of the past at all, as if he had changed. A different person. Hestia frowned, suddenly feeling that she had caught something, but she didn't catch anything. When she was stunned here, the dark figure of Hades had already enveloped the door of Hades, like an iron wall, blocking the front of Demeter and Persephone. Hades, let's go, Hestia shouted, hugging her daughter tightly in one hand and drawing a dark scythe in the other. Seeing the sickle, Hades' pupils could not help shrinking. This is not an ordinary sickle, but it was bestowed by the Mother Earth when their father, Cronus, attacked his father, Uranus. It has the unparalleled power that divides the sky and the earth, almost surpassing the main artifact. After the overthrow of Cronus, the scythe was given to Demeter, who was in charge of agriculture. But she never used it. Even if it was used by Poseidon that time, she had to change into a mare, and in the end she didn't escape, and she didn't take it out. Because this is something unknown. But today, in order to protect her daughter, she took it out. Hades stared at her and said in a low voice, Demeter, I just want to marry Persephone. Am I not worthy of her? Persephone shouted beside her mother, Don't lie. You don't want to marry me. You want to use me to do something you don't know. And even if you want to, DB, marry me, I will definitely won't marry you black B asterisk 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 D. 99 Persephone's words changed Hades' face, while Demeter clenched the scythe in his hand resolutely and said to the elder brother with unprecedented seriousness, Hades, you've heard. My Persephone doesn't like you. Let's get out of Hades. I can't help her whether I like it or not. I will let Zeus marry her to me. Hades snorted coldly, the infinite power of death surging towards Demeter. The goddess of agriculture hurriedly waved her sickle to resist. Hades sneered, Sister Demeter, our 6 brothers and sisters. You and Hera have the worst bloodline and the lowest talent, and now you are only at the 4th rank of the main god. Even if you have the original artifact, you can endure me. What? Back off. 9 The dark divine power bombarded the long sickle, Demeter's wrist numb, and the divine weapon in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. And Hades took this opportunity to grab Persephone. Don't come near me. Persephone struggled loudly, but was Hades' opponent with her divine power. No one can save you. 39 Hades shouted coldly. The pitch-black darkness enveloped Persephone's head. Just when she was in despair, a dazzling light came through the faint void. Hades' face changed instantly. I saw that in the majestic pitch-black coffin in the underworld, Apollo put away the golden booklet in his hand, and the power of the stars surged on his body, and his fist slammed on the huge coffin. Bang, bang, bang. The majestic power caused the entire underworld to vibrate, The power of the vast starry sky swept through the sky, and the dark coffin that was condensed by death cracked several gaps in the blink of an eye. One after another, the power of light penetrated the space from the gap and blocked in front of him. At the same time, the power of the stars surging on Apollo's body became more and more surging, and the little sun spun in shock, releasing endless etheric power. The pure and violent force slammed into the pitch-black coffin that had already been shaken and cracked. Under the violent impact, this can exude an endless breath of death, and the terrifying coffins that bury thousands of gods are directly torn apart. The endless power of light swept the sky, and the golden silhouettes of the stars stood in the bright light. Brother Apollo, Persephone excitedly looked at the golden figure that shielded him from the darkness, his eyes full of admiration and joy. Looking at her daughter, Demeter sighed and quickly hugged her back. You actually broke my coffin of the gods so quickly? Hades stared at the golden figure in front of him with an ugly face. It's not that difficult, Apollo said. As he spoke, the light condensed around him became even more radiant. Under the splendid divine light, he asked lightly, You just said that no one could save Persephone? 55. Humph. Do you think you've saved her now? No. No matter who it is today, it's impossible for her to be taken out of the underworld. Hades drank icy coldly, and the crown on his head was filled with death and darkness, turbulent. See to where Apollo is. At the same time, his figure flickered and captured the place where Demeter and Persephone were. Suddenly, a palm flashing with stars appeared on his way. Apollo's dazzling golden eyes seemed to pierce through time, predicting all his actions. The power of the ether gathered, and a majestic punch slammed into Hades. Puff! The lord of the underworld staggered and fell from the air to the ground. You're down too. Hestia, who was also on the mud in the distance, smiled at him. Hades' face was ashen. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed into the sky with a roar. Apollo, I want you to die. The power of death tumbled to the sky, interweaving the power of death in the infinite darkness, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Apollo's golden eyes lifted lightly, and the light field manifested the power of dusk. The majestic twilight with decay and end bombarded the darkness of death. At the same time, the vast starry sky shook, and the golden figure with boundless power broke through the layers of space and came to Hades. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow of Apollo's fist is stern, and the powerful force is imprinted on Hades' body. If it is an ordinary main god, even if it is the ninth order, it will be instantly blown up. However, Hades and Hades merged into one, which was a half-original rank, and the divine body had gone beyond the ordinary meaning, becoming abstract and invisible. So he was just panting in embarrassment and was smashed into the ground like an upside down. The two goddesses Hestia and Demeter looked at this scene in astonishment, somewhat unacceptable. On the contrary, Persephone was full of excitement and danced his fists and said, Brother Apollo, hit him in the face, hit him in the stomach, hit him underneath, and let him hit me. At this moment, Hades struggled to climb out of the soil. His iron-like face was bruised and bruised. He looked at Apollo approaching from above and said hoarsely, It won't end like this. Oh, what other cards do you have? Hurry up. Apollo stared at him. Suddenly the figure of the Lord of the Underworld flashed, turned into a black light, and rushed into the depths of the underworld, shouting to the inside, Tartarus, help me take down Apollo. Ugh! In the depths of the dark and dark underworld, an incomparably dark and terrifying light suddenly appeared, sweeping the universe in the blink of an eye. In the deep sigh, the sky, the earth, and the ocean trembled at the same time, as if they had encountered the most terrifying natural enemy. Zeus, Poseidon, and other gods. Their expressions changed wildly, their eyes fixed on the underworld. Among the 5 primordial gods, the reputation is the most terrifying, symbolizing the taboo existence of hell and abyss. Tartarus, the lord of the abyss, will unveil his mysterious veil in front of the gods. In the infinite darkness, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the void in front of Apollo. Like a portal, in the dark whirlpool, a tall figure slowly walked out. Seeing this figure, Hecate outside the night domain changed his face first, with inexplicable stunned. The gods such as Hestia, Demeter, and even Hades were all stunned, with strange expressions. Chapter 109. Father. Looking at the tall figure emerging from the pitch-black vortex, Hecate cried out. Perseus, the god of destruction. Apollo's golden eyes flickered, locking on the tall figure with terrifying, suffocating aura all over his body, with his shirtless upper body and fiery red hair. This is the husband of his aunt Asteria, the father of Hecate, the brother of the Lord of the Stars, and the son of the Titan Cleius, the god of destruction, Perseus. In the beginning, Perseus was indeed infiltrated by Zeus and his father, Cleius, into Tartarus. Hades asked Tartarus to take action. Why was he who came out? Hestia, the goddess of the stove over there, Ashome's cheeks were filled with surprise. When her voice fell, the god of destruction, who was filled with terrifying, suffocating energy, suddenly raised her red eyes and muttered in her mouth, Great God of the abyss, you are the ruler of endless hell. You are the root of thousands of sins. Your name is sacred and taboo. Your form is supreme and supreme. While praying slowly, a shocking coldness suddenly filled his eyes, and he locked Apollo with infinite killing intent. O sinner of the abyss, accept destruction, destruction. 35 Boom. The powerful destructive force, like the fiery magma spewed out by a volcanic eruption, surged over Apollo. Well, standing bright, Apollo's golden eyes are deep, and the power of light turns into an invisible shield. The violent destructive power poured out on the light, and it was difficult to shake it in the slightest. Those who disobey the abyss die. Perseus roared up to the sky, his eyes shot out the sky-shattering fire, and the destructive power exploded to the extreme. Hestia and many other gods were shocked. If you remember correctly, although Perseus was also a powerful god in the Titan temple, his rank barely reached the 7th rank of the main god in the final battle and was defeated by Poseidon. But now he has completely reached that level, the ultimate of the Lord God. 35 Even Zeus on the earth and Poseidon in the ocean frowned at this moment, staring at the situation in the underworld. What kind of place is Tartarus, the abyss of hell? Why did Perseus, the imprisoned sin god, not only did not look like he was suffering, but instead improved his strength on a large scale? Roar. When the gods were startled, Perseus let out an astonishing roar, and a raging destructive power swept out of his body, constantly bombarding the field of light. Father Apollo, Hecate shouted anxiously outside the realm of night. She didn't understand why her father, who had been imprisoned for many years, came out and attacked her lover now. Since you are Hecate's father and Asteria's husband, I will spare your life. Apollo's golden eyes flashed suddenly, and a torrent of bright light surged around him, like a burning flame, tearing apart the violent power of destruction. At the same time, the figure flashed and appeared behind Perseus, punching the back of the head of the god of destruction. The great god of the abyss, you. Perseus stumbled and passed out while still praying. Apollo's golden eyes glanced at him, and suddenly felt a chill behind him. Suddenly, a burly figure appeared in the pitch-black vortex of the earth again, with piousness in his eyes, sending out an invisible air current, attacking the bright figure. Great God of the abyss, you are the ruler of the endless hell. You are the root of thousands of sins. Your name is sacred and taboo. Your form is supreme and supreme. Follow your will and destroy the sinners who offend you. It is the father of Perseus, the god of weather, Cleius, the gods exclaimed. This powerful deity, one of the 12 Titans, was also well known in the Titan god court in the past, and was second only to the existence of the god King Cronus. Not only because he is very strong, but also because he has 3 wonderful sons. The eldest son, Astraeus, the lord of the stars, is in charge of the stars and dominates one of the gods. The second son, Perseus, the god of destruction, is fierce and good at fighting, sturdy and powerful. The youngest son, Pallas, the god of war strategy, is the father of victory, the wise man who is also known as the goddess of wisdom, Metis, and the great prophet Prometheus, the commander of the Titan war and the brain of the gods. It was precisely because his family was too powerful and high in the Titanic court that after the end of the Titanic war, he and his second son Perseus were jointly defeated by Zeus and entered Tartarus. And now he actually appeared. The former Clios was a powerful god of the 8th rank of the Lord God. At this moment, he stepped out of the abyss, and the explosive power completely surpassed that of his son Perseus. It almost surpassed the extreme of the main god, reaching the level of half the original. The vast and infinite airflow, like the tide, surged towards where Apollo was. The bright figure stood with solemn eyes, and a force of divine power lifted Perseus, who was defeated, and threw it to the realm of the night. Hecate, be optimistic about your father. 9 As he spoke, his whole body was surging with radiance of stars, facing the torrential weather, and he approached the location of Clios step by step. Follow the will of the abyss and kill. Clios roared, his burly body painted an invisible illusory sky, and slammed into Apollo. Boom! The starry sky trembled, and the stars erupted. The surging etheric power slammed on Clios. The illusory sky was shattered in an instant, and the weather god stumbled and fell in the air. But such an injury could not stop his frenzy, and Clios kept praying, "Great God of the abyss, you are the master of endless hell. You are the source of thousands of sins. Your name is." Apollo's golden eyes flickered, and the stalwart figure was dazzling, and it was another blow. At this moment, an old figure came out of the pitch-black vortex again. This is a white robe, full of beard, hair and beard, and even eyebrows are gray. A pair of eyes revealing the endless vicissitudes of the years, looks profound wisdom. He is leaning on a cane in one hand. His back is hunched, and his body flashes like the phantom of time, with the tenderness of a baby, the liveliness of a teenager, the stability of middle age, and the turbidity of old age. It's Iapetus, the god of life, and he really came out. Then, the gods shouted, "Iapetus, the god of longevity, the eldest of the 12 titans, the father of the great prophet Prometheus and the sky-high Atlas. He is also the most important supporter of the second-generation god King Cronus, a diehard, who was defeated by his son Prometheus in the Titan War and was defeated by Zeus into Tartarus. And his other son, Atlas, was also punished to carry the sky on the edge of the world." The old Titan god appeared for a moment, and suddenly there was an invisible and strange force locked on Apollo. Faintly, Apollo's young and handsome face began to wrinkle, his hands and feet became inflexible, and his back became hunched. Clios took the opportunity to attack again. This is the power of life. Apollo's golden eyes flickered, but there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "God is an immortal body, not to mention my etheric body is a starry sky, as high as the world. How much life can you strip me?" Seeking flowers since I saw him drink it softly, the stars in the body flashed, bright, and an incomparable vitality suddenly emerged. Aging in all parts of the body came to an abrupt end, and wrinkles were replaced by youthful ruddy. Iapetus' old eyes were full of surprise, but in his mouth he recited the name of the abyss, with fanaticism and piety, besieging Apollo with Clios. The power is almost half of the original, but Tartarus is a strange place. 33 Apollo's golden eyes flashed, and the power of the stars poured out and bombarded the two titans. Bang, bang, bang. The void trembled under him, shattering and collapsing inch by inch. Apollo was incomparably imposing, and the power of the ether completely suppressed the two titans. Hades rushed over there roaring, "Apollo die?" The lord of the underworld, who wears a crown, controls infinite death and darkness, attacking Apollo. The three gods formed a triangle, and the golden figure shrouded in the light was firmly surrounded in the center. Invisible airflow, vicissitudes of aging, intertwined death and darkness, clumps of light surround the light. Suddenly, Apollo's face became solemn, and with a golden book floating in his hand, he solemnly recited, "Where I stand is a country of light, where darkness and death are not to be offended, aging and weather are inaccessible, and the divine light sweeps away everything." Accompanying his voice, the light around him instantly blazed several times, and whether it was death or darkness, aging or weather, they were all locked out by a supreme mighty force. At the same time, this infinite light is still expanding, and it is surging all over the underworld. Hades' face was extremely ugly, and the crown on his head even trembled, as if he had reached a certain limit. On the other hand, The two Titan gods, Cleios and Iapetus, had no emotional changes in their eyes, but they only fanatically prayed for the name of the abyss, urging their divine power to the extreme, and regardless of any injuries, they bravely attacked the bright light. Great God of the abyss, you are the ruler of the endless hell. You are the source of thousands of sins. Your name is sacred and taboo. Your form is supreme and supreme. Your will is our eternal direction. What you want to destroy is what must be destroyed. The strength of the God of light is so terrifying, and it completely suppressed the three gods. What is the golden book in his hand? The gods were amazed, and at the same time, with suspicion and fear in their eyes, they stared at the two titans who were constantly reciting the name of the abyss. Cleios and Iapetus are both the most powerful titan gods. What happened to them in Tartarus? Why do I feel that they are no longer who they were? The gods were horrified, and Hestia, the goddess of the stove, was even more thoughtful, his eyes fixed on Hades, and he muttered, "The abyss Tartarus, known as the forbidden land of the gods, has never been able to come out after entering the gods. Perhaps it is not that the abyss cannot be walked out, but every god who enters will not want to get out. Or, even if he walks out, he is not his original self." 35 While she was murmuring, the black vortex once again stepped out of a figure. Seeing that figure, whether it is Hestia and Demeter in the underworld, or Zeus on the earth, Poseidon in the ocean, Hera in Olympus, and even Hades, his eyes trembled for a moment. With incomparable hatred and a trace of fear, he called out his name, not too surprised. Cronus. Chapter 110. The sky, the earth, the underworld, the ocean. All the gods' eyes are locked firmly on this tall and straight figure stepping out of the dark vortex. The gods of the new generation are nothing, and many of the gods of the older generation have tremors on their faces. This figure is too familiar. Still so majestic, so terrifying. Father of Hestia, Hades, Demeter, Poseidon, Hera, and Zeus. The son of the first-generation god king Uranus, the youngest brother of the 12 titans, the shaper of the Titans' court, and the second-generation king of the gods. Kronos. It's a name destined to be hard to forget. In the golden light shrouded, Apollo condensed into the Titan god king. From the outside, it doesn't look like the second-generation god king that was rumored to be brutal and fierce. He is very slender, wearing a clean white robe, with his fingers crossed on his chest, a handsome cheek, and a short chin with a short beard. Under the short light blonde hair, the most eye-catching is the pair of clear eyes. Pure as a baby, like a lake without waves. Staring at the gods outside, a smile 2, 4, 3 curled into the corner of his mouth. He didn't recite the name of the abyss and launch an attack like Iapetus and the others did. Hestia, Hades, Demeter, my sons and daughters, all of you are here. Kronos greeted the 3 children like a father returning home, with an expression on his face. Easygoing and steady. Hestia and Demeter were both stunned, and some couldn't believe that this was the father god they were familiar with. Hades was much more calm, but there was a strange look on his face. Seeing that his sons and daughters ignored him, Kronos sighed softly. "It seems that you all still hate me. It was indeed my fault that caused you to suffer a lot. However, I have been in Tartarus all these years and have been enlightened by the Lord. I have long understood my mistakes and regretted all my actions in the past. I have converted to the glory of the abyss, washed my sinful past, and realized my true self." Cronus, like a devout priest, crossed his hands on his chest, bowed his head, and repented in his mouth. Such a scene was so strange that the gods were stunned. Is this the second-generation god king known for being brave, powerful, tyrannical, and tyrannical? He actually said that he had repented of the past and understood himself? The gods couldn't believe it. Only a few gods such as Apollo were thoughtful. "Don't talk nonsense. Help me to take him down." Hades roared loudly. Death and darkness turned into coffins for burying the gods, covering the place of light fiercely. Cleios and Iapetus also mobilized divine power, chanting the name of the abyss and besieging Apollo. "Where the light is my kingdom, the will of light, the spirit of all things." Apollo's tone was solemn, and the bright golden book in his hand released infinite rays of light, like the sun in the sky, illuminating every inch of the soil. Under the blazing light, Both Iapetus and Clios screamed, as if their souls were being judged. Only the crown above Hades' head vibrated violently, sending out a dark force of death to protect Hades. But under the shroud of light, the crown on the head of the Lord of the Underworld seemed to gradually reach its limit, showing signs of collapse, faintly revealing the appearance of Elysee Paradise. At this time, Kronos finally sighed. "Why do we kill each other? There are too many beautiful things in this world, worthy of our pursuit. Life is so magnificent. Why let it be infected with a layer of cruelty? But since it is the Lord's will, I can only follow it." Saying this, the second-generation god-king flashed and appeared in front of Apollo in an instant, and a huge power covered the past. Apollo's golden eyes couldn't help but dignified under the eye of omniscience. The power emitted by Cronus was pure and all-encompassing divine power. There are both the power of the sky, the power of thunder, the power of light, the power of the ocean, the power of death, the power of time, the power of space, and so on. It seems to have all the attributes of divine power. Boom! The divine power of Cronus slammed into the infinite light, and the mighty power surged like a tide, interweaving thousands of virtual scenes, including the vast sky, violent thunder, bright light, and boundless space. The realm of light could not help but tremble, suppressed by all phenomena in this world. Is this the authority of divine power? Apollo's golden eyes flashed, and he whispered silently, while the bright golden book burst into a bright torrent. "You see it all at once. You are very knowledgeable." Kronos praised with a smile. "Other gods always think that I am the god of time, space, or order, but in fact it's just mine. Divine power has all of their attributes at the same time, and what I have in my hands is the power itself. 99. Although he was talking and laughing, Kronos acted ruthlessly, surging divine power interweaving thousands of forces, bursting out terrifying power, filling Apollo's whole body. His rank. Demeter over there clenched his palms and looked at his sister with sweat. Hestia also had a serious face. Her delicate eyes were fixed on Cronus in the sky, and she whispered, "When he was imprisoned in Tartarus, he was half the original realm, and now he crossed that chasm." The original god. Not only Hestia and Demeter, but Zeus and Poseidon in the land and sea, all looked extremely ugly at the moment, especially Zeus. He thought that by locking Cronus in Tartarus, the father would suffer forever in it. But now Kronos is completely well-raised, and he has also been promoted to primordial. At this moment, Zeus was not even so serious about Apollo's killing intent, thinking of rushing to the underworld and joining hands with Apollo to kill Cronus. Compared with the possibility of being usurped by his son, he could not accept the appearance of Kronos, the former god-king. However, he still maintained his rationality, held down himself, and quietly watched the battle in the underworld. What kind of place is Tartarus, the gods who are locked and have greatly increased their strength? Apollo didn't know how to complain. It can be said that the difficulty of promoting the gods to the original is even greater than the difficulty of the ninth order from the lower gods to the main gods. Kronos, the second-generation god-king, had already reached the 9th rank of the main god when he defeated his father Uranus, and later gained the authority of the god-king, and quickly rose to half the original level. But the Titan god court has existed for nearly 100,000 years, and he has not been able to advance any further on this rank. Now that he has been imprisoned in Tartarus for only 10 or 20,000 years, he has successfully surpassed this natural moat. Iapetus, Clios, and Perseus are all the same, and the progress in strength is a bit scary. Is Tartarus the forbidden land of the gods? Is it a forbidden land or a treasure land? I am the essence of divine power. I am the source of power. I am both the one and all. I am the ruling king and the ruling god. As the surging divine power poured out, Kronos' white robe flew up, reciting his own name, and his handsome body spread out the supreme aura of ruling the universe. In a trance, many old-fashioned gods among the gods couldn't help but recall the glorious years when they were in the Titans. At that time, the king of the gods was so great and invincible, suppressing the vast universe and ruling the world's sky. And now, the king remains. In a palace not far from Olympus, the goddess Rhea stared at her husband, who was not much different from the past, through the infinite space, with tears falling from the corners of her glamorous eyes. If it wasn't for her sanity, the former god queen would want to rush out of the temple at this moment to meet her stalwart husband. Kronos is invincible. The majestic divine power completely envelopes the field of light, and the infinite power crushes and shrinks the world of light. And Hades, Iapetus, and Cleos also surrounded him. Under the siege of the four gods, the golden book of light was crumbling and seemed to be on the verge of reaching its limit. Watching this scene in 4.4, Apollo sighed softly. "It seems that we are going to kill today." 39 Suddenly, he held the golden book of light with his left hand and pulled out a mottled rusty sword with his right hand. The burning flame turned into the most terrifying destruction, filling the whole world. The underworld, the earth, the ocean, the sky, all trembled. The light of the stars shone, and the burning sword light ripped apart the space, smashed through the nothingness, and instantly smashed the divine power outside the shrouded light. Before all the gods could react, the burning sword light pierced the chest of Iapetus, the god of life. The father of the great prophet, the hand holding the cane suddenly loosened, and the hunched old body was turned into fly ashes in the firelight package. Even Kronos' complexion changed. This sword, the pale golden eyes of the second-generation god-king were fixed on the burning sword, and his eyes were full of fear. Staring at him in Hades, Apollo's golden eyes were bright, and he said indifferently, "Let me take out this burning sword, and you should understand that turning to ashes in the flames is your end." Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.